General Ghost Bone, you are to receive so many benefits off me, can you at least let me die as an educated man? Hansen spoke it strangely. General Ghost Bone stopped his cackling and said, "Thank you for doing so much for me, but I am afraid I do not have the time to talk with you. All you need to know is that the relic you recovered is a key that enables the opening of Sacred Leader's treasure box. When I get the relic from the Holy Monument, I will use your body to travel around the world. Your body will most certainly be a famous one. You will not be dying in vain. So what if you have a key? Do you even know where the Holy Monument is?" Hansen asked. "If I did not know, what would the point be in me taking that plate? The Holy Monument resides on this very planet. I just need to get out of this body. Then, I can go to the monument and recover the leader's relic." General Ghost Bone seemed to be very excited. He appeared to be drowning in his own dream. Hansen was only just a duke, and back then, General Ghost Bone was incredibly strong all around the world. He would even look down to all the king-class elites, but now, he had no choice. Given the opportunity for something else, he wouldn't have settled for a duke, though. Back then, if he selected a deified body, he would have to consider. Now, a duke was in his control. He thought that it was his item already, and Hansen was not so sure he could escape this. Hansen, after hearing a bit, acknowledged it was mostly General Ghost Bone's dreaming. He had not told him where the monument was exactly. When he was just about to ask more, his body trembled. The Ghost Bone mask was reduced to dust across his face. General Ghost Bone's will was headed into his own will see. Right now, Hansen had become a holy bone. He looked as if he was a crystal or a statue made from bone. It felt as if people that saw him would definitely wish to obey him. Hansen knew that his body had finished the modification process. It was too late for him to ask General Ghost Bone anything now. "Everybody, I am back. Shake beneath the quake of my footsteps." General Ghost Bone's will was something truly demonic. He was screaming into Hansen's own will. General Ghost Bone, when entering Hansen's will see, became shocked. "Why is your will see like this?" General Ghost Bone looked at the will see. There was a tower in the middle of it, and inside, there was all sorts of beasts and xenogeniacs around it. It was like a little world all of its own. General Ghost Bone had not seen anything like that before. "It's actually called a Sea of Soul." Hansen's voice sounded inside the Sea of Soul. "I do not care about what this Sea of Soul is. When I am here, this is my territory." General Ghost Bone's powerful willpower was suppressing the Sea of Soul. He wanted to claim that place and destroy Hansen's will. Once he accomplished that, he could fully claim Hansen's body for himself. But as soon as his soul arrived there, in the corner of the Sea of Soul, a black crystal armor set suddenly came to life and lit up in his eyes. A scary will took over the entire Sea of Soul. General Ghost Bone's powerful deified will was destroyed when that will came. He did not stand a chance. Impossible. Impossible. Arg, General Ghost Bone did not have the opportunity to escape the Sea of Soul. He screamed, and that scary will of his was crushed into nothingness. The black crystal armor set's power faded. It was like nothing had happened all that time. A general's will had oh so quickly been entirely dismissed. Why was he in such a rush to commit suicide? He did not even tell me where the Holy Monument was. Hansen knew this was going to happen. Nothing would end up well for someone who sought to invade his Sea of Soul. Hansen might have felt a little sorry for what happened, but he was ultimately made happy. General Ghost Bone's leftover power was still inside Hansen's body, and that was his own now. He could become better with it. Much Ghost Bone power gathered up in Hansen's body. If he refined all that Ghost Bone power, he could become a duke. That being said, it really was just leftover power from General Ghost Bone. It would not be as effective as a perfect and raw power. Still, it was deified power. The strength and purity was naturally far better than a duke's. Every ounce of that power was utterly priceless. Now, Hansen's body was filled up with deified ghost bone power. His body was like a treasure in itself. He did not have to locate any more resources. He only had to refine that power, and likely level up from it. And it wasn't just his Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra that would level up. Even as the story of genes might level up to become Duke. It had the possibility of even going further. General Ghost Bone was nice. It was a shame he died so early. It would have been perfect if he was able to tell me where the holy monument is. Hansen sighed. Hansen was thinking for a bit, and then, he opened his eyes. He saw Fox Queen standing in front of him. "My dear, thank you so much," Hansen coldly said, as he looked on Fox Queen. Now, his body was like ghost bones. Fox Queen had not seen what had occurred inside the Sea of Soul, so she was not yet aware that he had died. Now he could disguise himself as General Ghost Bone, and in doing so, fool Fox Queen. Fox Queen looked at Hansen and laughed. "You look very evil. Ghost Bone, do you think I will help you? You locked me up here, for 1,000,000,000 years, all to make me suffer. I have waited for this for so long. Now that you have a body, and you cannot use your power for a while. You are just a duke, too, so the time has come for me to kill you." Hansen was shocked. He did not expect this. He wanted to disguise himself as General Ghost Bone, also he could fool her. He thought he could get some secrets from her, too. He did not know this was going to happen. Fox Queen looked strange. The substance chain around her body was tangling her. Her white hair was waving and her fox tail was trembling. She was going to break the air. The chain and the shackles were full of a black smoke. 5 ghostly hands tried to hold on to Fox Queen's neck, wrists, and ankles. Fox Queen's substance chain blocked those black hands, though. The hands could not stop her. Fox Queen reached her hand out, and the substance chain was going right for Hansen. "Hang on. I am not General Ghost Bone, I am San Mu," Hansen quickly said. "Maybe that trick might work on others, but it won't work on me." Fox Queen did not believe Hansen, and the substance chain kept going for him. It was not going to relent. Fox Queen believed this was her only chance. Her body was tied up, and she had spent most of her power suppressing the metal chains. The actual power she could use was a very small amount to her total, and she needed to kill General Ghost Bone while his body was still only a duke. If it was any later, she would not have that chance. Fox Queen had waited many years for this opportunity. Hansen quickly retreated, and he summoned his gold demon Bug King Bysema to shield his exterior. Boom! The invisible substance chain came down upon the gold demon Bug King Bysema. The Bysema kept trembling, and squeaky noises sounded loudly. It sounded as if it was going to break. Hansen was shocked. Most of Fox Queen's power was being used in dampening the chain's restrictions on her. Even so, the demon Bug King Bysema could not withstand a small amount of her total power. If she was to repeat that same action a few more times, she was sure to break it. A deified elite sure is scary. Just a little amount of power is able to beat any sort of creature. Hansen was thinking about how he might escape this extremely difficult situation he had found himself in. Fox Queen was not surprised Hansen had been able to block her first strike. She thought he was General Ghost Bone, and so that was why she was not surprised he had managed to deflect the hit. The substance chain she slashed did not relent. It was like a chain that snared the demon Bug King Bysema, and it tightened and tried to throttle it. Hansen saw that the Bysema was flickering. A lot of its gold dust was being scraped away by the tightening noose. He frowned. "Fox Queen, when I first came here, do you remember the first thing I said?" Hansen was talking with Fox Queen while he was still inside the Bysema. "Ghost Bone, save it. This is the day you die," Fox Queen coldly said. Hansen quickly thought for a moment, and then said, "What about the things we spoke about during our time in White Bone Big Hell?" Ghost Bone could not have heard that, surely. You said my name of Sanmu is bad. You said 1 wood was boring enough, and the fact that I have 3 wood makes me super boring. Fox Queen was shocked. She frowned and looked at Hansen, and it seemed as if she was starting to believe his claims. General Ghost Bones was destroyed by me. I was afraid you might want to enact revenge on me, and so that is why I initially maintained the disguise and pretended to be him. I am really not Ghost Bone, Hansen said. Fox Queen gazed at Hansen for a while, and she then asked, what was the xenogeniac you saw inside White Bone Big Hell? Hansen immediately described the face of the xenogeniac. After Fox Queen heard what he said, she believed him even more. Fox Queen hesitated for a moment, and then she asked Hansen, when you were brought here by Little Black, I did not talk to you. What did I say? You did talk to me. Hansen thought, and then he said to her, come. Fox Queen, when hearing Hansen, looked to be startled. The substance chain on the bysema started to fade. Her eyes opened wide, and with a look of disbelief, she looked at Han Sr. You really are Sanmu? I really am Sanmu. I am not Ghost Bone. How can I make you believe me? Hansen felt as if he was going to cry. He should not have tried to disguise himself as General Ghost Bone. He should have been honest with her. The way you think and speak is different, but Ghost Bone is evil. Fox Queen was still a little hesitant to believe him. She did not believe Hansen could overcome and destroy the will of General Ghost Bone. General Ghost Bone was of the top 10 generals of Sacred. Her and General Ghost Bone were deified, but not even she could come close to defeating General Ghost Bone. Hansen was merely a duke. I really am Sanmu. Hansen felt bad. He did not know of a surefire way in which he could prove his identity to her. How did you destroy General Ghost Bone's will? Fox Queen looked at Hansen and asked the question. Hansen answered, I am talented. My willpower exceeds the willpower of deified elites. For General Ghost Bone, to invade my will with his own was nothing more than a death wish I could grant. Fox Queen still did not believe it, and she looked at Han Senator. She knew General Ghost Bone well, and he really did not sound like him while speaking. Hansen thought and said, even if General Ghost Bone overtook my body, he would not have access to my memories. It is possible. Consuming one's will and taking over their memories is not a difficult task for Ghost Bone, Fox Queen said. Hansen stayed quiet. He could not explain this. Fox Queen suddenly smiled. It is easy to prove if you're Ghost Bone. Follow me to White Bone Big Hell and we will see. Why? Hansen asked. Fox Queen smiled. The xenogeniac in White Bone Big Hell is the product of a mistake on Ghost Bone's part. Ghost Bone did not know what was going on outside, and when he returned, it was only as a Ghost Bone mask. He never entered White Bone Big Hell again, and so he does not know there is a xenogeniac inside. And that xenogeniac was approved to be there by White Bone Big Hell. Ghost Bone used to be the boss in White Bone Big Hell, so, if you are Ghost Bone and you go to White Bone Big Hell, the xenogeniac will sense your presence. It will fight you. White Bone Big Hell cannot have 2 leaders. I can try, Hansen said. Fox Queen did not say much, and so she simply walked to the other side of the main hall. She used the key to open the hellish skeletal gate. Then, she brought Hansen back to White Bone Big Hell. Hansen stood atop the peak of White Bone Big Hell, and he did not feel anything special. Hansen had been worried his Ghost Bone power would trigger White Bone Big Hell. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. Fox Queen kept staring at Hansen, ready to kill him at a moment's notice. But when Hansen entered, White Bone Big Hell did not have any reaction. The xenogeniac did not come looking for Hansen, and so this surprised her a good deal. You really are Sanmu. Fox Queen started to properly believe Hansen now. Sis, I really am Sanmu. Hansen presented her with a wry smile. Fox Queen brushed her hair and looked at Hansen queerly. Ghost Bone would never believe he'd have been killed by a duke. Hearing her say that, Hansen breathed a big sigh of relief. It seemed as if Fox Queen well and truly believed him. Fox Queen, Ghost Bone is dead. You and I have no grudge with each other, so there is no need for a fight. How about we search for a way in which we might be able to leave here? That way, you can go back to exploring the world, Hansen said, while looking at Fox Queen. Fox Queen sighed. If I could break the lock, I would already be out. Why else would I be guarding here? You cannot leave this place alone. Maybe there will be the way with both of us. Tell me about the lock, and maybe I will have a way to break it. Hansen wanted to keep Fox Queen, and he wanted to find out if there was a way to leave that place. That past month, Hansen had spent time examining the restrictions and boundaries put upon the palace. He used his purple-eyed butterfly to see things, but he did not find a way in which to break the restrictions. Now, things were different. Ghost Bone had used the rest of his power to give him a Ghost Bone body. Hansen could now break the restrictions, he wagered. Ghost Bones will have been destroyed by the black crystal armor. The Ghost Bone power was now left inside Hansen's body, and although Hansen could not make much use of it, his power was the same as that restrictive power. That provided him a new possibility. Hansen needed to find a way in which he could break the restrictions, and by doing so, perhaps be able to escape that place. But with Fox Queen there, she would not allow him to go and try various methods willy-nilly. If it came to a fight, Hansen would not be able to defeat her. So, he had to find a way in which he could pretend to be nice and then break the restrictions. These trappings are something that not even I am able to break. What makes you think you can do it? Fox Queen rolled her eyes at Han Sr., but it is good that you can stay here. At least there will be someone here that can talk to me, and possibly prevent boredom settling in again. That sounds good. But no matter how pretty you are, it'll be boring after a while. I don't have the mood or want to stay with you explicitly, Hansen thought to himself. You cannot say that. Ghost Bone changed my body to a Ghost Bone body. But I can still make use of a Ghost Bone power. I think the restrictions that trap this place are associated with the Ghost Bone powers. It would not be impossible to break, Hansen said. Fox Queen looked rather bored now. The restrictions here aren't solely of Ghost Bone powers. Even if Ghost Bone was reborn, he would not be able to unlock them because he wasn't deified. That is especially true of you. Just stay with me here, and things will be fine. After that, Fox Queen returned to the palace. Hansen followed her back to the palace, too. It looked like the Fox Queen was not putting much stock in the prospect of escaping, and neither was she in much of a mood to talk about it. Hansen could only examine and analyze the restrictions of the palace alone. Hansen was not going to look at Fox Queen's restrictions just yet. Right now, he was examining the restrictions in the walls. If he was able to break them, Little Star could take him out of there. Using Dongxian aura to observe the restrictions in the wall, he noticed they were perfect. The substance chains were bound tight, and they had a strange formation. Even if he was to use Super Spank, Hansen's power would not be sufficient enough to break the chains. If that was in the past, Hansen would have no possible way of doing this. But now he had a Ghost Bone body. And on top of that, he had the Ghost Bone power of a deified being. It was not impossible. If Fox Queen was able to break one of the lines and let him slip through before, Hansen thought he could make a way out himself. Hansen used the purple-eyed butterfly to check out the entire palace. He was trying to see how the palace was built and in what manner. The restrictions were not added separately. They were wound and built into the core of the construct itself. The stone of the palace was a part of the restrictions. Even Fox Queen herself was a part of that restriction. Unless the whole palace's restriction was wiped out, Fox Queen would never be able to leave. He wanted to break the palace's entire restriction, but by doing so, he would be challenging Fox Queen's own power. That was why she was not hoping to escape. General Ghost Bone was smart. He himself came up with the palace's design, and then went ahead to build it. The restrictions here are quite amazing, but it was all made through the ghost bone technique. Now that I have a ghost bone body, if I can identify a flaw in the construct, I might be able to escape, even if destroying the entire trappings will be difficult. Hansen continued his analysis of the palace. Suddenly, Hansen's heart jumped. In that palace that was full of restrictions, he did indeed manage to find a very small flaw. That should not have even been called a flaw. It was just a loose substance, but to Hansen it was a veritable hope. Where Hansen found it was near the fish statue near the pond. That was where he first entered the place from. If I have guessed correctly here, there is a flaw. And that is because Fox Queen kept using her power to force that precise spot open so the little beast can go in and out in the effort to lure other creatures here. Although Fox Queen's power was unable to break the restriction entirely, after a long period of getting ripped a bit, the substance chain there loosened. Now, Hansen had a way in which he could escape. On planet Ice Blue, a group of people were hiking deep into the mountains. If Hansen saw this, he would be quite surprised. And that was because all of Ice Blue Base's big characters were there. Mr. White, Crime, Ice Blue Knights, a few King-class Ice Blue Knights, Inspector Edward, and others. That team was the backbone of the Ice Blue Knights. Mr. White, with the amazing powers you have, not even you are able to deduce where Hansen might have gotten to. The Ice Blue Knight next to Edward coldly said. Mr. White would not lie, Crime madly responded. Mr. White waved his hand to stop Crime from speaking any further. He coldly said, my powers would not lead me astray, and all I can do is guess where he is right now. The only possibility of me not learning where he is because some strong power prevents me. All I can suggest is that we prepare to fight. And in that case, I suspect a big fight will ensue when we do find him. We will listen to all you tell us, Ice Blue Knight King quietly said. Edward stopped the Ice Blue Knight from talking. They followed Mr. White and continued their onwards march. The group of people were far in the mountains. Mr. White kept leading them all the while calculating something. Why do you keep walking around and around? Come and talk to me. Fox Queen was staring at Hansen while she lay down on a jade bed, speaking to him. I am looking for a way in which we can break the restrictions binding this place, so that we can leave. Hansen knew he would not be able to hide it from her, and so he told her straight. Fox Queen, when hearing him, did not believe Hansen could break the restrictions there. A night of fun is priceless. Stop wasting time and show some care to the people around you. Fox Queen's voice was layered in seduction, and she was like an enticing devil. Do the rest of the ghost bone masks have half-deified powers? Hansen looked at the ghost bone masks in the side hall. Fox Queen smiled. Of course not. This is just where General Ghost Bone used to live. When he was here, they did have power. But now that his power inside your body, those masks are useless now. Hansen had thought of a way in which he could leave, but he was still too weak. He could not punch through the restriction that had loosened, and so, he had to find a different way to accomplish that. Hansen grabbed a mask and indeed, there was no power. It was, however, very sturdy. Can you open White Bone Big Hell for me to have a look? Hansen asked. Since the ghost bone masks were useless, Hansen turned his mind to the blood Kirin. If he was able to enlist its help, it would be far easier for them to leave. Why would you want to go in there? Fox Queen asked Hansen. I want to see if I can tame it. If I gain its power, I might be able to break the trappings. Hansen was honest, as that was exactly what he was thinking. Ah, okay. That is good thinking. Alright, you go do that. Fox Queen threw the black bone key that hung around her neck at Hansen. Hansen was a duke and he wanted to tame that blood Kirin. Fox Queen thought that was a ridiculous notion. The blood Kirin was as exemplary as a king could be. It might not lose a fight against a half-deified being, even. And on top of that, it was the fostered son of White Bone Big Hell. That was its home turf, and that could see it buffed by belonging there. It was lucky that Hansen was able to make use of that shield of his to stay alive, but Fox Queen thought it was an absolute joke that he wanted to try and tame the Blood Kirin. But since she had nothing else to do, it might have at least helped to stave off boredom for a little while. After Hansen entered White Bone Big Hell again, he headed for the lotus-like mountaintop. If he did not have what it took to tame the Blood Kirin, he'd instead resort to practicing Blood Pulse Sutra, and at least bring it up to the rank of Duke. Then, he could use Jade Skin and Super Spank in the hopes that would be enough to break that chunk of the palace's trappings. Fox Queen was standing in front of the hellish skeletal gate. She was watching Hansen's movement. Hansen had a ghost bone body, and in the Blood Kirin's eye, that made him a perfect bevy of nutrients. Something interesting was sure to happen if the Blood Kirin sensed his coming. Just like Fox Queen thought, Hansen was 50 miles away from the Lotus Peak when a roar sounded from his destination. A moment later, the Blood Kirin came down from the Lotus mountaintop with its red cloud. Its bloody eyes were staring right at Hansen. Then, the creature leapt towards him with the sounding of a strange cry. Hansen saw a red gust coming towards him like a bolt of lightning. That scary power came right before him, and he could not teleport. So, he summoned the Gold Demon Bug King Bysema. Catcha! The Blood Kirin's talons were carrying a red light, and they came down on the Gold Demon Bug King Bysema. It left a few hefty scratch marks on its surface. It almost broke the Bysema completely, which gave Hansen a bit of a shock. Without saying a word, Hansen turned around and ran. The Blood Kirin was stronger than Hansen had believed it to be. Although it was king class, it was there in White Bone Big Hell. It was likely most half-deified beings would be unable to defeat it. Fox Queen watched Hansen making use of his gold shield in his hasty retreat. She laughed. So, you still want to try and tame it, do you? Hansen saw that the Blood Kirin seemed to be afraid of Fox Queen, and thus, it quit its pursuit. He felt a great deal of relief. He put away the Gold Demon Bug King Bysema and said, "Let me think of a better way." Fox Queen laughed. She returned to the palace, while Hansen sat in front of the hellish skeletal gate. He thought about how he might deal with the Blood Kirin. That Blood Kirin was roaring at Hansen from a great distance away. Its blood power was booming far and wide, while the crimson clouds grew deeper and darker in the skies. The downpour began to increase in volume. Hansen sat there in the blood rain. He stared at the Blood Kirin and frowned. He used purple-eyed butterfly's 4 pupils for examination, and in his eyes, the 4 images started to spin. The Blood Kirin was very much like Ghost Bone. They were both born in White Bone Big Hell, but the Blood Kirin was not one of the bone. Its powers were completely different to those of General Ghost Bone. The bone and their blood powers were different. It was impossible to use General Ghost Bone's power to tame the beast, and if he tried to do that, it would end up consumed. Hansen could not think of a better way to accomplish that which he wished to. He sat on the peak and started to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra. If he was unable to tame the Blood Kirin, then he would have to take that up to Duke in order to break the trappings of the palace. Hansen's body had so much deified Ghost Bone power still in it. Hansen used Blood Pulse Sutra to refine it slowly, so he could extend the practice of Blood Pulse Sutra. Deified powers were very thick. Just a little power would enable Hansen to practice all day. It made the Blood Pulse Sutra swiftly improve, as well. It made Hansen believe that General Ghost Bone was almost a good person. Fox Queen went to visit Hansen a number of times in an attempt to seduce him, but Hansen never said a word to her. It made her feel as bored as ever, and her visits reduced in frequency. Fox Queen liked it when people were clean. A place like White Bone Big Hell was not somewhere she was fond of. Hansen was sitting atop the peak practicing Blood Pulse Sutra. Whenever that Blood Kirin came out to absorb the blood bone air, it would roar at Hansen, but it was also scared of something. It would never attempt to go near the hellish skeletal gate. Again, it would just roar at Hansen, and that was it. After a long amount of time went by, the blood Kirin would occasionally take to coming a bit closer to watch. It had at the very least stopped roaring at Hansen. With the deified power's help, the Blood Pulse Sutra's growth came quickly. When Hansen studied the Blood Pulse Sutra, the Blood Pulse power was all over him. The blood would start to melt like the sea, and the ghost bone body would even have a layer of blood light. I wonder what element it is, when Blood Pulse Sutra becomes Duke. It cannot be an element to make babies. Hansen thought about the Blood Pulse Sutra's possible element and he felt strangely. He thought Blood Pulse Sutra's element would be more suitable for a woman. A big man should not have been learning a technique that was designed for making babies. That made no sense. But the Blood Pulse Sutra did have many benefits. It always made Hansen want to stay and not give up. After almost a month went by, Hansen had already managed to absorb 5% of the ghost bone power. And it was around that time when Hansen's Blood Pulse Sutra started to break through to the Duke class. I hope when Blood Pulse Sutra reached Duke class it will have an element in which I can fight with, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen ran the Blood Pulse Sutra again, and then a red air appeared everywhere. It made Hansen's cheeks look very rosy in color. That red color eventually covered him all, and had him look like a red statue. That blood Kirin somehow inched its way atop the peak. It stared at Hansen practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra, and the look inside its bloody eyes was a very strange one. The blood Kirin usually appeared after the rainy blood had subsided, but the blood rain had not begun right now. It was not yet active. And with it there, staring at Hansen, it was difficult to determine what it wanted. Hansen had not noticed, and this was his most important moment in breaking through with the Blood Pulse Sutra. He did not have the time to concern himself with something else. The blood Kirin was scared of Fox Queen, and that is why it did not wish to get close to the hellish skeletal gate. But today, it was behaving differently. It may have still been a little hesitant too, but it walked around the peak while staring at the blood-air-looking Han Senator. It gritted its teeth and then walked towards the mountain where the hellish skeletal gate was. The blood Kirin used to be cruel, but now, it was approaching the white bone as if it was sneaking. It headed towards the peak, without the intent of alerting Hansen. Hansen's body became a blood crystal. It was the important moment now, which would see him become a duke. The ghost bone power kept getting refined, and it was turning into a strong blood power. It made his body's blood power get stronger. It was like an endless tsunami striking the end. Although he was leveling up, the blood Kirin was still being very careful in its approach. Even so, Hansen was able to detect its coming. Consequent ally, Hansen looked cold. He wondered whether or not he should summon the demon bug king by Sima and holler for Fox Queen. The reason for Hansen leveling up there, instead of the palace, was because he did not actually want Fox Queen to see him ascend in rank. He did not think the blood Kirin would dare get so close, due to the current time not being the usual time it would emerge from the Lotus mountaintop. So right now, it was likely not a dangerous time. But the blood Kirin had indeed emerged, and it had bravely made the climb there. Observing it be all sneaky, though, Hansen chose not to do anything. He remained still in his inspection of it. The blood Kirin was being more careful the closer to the peak it got. It looked terrified. When it was only a few hundred meters away, the blood Kirin took cover behind a rock. It peeked at Hansen, but it did not come any closer. Hansen kept up the process of leveling up to Duke, all the while watching that blood Kirin. If it did something, he really would have to call for Fox Queen and make use of his demon bug king by Sima. But all the blood Kirin did was watch. It kept looking Hansen's way, but it did not approach. Hansen believed it was too afraid, and so, he kept his focus on the leveling up process. The blood inside him was boiling and his heart thumped like thunder. It was like a machine. His heartbeat was throbbing like a drum. When the heart pumped, it made the blood inside him spin. The temperature of his blood rose. Seeing it reach a critical point, Hansen did not have the time to watch the blood Kirin. So, he summoned his demon bug king Bysema to commit to the final push. Hansen was like a blood man. The blood seeped out of his skin, spreading all over. It hardened to create layers of blood crystals. That was not because something awry had happened with Hansen's leveling up process. The blood that was coming out was like the skin of a snake. It was him releasing his old blood, to be replaced by a newer blood that possessed a strange power. When the blood was exchanged, that power inside him increased. The body was wrapped up in that old blood, and it made Hansen look like a bloodstone. He sat where he was, unmoving. His body was drowning in an ecstatic feeling. Leveling up his blood pulse sutra to the rank of Duke was a smooth and prolonged process. It was not a sudden change. The blood, from being Marquise, became Duke. And eventually, the leveling up process was over. And Hansen was now Duke again. Hansen came out from an empty mind. His face felt wet. He opened his eyes, and he was shocked. He saw a red tongue lick his face. The blood Kirin was there. How did it come inside? The demon bug king Bysema did not work. Hansen was shocked, and so he stumbled back. But that Kirin followed him. It remained next to him, as Hansen's speed was slower than it. The blood Kirin did not release any power, though. Again, it just licked Hansen with its tongue. Hansen was terrified, and he realized the blood Kirin was licking his old blood. Hansen stood where he was, afraid of inciting the blood Kirin's wrath. It was so close, and if it was made angry, then Hansen would have no chance of escaping. He would have to make use of his super god spirit mode. Luckily, the Kirin did not have ire. It only wished to lick Hansenator. It licked away the old blood that was around his body, and it looked as if it was enjoying it. It was as if it was eating an ice cream. This guy likes blood. It's not going to finish drinking my old blood and then develop a hankering for my new blood, is it? Hansen thought to himself, as he eyed the demon bug king Bysema. The demon bug king Bysema was not broken, but Hansen expected that. If the demon bug king Bysema had been attacked, Hansen would have noticed. It would not have just allowed the blood Kirin to rush right in. Now, the demon bug king Bysema was in perfect condition, and yet, the blood Kirin was inside it. That confused Hansen. Ever since Hansen possessed the demon bug king Bysema, he had never before encountered an opposing power that could breach the item's shield without actually breaking through. Not even little Starseed travel could work against it. While Hansen was thinking about this, the blood Kirin finished licking up all his old blood. It then stared at Hansen while it licked its lips. Eating all my old blood, and then wanting some fresh blood, too, huh? Hansen gathered his strength and readied himself for a fight. But all the blood Kirin did was look at him. Eventually, it turned around and returned to the Lotus Mountain. Hansen froze and thought to himself, what is wrong with that guy? After the blood rain was gone, Hansen did not see the blood Kirin appear again. That made Hansen think it to be very strange. It was no longer absorbing blood and bone airs. Did my old blood fill it up? Hansen wondered. Over the next few days, Hansen did not see the blood Kirin again. But he did not care much for its absence. Even with the Blood Pulse Sutra becoming Duke, Hansen did not think he would be able to defeat the blood Kirin in combat whilst in White Bone Big Hell. And Hansen had yet to figure out how the blood Kirin had managed to get through his demon bug king Bysema. After Hansen investigated the Duke class Blood Pulse Sutra, he wanted to learn what element it was associated with. And he wanted to know if his dual element ability could bypass its restrictions. After opening the Blood Pulse Sutra's element, Hansen's fitness was greatly increased. It was not as effective as Jade Skin, but it was not all bad. Aside from that, there was nothing else special about it. And that factoid depressed Hansen a little. He felt that the Blood Pulse Sutra possessed a strange power, but he could not make use of it because he did not know how to make use of it. It was like a human's organ. Humans now knew where they were and what they did, but before technology had been developed, they did not know what they did. This power will not only be available for the children, will it? Hansen felt depressed, and so he decided to ask the members of Blood Legion and learn more about what Blood Pulse Sutra. It would be a waste to reserve it only for the act of making babies. Jade Skin and Blood Pulse Sutra's two elements were both quite strong. Hansen calculated he had a chance to break the restrictions. But to ensure it would work, Hansen decided to help Little Angel become Duke first. With Little Angel's power, it should go swimmingly. Hansen's body was imbued with a lot of ghost bone power, and if he was to give some to Little Angel, it would be far easier for her to become Duke. But while Hansen was in the midst of doing that, he realized Little Angel went against the ghost bone power. She was unable to absorb it. Hansen had just remembered that Little Angel was associated with a holy element. Ghost bone powers seemed to be afraid of light or something like that, as those two powers did not connect. There was nothing too unusual about Little Angel being unable to absorb that stuff. In that case, there is only one thing to try. Danshan Sutra and the story of genes are difficult to level up, and even with the ghost bone powers here, bringing them up to Duke won't be something that can be achieved in a short amount of time. Hansen was thinking about how he might be able to break the trappings of the palace and get out. It was then that the Blood Kirin came running out the mountain. Hansen did not realize it, at first, as it always used to keep running out. It was something that Hansen had gotten used to. But now that he took a look, he was given a shock. That Blood Kirin's body was demonstrating some new changes this time. It was the size of a bull previously, but it was smaller now. Now it was the size of an adult lion. Its scales were like jade. Its colors that were previously dark red were now bright red. The horns on its head were also transparent now, too. As Hansen was looking at the Blood Kirin, he thought something about the guy had changed. He couldn't tell what had changed, though. Amidst Hansen's confusion, that Blood Kirin came running to the foothills of that mountain. It looked up at Hansen, and in its mouth, it was holding something. Hansen looked closer, and he noticed it was a red vine. The vine was holding a fruit on it. It was similar to a pear, and it was around the size of a fist. The body of the fruit was red, but you could see its core in its center. The Blood Kirin tossed the vine and shouted at Hansenator. It used its legs to nudge the vine towards Hansenator. What it was doing was obvious. Hansen was shocked, and so he thought, is this guy feeling grateful about being allowed to drink my blood? Is he giving me this pear as some form of payment? Seeing Hansen not make a move, the Blood Kirin shouted at Hansen again. And once more, it pushed the vine forward. Then, it took a step back and shouted at Hansenator. It was as if it was telling Hansen that there was no need for him to be afraid. Hansen was not afraid. He walked down the mountain and picked up the vine. The Blood Kirin, when he saw him pick up the vine, turned around and ran back towards the Lotus Mountain. Hansen could feel the blood pair possess a strong life force. It was certainly not something common, but his body had a lot of ghost bone power inside it already. It would be a waste to consume more nutrients before the former had been refined. Hansen let Bauer out, and he decided to give her the pear. Bauer looked very happy receiving it, and she picked the pear off of the vine. But strangely, when the pear left the vine, the blood vine became blood. It just vaporized. Seeing Bauer bite into the pear, the juice went everywhere. The sweetness that permeated the air smelled so good. And that life force was bursting out everywhere. I do not know what kind of fruit that is. Pears should grow on a tree, but that was growing on a vine. It should be a different species, Hansen thought to himself. Bauer ate the pear, but there were no changes to her. She was still the same as usual. When she grew to her form of around a 5 or a 6-year-old child, her growth had come to a standstill. She had not continued to grow. That made Hansen wonder whether or not Bauer would require an extra gourd if she was to grow up further. Hansen returned Bauer to Destiny's Tower, even though she was not fond of the place. Hansen returned to the palace. He wanted to investigate the weakness of the trappings, and gauge whether or not he was strong enough to break it yet. If what he tried did not work, then Fox Queen would grow suspicious. That would mean he would be unable to escape there. I do not know what you men think of all day long. Is practicing more fun than playing with a pretty woman? Fox Queen's body was spread out across the jade bed. Her eyes were staring at Hansen in a seductive manner. The entire time he had been there, Fox Queen had used all manners of tricks to try and seduce Han Senator. It was fun, but Hansen never acted on anything. That just annoyed her. She was a deified fox. She had a talent when it came to luring others, and countless amounts of deified men had been forced to kneel beneath her skirt. Hansen did not do anything with her, though, and that was something of an insult. So, Fox Queen used all her skill to deliberately seduce Han Senator, but even so, nothing she tried worked. That surprised Fox Queen. If a deified man would manage to not fall for her charms, then that was okay and rather expected. But Hansen was only a duke. It was very surprising that he did not do anything, and it altered her perception of him. It is no wonder he was able to destroy Ghost Bone's will. He is remarkably talented. His will must be as strong as a deified elite for sure. Fox Queen started to admire Hansen. But that did not mean she would stop trying to seduce Han Senator. Being imprisoned for so long was a very boring and lonely thing. She had just found a toy to play with, so she was not going to give it up so easily. Fox Queen was not someone who did not have any patience. So, she had been watching Hansen with the determination to find out what sort of woman Hansen liked. But sadly, what made Fox Queen so upset was that Hansen was not a picky man. Fox Queen tried to approach Hansen with every type of woman, and she was easily seen through. Hansen admired her, but it was a different type of admiration. That is what made Fox Queen feel so strange. With her experience, she knew those type of men were the easiest to seduce. But Hansen could withstand her seductive ways, and it was rather confusing. Fox Queen was not going to give up, though. And that was mainly due to the fact it was so boring otherwise. And she wanted her deified pride back. So, Fox Queen prepared Hansen a large meal. Hansen looked around and saw the mouth of the fish statue, where the water was coming out from. That seemed to the most likely way of exiting. If Hansen did not look at there, Fox Queen would not have grown suspicious. Hansen kept looking, though, and he said, "Have you not heard of that old saying?" "What old saying?" Fox Queen toned her voice with a sultry drawl. "Life is precious, and love is even more valuable. If we died for freedom, both of them would be lost. Now that I do not have freedom, how can I think of anything else?" Hansen sighed. "You are such a wood. Have you not heard of the saying, life is short, and so you should have as much fun as you can?" Fox Queen spoke with a lustful voice. "I have." Hansen looked at Fox Queen, but the look he saw froze him. Fox Queen's big, black and white eyes were extremely attractive. It looked as if there was a power inside them. They made Hansen lose his focus, and he suddenly found himself attracted to her via the eyes. The stunning soul-taking eye was the highest-class geno art that the foxes possessed, and learning the skill required the talents of a fox's eyes. 1,000 different people could be pulled on a single subject, and they would most likely give 1,000 different responses. Everyone's interests, opinions, and desires were unique. So, it was all very possible for certain people to fall in love with people that others would deem to be ugly. For both men and women, love at first sight was a very important concept. When a fox made use of the stunning soul-taking eye, it would allow the fox to capture the desires of their target. They would look perfect in the eyes of their prey, like a dream come true. So, no matter what Fox Queen did, her target would believe her to be absolutely perfect. Every movement was soul-snaring, too alluring to be denied or escaped from. The amazing thing was that the skill wouldn't deprive the target of their will. The target simply became captivated by the woman they saw. It was the woman of the target's dreams, after all. Hansen stared at Fox Queen in surprise. Today, Fox Queen was looking exceptionally beautiful. But at the same time, she looked the same as she always did. Her eyes had just become intoxicating, and her beauty was making it difficult to breathe. Today, you look remarkably special. As Hansen looked at Fox Queen, his expression softened. What would you say is remarkably special? Fox Queen smiled. Hansen smiled back, his cheeks coloring slightly as he did so. His eyes brightened. Very beautiful, Hansen managed to say, after a moment of thought. He couldn't think of an adequate way to describe the beauty of Fox Queen right now, and so that was all he could fumble out. Was I not beautiful prior to this? Fox Queen spoke evilly. You were always pretty, but today you look extra beautiful. There is something different. As Hansen spoke, he looked very nervous. It was like he had been thrust back to his days of first love. The first time he spoke to the girl he had a crush on. It was a feeling that made his heart pound. It was so strong, like his heart was actually trying to leap out of his chest. Do you like how I look right now? Fox Queen asked, as she stared right at Hansen. I like it. Hansen gulped. Then why are you still standing there? Fox Queen turned her body to lay on her side, and as she did, she loosened her robe. She revealed her soft shoulders and delicate legs. Hansen's face was extremely red. He didn't know where to place his eyes or his hands. Fox Queen took deep, satisfied breaths, and she thought to herself, no matter how strong your will is, beneath my stunning soul-taking eye, you won't even be able to resist the temptation to suck my toes. Hansen seemed as shy as a nervous virgin, and Fox Queen stood up and walked before him. She raised his hands and brought them up to brush the soft skin of her face. She rubbed her face against Hansen's hands and stared at the man lasciviously. Although Fox Queen did not say anything out loud, her eyes spoke on her behalf. If Hansen's face got any redder, it was going to start bleeding. He mustered the courage to hold her stunning face with two hands. He nibbled his lips. It looked as if he greatly desired to kiss her, but he did not dare to. Fox Queen closed her eyes and raised her pretty face, like a princess waiting for her prince. That pretty face now seemed to suggest that Hansen could do anything he wished to. Feeling Hansen's deep breathing and hot body, Fox Queen felt as cocky as she did disappointed. She had beaten Hansen so quickly, and the interest she had in him seemed to evaporate. Fox Queen was thinking of new ways in which she could play with him when he fell fully under her spell. She wanted to see what ways she could make him suffer for her. Maybe I'll tie him up when he loses control. That would be an interesting sight, Fox Queen thought, but Hansen's lips were yet to come up to hers. Pang! Fox Queen heard a loud noise. And then, Hansen's presence just disappeared from right in front of her. She was so shocked that she had no idea what had just happened. And then, she understood. She opened her eyes and peered at the fish statue. The bindings of the palace were weakened there, and Hansen and Little Star had slipped right through that tiny gap. He ran. I can't believe he actually ran. Fox Queen stood where she was, completely frozen in place. She couldn't believe Hansen had actually fled. Fox Queen hadn't believed that Hansen had even a tiny chance of breaking through the walls of the palace, and the way that Hansen had shrugged off her stunning soul-taking eye was inconceivable. When she realized what had just happened, her face darkened with fury. She had just been manipulated. A deified fox had just been played by a duke. Fox Queen wanted to take her anger out on him, but she was unable to. Hansen had already fled. Even swearing revenge would be utterly pointless, since she still had no way of escaping her cage. Hansen combined himself with Little Angel, and after summoning the powers of Jadeskin and the Blood Pulse Sutra, he used Super Spank to strike the mouth of the fish. The loosened restriction was widened more and more. He mounted Little Star and escaped the palace right through its mouth. He moved fast, and he didn't dare to slow down. It was his best chance to escape. Fox Queen believed him to be under her spell, so she couldn't react in time to prevent him from leaving. And just as Hansen thought, it played out all too smoothly. He almost struggled to believe it had worked out so well. I left. It is great to have a beautiful woman with you, but I could not stay there forever. Hansen rode Little Star and traveled through the stone. He felt so happy that he started to sing songs. He thought to himself, I am so talented. I could totally have become an actor. If I ever planned to make a movie, Little Lee would have to work for an additional 50 years to become worthy of my film. Hansen allowed Little Star to follow the metal pipe out. He would return to the underground cave system before thinking about what to do next. Quickly, Little Star took Hansen back to the underground river. Little Star deactivated its Starsea travel ability, and its body regained its corporeal form. Hansen continued to sit comfortably on its back as it swam toward the surface of the river. Little Star brought Hansen out of the underground river with a splash, and they floated along the surface. Hansen sighed. He looked around, and he froze. Ice Blue Night King, Crime, Mr. White, Edward, and others were standing on the shore not too far away. Their mouths hung open as they stared at Hansen, who was still dripping with water. They all looked at each other for 3 seconds. It was very quiet, and there was only the sound of the river water to be heard. It was like time was standing still. **T. Why are they here?" Hansen reacted immediately, directing Little Star to dive back into the dark river. Before Little Star escaped beneath the dark waters, Hansen felt a frightening wash of power come for him. Within 1 second, the river was vaporized into nothing. Hansen summoned his demon bug King Bysema to block that frightening attack, but the shield was damaged so much that it cracked. It was on the precipice of shattering completely. Fortunately, Edward didn't really want to kill Hansen until they knew if he was carrying the relic. If they killed him right where he was, and he didn't have the relic on him, there was a chance they'd never find it. If they had simply wanted him dead, then the demon bug King Bysema wouldn't have been able to survive their attack. It would have broken. Even so, the demon bug King Bysema could no longer be used. So, Hansen put it back in his Sea of Soul. After Hansen blocked the initial attack, Little Star ran into the stone to try to escape. But that stone wasn't enough to stop Edward. A scary power enveloped him, and the rocks were torn asunder in a path that extended 1,000 meters ahead. Crime ran forward as well, waving his fists. Hansen guided Little Star onto a different route. It looked like their pursuers had enough power to accomplish anything. The underground rocks were like bubbles to them. One punch could cleave a 1,000-meter trench through the stone. Wherever Hansen went, they could catch up with him quickly. It was like they had placed a tracking device on Hansen. Even though he and Little Star were keeping ahead of them, he could never truly shake their hot-heeled pursuit. "Hansen, this matter doesn't concern you. Give me the item, and you can be allowed to live," Mr. White said. "The item is mine." "Why do I have to give it to you?" Hansen asked as he continued his flight. The stone plate was not theirs by any right, so Hansen had no plans of returning it to them, not in the least. "You don't have the option of keeping the item. If you want to live, you have to give it up." "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die because of it?" Ice Blue Night King said. "I want to live, but I also want the item," Hansen said. Because Edward wasn't willing to send a lethal strike after Hansen, the rocks were still shielding him adequately. So, Hansen could evade capture for the time being. But he couldn't keep running like that forever. Hansen gritted his teeth and let Little Star take him back to the palace. Fox Queen was so angry. She was still grinding her teeth when she suddenly heard a loud noise. She turned to see Hansen and Little Star bursting back out of the fish's mouth. Hansen looked at Fox Queen, who was just gazing back at him. He smiled awkwardly. "Pretty lady, I have been thinking. I miss you so much, I couldn't help but return." When Fox Queen saw him, a frown crossed her face. It was as if she was trying to hear something, but she eventually squinted and smiled back at Han Sr. "It looks like you have offended many people. They are already right outside the palace. And they are certainly quite strong. Those are not of any importance. You can feel free to ignore those guys. They cannot break through the restrictions of this place, anyway. Pretty lady, should we carry on with our kissing game?" Hansen said with a cough. "I don't want to play it now. I want to play something more exciting." Fox Queen waved her hand, and invisible cords of power lashed around Hansen and Little Star. She hung them from one of the high beams of the palace, upside down. Fox Queen gripped a whip and approached the hanging Hansen and Little Star. She stroked Hansen's cheek and smiled. "You gave me a big surprise earlier. How should I repay you?" After that, Fox Queen raised her little whip. Hansen hastily pled, "Don't do it, pretty lady. We should talk. I only want to do this. I don't want to talk." Fox Queen's pretty face looked cold. She used to be so strong in the Geno universe. She had been known as a powerful negotiator, and even negotiating with deified elites didn't put her at a disadvantage. She absolutely hated Hansen, and she now wanted to teach him a lesson more than ever. As they spoke, Fox Queen raised the whip in her hands. She wanted to give him a deep lesson to vent some of her frustration. "Pretty lady, let us strike a bargain. I will help you escape this place, and then there will be no reason for a grudge between us," Hansen quickly said. Fox Queen was shocked. She would have rolled her eyes if Hansen had made this offer before, but he had just proven his ability to escape the palace. Now, she was starting to believe him. "Are you playing games with me again?" Fox Queen smiled, but her eyes looked frighteningly cold. "If I lie to you, big sister, I will go straight down to hell," Hansen frantically swore. Fox Queen smiled, and she brushed Hansen's cheek and said, "Such a good brother, always happy to give me surprises. How could I possibly let you die?" After that, Fox Queen's smile turned cruel. The whip in her hand straightened like a spike. And then, Fox Queen used it to stab. The spiky whip pierced through Hansen's pants, almost catching the family jewels as it went through. It slammed into the wall behind Hansen, and the lower half of his body turned to ice. "If you lie to me again, I am going to make a eunuch out of you." Fox Queen grunted coldly, then returned to the jade bed. She settled herself and looked at Han Sr. "Tell me, how are you going to help me escape? What is this place?" Edward looked at the wall in wonder. They had chased Hansen deeper and deeper into the planet, clearing away the rocks as they went. But once they reached that point, they were unable to break the stone anymore. Even Ice Blue Night King's power could only trigger small puffs of black air. The stone wall could not be damaged. Edward began destroying all the stone that he could still break, and they quickly realized that it was an underground stone palace. Even their combined powers couldn't harm it. "I believe that Hansen is hiding inside this stone palace. That is why my power is unable to tell us where he is," Mr. White said, as he stared at the stone palace. "Mr. White, is there a way we can gain access to the stone palace?" Edward asked politely. "I'm not very good with things like this. You would have a better chance of breaking through than I would." Mr. White shook his head. "I don't know who constructed this stone palace, but even our own power isn't enough to break through its perimeter. One thing is for sure, though, whoever built it must have been a deified elite," Ice Blue Night King said. "Opening the palace with brute force is impossible. If we dig up the entire stone palace, we might be able to find an entrance, though," Edward quietly said. They had no choice. If they were to find an entrance, they had to dig up the entire palace. Hansen had only come in and out of the palace via the waterway. He didn't know where the main entrance was either. General Ghost Bone was too devious. He integrated your body into the prison structure. If I fully broke down the walls of the palace, I would have to destroy your body as well. Breaking the restrictions would kill you. Hansen looked at Fox Queen seriously. Keep going. Fox Queen, hearing Hansen say this, believed him even more. If her powers truly were woven into the palace, then they would have to be very careful as they attempted to escape. A single wrong move could have devastating consequences for her. Pretty big sister, can we talk more, freely? Hansen asked, nodding to the cords that bound him. Fox Queen huffed and released the power binding Han Senator. He was a free man again. Little Star was still hanging upside down with wide eyes. It looked like the creature was going to cry. If Little Star did something wrong, I will correct him. Please let him go, pretty big sister, Hansen quickly said. Fox Queen rolled her eyes at Hansen, but she still complied and brought Little Star down. When Little Star was free, he ran behind Hansen and refused to reveal himself. He was obviously scared of Fox Queen. Hansen sighed and went on to say, breaking out of here without injuring you will be difficult. Even a deified elite might not be able to break the restrictions without bringing you an ounce of harm. Skip to the chase, Fox Queen said in annoyance. Hansen smiled and said, fortunately, I am good with matters that require such skills. I'm confident that I can take you out of this place safely. But I am just a duke, and I am weak. The entire process will be rather complicated, and it cannot be done in any short amount of time. When Fox Queen remained silent, Hansen coughed and said, but if you are willing to cooperate with me, I believe the process can be sped up. What are you asking me to do? Fox Queen gazed at Hansen with absolute mistrust. You are a part of this prison, so you can control a smidgen of it, can't you? We should start from the section you are able to control. We can use that weakness to pull you away from the core. If we succeed in separating you from the main structure, then even your power will be able to break the restrictions, Hansen said. Sure, Fox Queen said. But there is one thing I need to ask you, Hansen added. Fox Queen knew what he wanted, and so she told him directly, if you can free me, I will help you get rid of those guys hounding you outside. Thank you so much, sister. Hansen looked happy, but he didn't actually have much confidence in the plan. Hansen had asked Fox Queen to continue stretching the loosened section of their prison to stall her. It also allowed Hansen to understand the palace on a deeper level. Hansen gave Fox Queen a steady supply of work to keep her occupied, but taking her out of the prison really wouldn't be easy. He focused less on the efficacy of the plan, and more on keeping her distracted. Now that Hansen was temporarily safe, he thought about how he might escape. He was surrounded by terrifying enemies. If he was a king-class elite, perhaps he could fight his way out. But for now, he could only hold on. The stone plate connects with the sacred leader's relic. Perhaps it will come in useful when I seek to rescue Little Flower. I can't let Edward get his hands on it. Hansen made his mind up, deciding to go after the sacred leader's relic no matter what it took. But right now, he couldn't get out. And he had no idea where the monument was supposed to be. It wouldn't be easy to claim the sacred leader's relic, that was for sure. Pretty big sister, why did Ghost Bone erect this palace here? Is there a reason why this place was chosen? Hansen was hoping to glean some information about where the holy monument might lay. Fox Queen was General Ghost Bone's wife, so there was a chance she knew a thing or two. Fox Queen shrugged. I know he made a big mistake, and Sacred Leader sent him here to explore. I don't know anything else. That means you think there was some contention between them? Hansen could hear Fox Queen's concern behind her words. Fox Queen had been locked away for so long, and her boredom had grown to immense proportions. She seemed to like having someone to talk to, so she went on to say, General Ghost Bone looked murderous, but he was incredibly loyal to Sacred Leader. He was practically his right-hand man. How could he make a mistake that would force him to come to this sort of place? Something else must have been happening behind the scenes, but General Ghost Bone was a quiet man. He never really told me what he was doing here. Hansen couldn't tell if Fox Queen really was clueless or if she was just pretending to be. He thought for a moment, then said, I found a place called Ghost Bone Town out in a desert. Is that where he lived? Fox Queen frowned. After General Ghost Bone came to live here, he didn't build homes anywhere else. Why would there be a Ghost Bone Town? Tell me what the place looked like. Hansen told her about the town he had discovered, but he didn't say anything about how it was in disarray. When Fox Queen heard Hansen's description, the expression on her face morphed through a variety of emotions. After a while, she said, I see. I see. What are you thinking? Hansen asked. Fox Queen smiled. If I am guessing things correctly, the town you found was actually a haven for the sacred leader. Ghostbone Town was just an outpost. No wonder he was there. What is that place? Hansen was so happy. He was finally getting to the meat of these mysteries. Fox Queen considered his question. You told me that sacred was destroyed a long time ago, so talking about it shouldn't matter anymore. If the sacred leader was still around, I would not dare speak. After a lengthy pause, she went on to say, the sacred leader led the sacred. He beat every being that came against him, and he almost became the king of the entire Geno universe. But every creature has a lifespan, and that law even applied to someone as powerful as the sacred leader. No one is able to fight time, and death finds us all one day. That powerful man didn't want to die like everyone else, though. And so, he sought to live forever. In the pursuit of immortality, Sacred Leader conducted many tests. I know there were at least 100 of them. Fox Queen seemed to be struggling to remember. I was Ghost Bone's wife, and Ghost Bone was the Sacred Leader's most trusted right hand. I learned a bit about all this from Ghost Bone, and although I was told little, I could tell that the leader was ambitious. He sent people to the disaster on planet Yuanli, the strange thing in buried Dragon Valley, the holy spirits in the sanctuaries, and the demigod space. They were searching for the key to immortality, all because of Sacred Leader. The holy spirits in the sanctuaries? What are those? Hansen's heart almost leaped out of his chest, but he forced himself to look merely curious. I don't know much of the details, as it's only something I heard Ghost Bone say. In Sacred, there is a strange xenogenic space they called the sanctuaries. The leader tried to research the undying spirits there, Fox Queen said after some thought. Spirits? Hansen thought, his heart trembling. If the sanctuaries that Fox Queen mentioned are the sanctuaries that I came from, then the undying spirits she mentioned might be the spirits that I'm familiar with. Only the spirits in the sanctuaries are capable of living forever. If they are killed, they can always respawn at their spirit stone. As long as the spirit stone remains intact, they can live forever. Hansen believed those spirits were the spirits that the Sacred Leader had researched. When Hansen considered this research, he thought of two distinct possibilities. One possibility was that the Sacred Leader was merely researching their means of living forever. The other was that the spirits were actually products of that research, created by the Sacred Leader himself. Regardless of which explanation was true, the Sacred Leader's research ultimately failed. Otherwise, he would not have died. Xie King was one of the spirits that Hansen had known longest. In the sanctuaries, he could never die. Hansen had once asked Xie King about this, and he was told that when the spirit entered the Alliance's universe, he became disconnected from the spirit stone. Xie King believed that if he died now, he could never come back. Hansen wanted to ask Fox Queen more about the sanctuaries, but that was all she knew. She had learned most of what she knew by overhearing General Ghost Bone's musings. Hansen regretted having killed General Ghost Bone so easily. If he had been able to speak further with the ancient elite, there was the chance that the man might have answered many of Hansen's questions. But the Black Crystal's power was beyond Hansen's control. General Ghost Bone had acted rashly, and at the end of the day, Hansen wasn't the one to blame. They lapsed into silence for a while before Fox Queen said, "I would guess that the ghost bone town you saw was the haven of the sacred leader." The place was probably named Ghost Bone Town to disguise its true purpose. What is a haven, exactly? Hansen had heard the term mentioned many times, but he was unclear about what it actually meant. Fox Queen replied slowly, "The idea is a little complicated, as it can be used for many different situations. Simply put, the sacred leader found a way in which he might live forever. But he hadn't developed it enough to be usable. It was something that would require some time. But I didn't see anything special in that town except for a broken pool," Hansen said. Fox Queen smiled and said, "It was a secret project. Do you really think it would be so easy to find? The town was probably just some facade or entranceway to the Real Haven. There might have been an item there that would allow you to access the haven. You might have to search the place more thoroughly." What Fox Queen said doesn't match up with what General Ghost Bone told me. He said that the holy monument lies someplace else, Hansen thought. Then he asked, "But I saw General Ghost Bone's statue there, and it was merely guarding the gate. There was another statue inside. Was that the sacred leader?" Hansen described the human emperor statue once, and then he waited for Fox Queen's answer. Fox Queen shook her head. "To be honest with you, I never saw the sacred leader. I'm afraid that not even all of the top 10 generals were permitted to see what the sacred leader actually looked like." "How is that possible?" Hansen looked at Fox Queen in disbelief. "It's not that strange, really. The sacred leader was always clad in armor that hid his face. No one even knew if the sacred leader was a man or a woman. All I know is that his shape wasn't too different from yours or mine. But that was just the shape that could be discerned through his armor, after all. With his strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to change his body or even reshape his genes," Fox Queen said. There was little more that Fox Queen could tell him. Although she wanted to continue the conversation, she didn't actually know very much. She could only relay the offhand comments and casual references that she remembered from her time with General Ghost Bone. Hansen examined the chains that held Fox Queen. When he needed a break, he went to White Bone Hell to practice. He used the story of genes to refine the Ghost Bone power. Hansen put off practicing his Dongxian Sutra for the moment, as the story of genes required non-native power, and that was what he currently had. The Blood Kirin, when it noticed Hansen's return, immediately emerged from the Lotus Mountain. It grabbed another one of those blood pairs and came running over to Hansen. Hansen tried to get closer to the Blood Kirin, as it didn't seem hostile at all. It made Hansen feel rather joyful. "Maybe I really can tame this thing. If I had this King-class fighter on my side, perhaps I could square off against enemies like Edward." Hansen tried to touch the Blood Kirin, and when he did, the Blood Kirin didn't shy away. Still, it was a very withdrawn creature, and getting close to it was difficult. At the same time, Edward and the others finally found the door of the palace. They were unable to open it, however, so they were still stuck outside. "Why is there a palace here? Did the sacred leader leave it behind?" asked a King-class Ice Blue Knight. "Look at the architecture of this place. I don't think it belonged to the sacred leader. If I'm not mistaken, this place's style is reminiscent of General Ghost Bone's handiwork," Mr. White said. "Regardless of who built this palace, we must find a way to get it open. We cannot go to the monument without the relic that Hansen took." Edward looked at Mr. White. "Mr. White, you are very good when it comes to unraveling restrictions. Do you have a way to open the palace's gate? This palace's walls are profoundly special. I have never encountered anything like this before. Breaking it might take a few decades, perhaps even a century." Mr. White exclaimed. "That would take too long. Is there a faster way?" Ice Blue Knight King asked. Mr. White rubbed his chin in thought. "The best way to get inside would be to force open a small section of the construct. If we combine all our power, then that might work. But first, we will have to make some preparations. And for that, I will require everyone's cooperation. I will listen to whatever it is you have to tell us. Edward and Ice Blue Night King nodded. I need some things that aren't currently available in the base, so I will have to go elsewhere to fetch them. It will probably take me about a month. In the meantime, I would like you guys to stay on guard here, Mr. White said. Mr. White then took Crime with him and left. Ice Blue Night King and Edward remained close to the palace, in case Hansen ducked out and tried to escape. As Hansen spoke casually with Fox Queen, he kept his focus on the structure of the prison itself. Almost unexpectedly, he found a way in which he could save Fox Queen, too. But Hansen didn't really want to save Fox Queen. It would only bring him harm. Who knew if she would wish to attack Hansen the moment she got free? The shape-shifting foxes weren't the nicest of races, and she only spoke to Hansen so much because she had been trapped there for so long and become profoundly bored. Who knew what she would do when she had her freedom? Hansen knew that the beautiful shape-shifting foxes had arranged the downfall of entire races. More than a few species had become extinct because of them. That was another reason why Hansen didn't want to talk to Fox Queen too much. Hansen spent another 2 weeks in the Whitebone Hell. The blood Kirin came down from its mountain to absorb blood-bone air every day, and during such times, Hansen got to interact with it very closely. The blood Kirin had initially seemed like a cruel beast, but it wasn't showing any animosity toward Hansen now, which made him curious. The most probable cause for the blood Kirin's change in behavior, he figured, was the blood Kirin having tasted his blood. That had only transpired once, though. The blood Kirin had consumed Hansen's old blood as he leveled up, but he had no plans to feed the beast with his blood again. The Bloodpool Sutra had become Duke, and Hansen continued to fuse his blood with the blood scorpion jade drum. His connection with the drum progressed by leaps and bounds. Now, he was able to use the blood scorpion jade drum without Bauer's help. That made things quite a bit easier. That day, after the blood Kirin absorbed more of the blood-bone air, it roared at Han Senator. Then, it turned around and returned to the Lotus Mountain. When it saw that Hansen wasn't following, the beast turned around and roared at him again. Hansen realized the blood Kirin was inviting him to the Lotus Mountain. Hansen followed after the creature without hesitation. If he was being invited to enter the blood Kirin's lair, it might signify that the blood Kirin was growing more comfortable with him. He followed the blood Kirin to the Lotus Mountain top. Most of the blood rain had drained off of the peak, but some of the runoff had collected into a small pond. Vines lay in tangles around the pond, and Hansen spotted blood pears hanging off of them. The blood Kirin jumped into the blood pond and made a grunting noise at Hansen, inviting him to enter. Hansen hesitated this time, but he still followed the blood Kirin in. Based on his experience with his other pets, he had learned that showering with a pet was a great way to strengthen his bond with them. Hansen was planning to begin scrubbing the blood Kirin's scales, but the blood Kirin did something instead. It put its head in the water and dived in deep. Hansen stared after the creature in surprise. It was obvious now that the blood Kirin hadn't just invited him in for a simple shower. He quickly used his Dongxian aura to follow the blood Kirin. Upon seeing Hansen trailing along behind, the blood Kirin dived in deeper. The blood pond was only 1,000 meters deep. They both reached the bottom fairly quickly, where the blood Kirin disappeared into a tunnel that had been dug through the white bones. Hansen continued to follow the creature. He was curious, not knowing exactly what the blood Kirin wanted. The blood Kirin led the way. It followed the white bone tunnel and soon splashed out of the blood water. As his head broke the surface of the blood water, Hansen noticed that they had emerged into a giant white bone cave. Before him lay the corpse of a giant, black Xenogeniac. The black Kirin was as big as a mountain. However, its head had been sundered, and its belly had been split open. It had been dead for many years, and while the body might not have rotted, the air had dried it into a husk. This must be the blood Kieran's mother. It doesn't look very much like the blood Kieran, though. Perhaps the blood-bone air it has absorbed has simply changed its genes dramatically, Hansen thought to himself. The blood Kieran leaped onto the mountain-sized body of the black Kieran. It then grunted at Hansen, as if it was asking him to join it. Hansen flew in the air, but he didn't dare set his feet upon the back of the black Kieran. Although the blood Kieran had called him up, stepping on its mother's corpse didn't seem like an appropriate thing to do. When Hansen saw the corpse from above, he noticed something glinting in the black flesh. There was a weapon embedded in the black Kieran's back. He couldn't get a good look at the weapon, as only the handle was protruding from the body. The rest of it was lodged deep within the corpse of the black Kieran. Fox Queen had said that the blood Kieran belonged to a no-name race, but seeing that black Kieran, Hansen didn't think that was true. The other creatures had all turned into bones. Some of the bones had decayed into little more than dust, but that black Kieran's body was still mostly complete. This point alone made it seem like something special. And the curious xenogeniac still had a weapon lodged inside it. It certainly added to the dead creature's mystique. Hansen carefully examined what he could see of the weapon. The handle was only 2 feet long, which was definitely too small for a greatsword. But for a smaller sword, the handle would probably have been too long. The handle gleamed silver, and there was a weird symbol engraved across it. Hansen was unsure what the symbol meant, but he hypothesized that it could be a meaningless adornment. All he knew for certain was that the weapon hadn't belonged to General Ghostbone. The weapon lacked the aura and presence that General Ghostbone carried with him. The blood Kieran made some barking noises at Hansen. Hansen frowned, unsure what the blood Kieran wanted. The blood Kieran, seeing Hansen's lack of understanding, tried to grasp the weapon with its claws. But when it touched the silver handle, silver lightning arced around the handle and into the blood Kieran. With a blinding flash, the blood Kieran's body was electrified and blasted down onto the ground. Hansen was frozen. The blood Kieran was a force to be reckoned with. It was a powerful half-deified xenogeniac, the son of White Bone Big Hell. If it had been tossed back so simply, then the power of the weapon must have been unimaginable. The blood Kieran picked itself up off the ground. It didn't look particularly injured, but its legs moved a little shakily from the shock it had just received. The blood Kieran leaped back atop the black Kieran. Then it made that barking noise as Hansen again. Now Hansen knew what it was suggesting. "You want me to help you remove that weapon?" The blood Kieran nodded. It then made more encouraging noises to Hansen. Hansen didn't have a good feeling about this. Despite its power, the blood Kieran had just been sorely electrified by the lodged armament. Hansen was just a duke, so there was a chance that the electricity might kill him. Hansen gritted his teeth and approached the weapon embedded in the black Kieran's back. He wasn't confident in his ability to pull the weapon out, but if he didn't at least try, then all the time he had spent building a relationship with the blood Kieran would go to waste. Even if it doesn't work, I have to give it a shot. Getting shocked is better than making the blood Kieran mad, Hansen thought to himself. He summoned his King-class Galaxy Lobster armor. Hansen didn't want to be killed by lightning that not even the blood Kieran could withstand. Landing on the black Kieran's back, Hansen gazed at the silver handle. Then, he looked back at the blood Kieran. The blood Kieran looked very excited. Hansen took a deep breath and slowly reached for the silver handle. Hansen's fingers brushed the silver handle, and before he moved to grip it completely, silver lightning leaped out at his fingers. A vibration moved through Hansen's body, and then he felt as if he had lost control of his own consciousness. There was a sharp cracking noise, and Hansen was sent rocketing away. His flight ended when he crashed into a white bone wall. Fortunately, Hansen was wearing his King-class Galaxy Lobster armor, so the hit didn't hurt too much. But his entire body ached, as if cramps were twisting him from the top of his head down to his toes. He convulsed slightly on the ground. Well, that was scary. The lightning might not have done too much damage, but the soreness afterward is pretty terrifying. Hansen mustered every ounce of his strength to get up. He crawled across the ground as white bubbles frothed from his mouth. He pulled himself into a sitting position, but he still felt extremely weak. He wasn't able to stand up just yet, so he sat very still as his head spun. The blood Kirin leaped off of the black Kirin's back. It circled Hansen, making a low keening sound. It was as if it was saying, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "What kind of lightning is that, though? It is so weird. My king-class armor did nothing to repel it." Hansen understood now why the lightning had been able to hurt the blood Kirin, despite the beast's strength. That lightning bypassed all forms of defense and zapped right into a person's body. The blood Kirin was unable to answer his question, but Hansen could tell that the creature was disappointed. It was sad that Hansen was unable to pull out the weapon. "Don't worry, I will find a way to pull it out." Hansen thought this was still a good opportunity. He looked into the blood Kirin's face, and he knew that the creature would be incredibly happy if Hansen managed to retrieve the weapon. Perhaps he could even tame it at that point. Thinking of how cool it would look to ride the blood Kirin, Hansen thought he should give it another try. The blood Kirin didn't seem particularly excited by the prospect of another attempt, though. It clearly didn't believe Hansen had what it took to remove the weapon from the corpse. Hansen wasn't confident either, truthfully. But if he was being attacked with lightning, perhaps he could wrap the handle with some sort of insulating material before pulling the weapon out. Hansen pulled a bunch of insulated gloves from Destiny's tower. He put on several layers of gloves to make sure he wouldn't get shocked. Then, he flew back onto the black Kirin's back. He looked back at the blood Kirin and thought, although you are a king-class xenogeniac that might one day become deified, you're still so dumb. You don't know anything about a little thing called science, do you? Well, Big Brother will show you how humans make use of their intelligence to solve problems such as this. Get ready to be amazed and compelled to obedience by the power of your Big Brother Sanmo. After that, Hansen reached out and grabbed the silver handle. Based on his first experience, Hansen knew that the lightning was scary, but it wouldn't be powerful enough to kill him. That reassurance made Hansen feel a lot safer. Hansen confidently wrapped his hands around the silver handle and tried to pull it out. Then, silver lightning was discharged. The insulating gloves did not work. The lightning wreathed his entire body before blasting him away. He crashed into a big bone wall, his armored body cracking its surface. Many extra bones were shaken down on top of him. Now Hansen could only think, King science. I actually thought science would apply to this world. I am too naive. This is madness. My brain hurts. Because Hansen had gripped the handle more firmly, the shock of the electricity was magnified. It took Hansen half an hour to regain full consciousness, and he didn't try to move as he recovered. When he started feeling better, he lifted his head to look around. He realized that the blood Kirin had actually dragged him away from the white bones. Luckily, the blood Kirin wasn't hostile towards him. He had been inside the blood Kirin's mouth, but despite that, the creature hadn't injured him in any way. Well, *T. How did that even happen? Hansen thought gloomily. He rested a little bit more, as his body was on the precipice of a complete recovery. The blood Kirin looked at Hansen as if he was a naughty child. That gaze of disdain made Hansen feel embarrassed. I can't pull a weapon out of a dead body? I won't accept that. Hansen stood up and stared at the handle with rage. When he thought back to the ache that had suffused his entire body, though, he gave up on the idea of trying to grab it again. Humph. I couldn't make it work, but at least I'm not alone. I have help, so what is there to be afraid of? Hansen thought. Then, he released Bauer from Destiny's tower. Bauer, do you see that weapon sticking out of the Kirin's back? It is protected by very powerful lightning, and so I cannot take it out. Do you think you can take it out for me? Hansen smiled at Bauer as he spoke. Bauer's eyes opened wide when she looked at the weapon. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. No way. You cannot pull it out, either? Hansen was surprised. This was the first time he had heard Bauer admit so plainly that she couldn't do something. Bauer blinked and said, "There's something wrong with that weapon. Its soul is very messy. It would not be very nice to touch it. I would be electrified if I went up to it." Hansen's heart sank. Not even Bauer could take the weapon. There really was no hope for pulling it out. But then Bauer went on. "You can let Little Silver try. He is attuned with lightning, so he might have a way to do it." How did I forget Little Silver? Hansen slapped himself on the head. The lightning must have rattled his brain and made him forget Little Silver for a bit. Hansen quickly summoned Little Silver. As soon as Little Silver appeared, he hugged the fox tightly to his chest. Then he flew up to the Black Kirin's back. "Little Silver, that weapon has lightning power. I cannot move it, though. Do you think you can pull it out?" Hansen asked, pointing at the silver handle. Little Silver leaped down from Hansen's arms. It walked elegantly around the silver handle, its silver eyes peering keenly at the metal. Suddenly, Little Silver stopped. Its body crackled with silver lightning. That lightning spread fast, and the fox's body began to swell and transform. 10 tails of lightning rose behind the fox, swaying like the heads of a hydra. The next second, that ethereal, lightning form of a fox opened its mouth. It grabbed the silver handle and tried to pull it out of the Black Kirin. The silver handle fired its own lightning in response to the fox, and the bolts of power collided in a display of eye-searing brilliance. It seemed as if the two powers were exploding when they touched each other. The lightning didn't send Little Silver flying like it had Hansen and the Blood Kirin. The fox held onto the handle firmly, and slowly, it began to pull the handle up and away from the back of the Black Kirin. Within that storm of silver lightning, Little Silver slowly pulled at the handle, and the weapon slowly began to slide into sight. Hansen could see triangles across the weapon, and there was a strange symbol within every triangle. Lightning arced and jumped around the symbols. As the sword-like weapon was slowly removed, the mysterious symbols on its surface began to leap and dance like mad. It looked as if countless fairies of silver thunder were dancing across it. The silver lightning still crackled out of the sword. It was like there was a silver dragon now flying around the cavern. Because the lightning was too strong, Hansen had to fall back and away from the Black Kirin's corpse. Even the Blood Kirin itself stumbled back. The Blood Kirin was looking very excited. It kept retreating, but its eyes never left the Black Kirin's body. Little Silver's lightning was growing to frightening strength. The hilt of the sword was firmly in the grip of its maw. It forced the sword completely out of the Black Kirin's body. The sword was only 1.5 meters long, but its shape was very strange. The blade was split into 3 sections, and each of its points was sharp. It looked like an army spear. As he watched the lightning springing from the blade, Hansen could immediately tell that the weapon was profoundly special. It might have been a deified weapon. Dong! Dong! Little Silver leaped off of the Black Kirin's back. It loosened its grip on the handle and let the silver sword clatter to the ground. Then Little Silver let its powerful lightning fox form dissipate. Although Little Silver didn't seem to be injured, it did look exhausted. Hansen quickly picked up Little Silver and offered him one of the blood pears. Little Silver shook his head at the fruit and lay down on Hansen's chest instead. It closed its eyes, looking very, very tired. Upon seeing the silver sword come free of the dead creature, the Blood Kirin leaped towards the Black Kirin's corpse with exuberant joy. What a sweet creature! All it wanted was for its mother to rest in peace. It's rare that I get to see something this touching. Hansen sighed. The next second, Hansen's eyes opened wide. The blood Kirin ran over to the black Kirin's body and used its teeth to rip off a chunk. The blood Kirin tore into the corpse, eating ravenously. The blood Kirin used its claws to tear the body apart, and viscera and gore flew everywhere as it feasted. Hansen froze for a while, his face growing a little pale. His initial assumption seemed to have been very wrong. He didn't know anymore if the black Kirin was indeed the blood Kirin's mother. If it was, the blood Kirin really was a monster. But that sort of made sense. The blood Kirin was born from a dead body. It had spent its life consuming the white bone hell's blood bone air. Its very existence had come from death and cruelty. Eating the corpse of its own mother to gain strength wasn't out of the realm of possibility. It was still an incredibly heartless act, though. Hansen was planning to put Bauer and Little Silver back inside Destiny's Tower. If the blood Kirin went mad after consuming the black Kirin, they would have to run. Before he could grab her, Bauer ran over to the silver sword. She reached her hand out to grab it before Hansen could shout a warning. When Bowers came down upon it, the blade no longer released that silver lightning. Bauer dragged the sword back over to Hansen. "Dad. This sword is awesome. We should take it with us." Bauer held the sword out to Hansen as she spoke. Hansen didn't dare take the sword, though. Just because Bauer hadn't been electrified, that didn't guarantee that Hansen wouldn't get shocked. "Don't be afraid, Dad. It is fine now. The blade isn't dangerous anymore." Bauer winked. "Pfft, why would Dad be afraid? I'm not scared, I'm just cautious. This is the behavior of a mature man." Hansen blushed. He reached out to take the silver sword. Just as Bauer had told him, the sword didn't crackle with lightning when he touched it. It really did behave like an ordinary weapon now. Weird. Why has the sword become normal after leaving the black Kirin's body? Hansen looked at the blood Kirin still gorging on the black Kirin. He then thought of something. Maybe the black Kirin's body triggered the power of the sword? Maybe that is why it remained active. The electricity kept the blood Kirin from eating the black Kirin. It had to have the sword removed first. Hansen didn't know if his guesses were correct, but it didn't matter anymore. Hansen went to check out the sword. The symbols of thunder across it were delightful to see. They made the sword look absolutely beautiful. It didn't even look like a weapon, it looked like an art piece wrought in silver. After witnessing its power, Hansen agreed with Bauer. He couldn't tell what level it was, but he was fairly sure that it had to be a deified weapon. When he looked at the blade more closely, he noticed that a few words were engraved on the back of the sword. He was able to read them. It was of the common language in the Geno universe, and it said, "Thunder God Spike." "I think that must be its real name." Hansen raised the weapon carefully in front of him. He tried to put his own power into the Thunder God Spike, in order to trigger the weapon's power. Unfortunately, he could not get it to work. No matter what power or skill he used, nothing could trigger the lightning of the Thunder God Spike. Hansen decided to use the Dongxian Sutra to simulate Little Silver's lightning power, then he focused that power on the Thunder God Spike. The lightning symbols of the Thunder God Spike began to move. They were like silver snakes running up and down the blade. But Hansen's Dongxian Sutra was merely Marquis class, so the lightning power he could simulate wouldn't be that strong. Only a small amount of the Thunder God Spike's power was summoned, but even so, it was already very strong. It was stronger than if Hansen used all of his power with Jade Skin. This thing is definitely a deified weapon. Hansen felt so happy. The Thunder God Spike didn't hurt him when he activated it, either. That meant he could use the weapon in combat. Hansen put the Thunder God Spike into Destiny's Tower, and thankfully, it didn't resist like the Jade Drum had. The Jade Drum was a living creature, but the Thunder God Spike was just a weapon. Hansen was very lucky to have found the weapon, but it would be dangerous for him to carry a deified treasure in plain view. Unless it was direly necessary, Hansen planned to keep the weapon hidden from anyone who might want to steal it. Hansen put Bauer and Little Silver back into Destiny's tower. The Blood Kirin was still eating the Black Kirin's body. It was a small creature, but its stomach was large. The Black Kirin's body was like a mountain, but a big chunk of it had already disappeared. The Blood Kirin ate its fill and grunted in satisfaction. Then it moved back and made a rumbling noise to get Hansen's attention. It tossed its head at the Black Kirin's body, as if it was inviting Hansen to eat. "It's fine. You can eat it." Hansen shook his head. His body was already filled with unprocessed ghost bone power, so it didn't matter what he ate right now. But the Blood Kirin's invitation was still reassuring. The beast didn't seem like it was ever going to be hostile to him. When the Blood Kirin saw that Hansen wasn't eating anything, it turned around to continue consuming the corpse by itself. It looked as if it wasn't going to stop until every last morsel of the Black Kirin had been consumed. Hansen had no interest in watching the beast eat, so he decided to leave the cave. He leaped into the blood water and swam back the way he had come. The cave had no other exits, so he had to leave via the same blood pond. After he crawled out of the pond, Hansen picked a few blood pears to give to Little Silver. The fox had retrieved the Thunder God's spike for him, but in doing so, it had been injured. Both the fox and the weapon were of the lightning element, but the Thunder God's spike was clearly far more powerful than Little Silver. If Little Silver's lightning fox body hadn't possessed full immunity to lightning, then the little creature might not have been able to pull the Thunder God's spike out. "Now that I've helped the Blood Kirin, it won't mind if I take more blood pears and give them to Little Silver, right? I'm sure the Blood Kirin wouldn't care," Hansen thought to himself as he collected the fruit. He lobbed them into Destiny's tower for Little Silver. But when he glanced inside the tower, he found Little Silver curled up to rest. Its tail was wrapped around the Thunder God spike, and the Thunder God spike was crackling as silver lightning arced around it. The bolts would occasionally jump to touch Little Silver's fur, but the fox didn't seem to mind. It just continued to rest. Hansen used his purple-eye butterfly to get a better look. When the Thunder God spike's lightning landed on Little Silver, the small fox was absorbing its power. The lightning blended into Little Silver's powers, slowly changing them as the fox rested. Hansen walked over and gently set one of the blood pears beside Little Silver. Then, he exited the tower and left the Lotus Mountain. When he made it down from the Lotus Mountain, he found Fox Queen standing directly in front of the hellish skeletal gate. She was looking at him. Fox Queen's eyebrows rose as Hansen approached. Her chains wouldn't let her move far from the gate. Otherwise, she would have explored the distant mountain range for herself long ago. "You killed the Blood Kirin?" Fox Queen asked in a disturbed tone of voice. Hansen shook his head. "No. I can't defeat a foe like that. But I've been here for a while, and we've gotten to know each other a bit. It hasn't been hostile to me at all." Fox Queen looked at Hansen with a veiled expression. She thought Hansen's explanation had to be utter nonsense. The Blood Kirin was a beast of particular savagery, and it had been locked up in White Bone Hell all its life. If it ever escaped the White Bone Hell, few would survive an encounter with it. That thing was a king-class demon. If the Blood Kirin had grown comfortable with Hansen simply because he had spent time with it, she wondered why the same had not occurred between the monster and herself. She had spent far more time with it, and she had even watched it grow up. Yet, there wasn't even a faint semblance of closeness between her and the beast. "Who are you?" Fox Queen stared at Han Senator. She had found his behavior suspicious for a long time, and it made her wary of him. Perhaps Hansen really had been taken by General Ghost Bone, and he had just been pretending ever since. "I told you, I am a member of the Ice Blue Knights," Hansen said, a little reproachfully. Fox Queen started to respond, but all of a sudden, her face changed. Someone forced open the palace's door. "No way." Hansen was shocked. That palace had been built by General Ghostbone. Not even a deified elite should have been able to open it. And there was no way Edward or the others could have gotten through the entrance. They have only breached the first line. They are coming in via the primary entrance. Huh. It seems that they have a death wish. Fox Queen narrowed her eyes and walked back through the hellish skeletal gate. Hansen felt sick. He didn't think Edward and the others would make it inside, but now they had. Hansen's identity would soon be exposed. Realizing this, Hansen quickly followed Fox Queen. But he then rushed out of the side hall ahead of her. Just as Fox Queen had said, there was an opening in the gate of the main hall. Edward and the others were now coming in. Hansen, where are you going to run this time? Shouted a King-class Ice Blue Knight. Then, he ran at Hansen. Shut up. This isn't a place that you can just smash your way into. Hansen shouted as he quickly retreated. He fell back to Fox Queen, who had just appeared. Ice Blue Knight King's power was headed for Fox Queen. Fox Queen's face drew into a smile, but her eyes glimmered with the fire of murder. She didn't even have to move her hand as a cord of power shot out of her and wrapped around the Ice Blue Knight. Careful! Ice Blue Knight King shouted. He moved to help the King-class Ice Blue Knight, but it was too late. The cord of power tightened, and the Ice Blue Knight's body was torn apart. It was horrifying to watch. The warrior was murdered before he even had a chance to defend himself. Hansen's scalp felt numb. A King-class elite had been oh so easily killed. The demonstration of Fox Queen's power confirmed Hansen's belief that she was deified. It was fortunate she had wanted to keep Hansen with her instead of killing him. Hansen would have been very dead if things had turned out differently. The faces of the other intruders turned white. They turned to leave the palace, but the opening they created to enter had already disappeared. And that was because of Fox Queen. Edward and the others attacked the palace's gate, but their efforts were futile. Didn't you know? You can't just come and go from this palace as you please. Fox Queen's cords of power began to move again, heading for Edward and all the others. Edward, Ice Blue Knight King, and Crime managed to block the attacks, but the other King-class elites were all captured. Deified powers are scary. Hansen's scalp felt numb. It seemed like Fox Queen was no longer being hampered by the palace. She was able to use her full deified powers without limit or restriction. Hansen looked closer and realized what was going on. Edward and the others had managed to break the restrictions of the palace. Their actions had triggered the prison's defense systems, allowing Fox Queen to use her full powers to annihilate the invaders. Now that Fox Queen had all her deified power back, she was a totally different being than she had been when Hansen met her. I'm so sorry. We accidentally wandered into this place. We meant you no harm. Please forgive us. Before Edward could finish his apology, a cord of power wrapped around him. Not long after, the last of the intruders were bound by Fox Queen's cords. None of them could fight back. When Fox Queen turned back to Hansen, he quickly said, "Big sis, you are so good. You are so intelligent, beautiful, and powerful. I think I heard them refer to you by the name of Han Senior." Fox Queen stared at Hansen and gave him a predatory smile. Please don't tell me Hansen is your fake name, Fox Queen said, smiling at Hansen. My name is Han Senator Sanmu is just a nickname. Only close family and my bestest friends call me by that name, Hansen said shyly. Fox Queen rolled her eyes, but she wasn't going to push the subject any further. She looked back at Edward and the others and asked, "And who are you people, exactly?" Ice Blue Knight King told her, "We are Ice Blue Knights of the Extreme King. Please do not misunderstand our intent, for we are only here to apprehend the criminal traitor known as Han Senator. We didn't mean to offend you." What did he do to incite your wrath? Fox Queen asked with curiosity. This is quite the hunting party you've assembled. Ice Blue Knight King and Edward frowned. They had told her they were Extreme King deliberately, knowing that the name was feared all across the universe. But when they looked at Fox Queen's face, they saw no hint of fear or trepidation. Their attempted name drop had failed quite spectacularly. The shape-shifting foxes weren't one of the top races, and even a deified fox should have been afraid of the Extreme King. However, Fox Queen seemed entirely unperturbed. What they didn't know was that the Extreme King only rose to prominence after Fox Queen had been incarcerated in the palace. Their name meant little to her, as they were a minor race back in her heyday. He is a traitor in the Ice Blue Knights. It was difficult for us to locate him. Being the slithering, tricky little snake that he is, he managed to escape. He eluded us for a while, but we traced him all the way to this place. It was never our intention to offend you, Edward went on to say. His face was straining under the weight of his forced sincerity. Han Sen and Fox Queen had only exchanged a few words in front of Edward, but he could tell that the relationship between them wasn't very warm. So, he didn't mention the relic he sought. Han Sen had to be keeping the relic somewhere on his person. That meant they had a chance. If Edward mentioned the relic, and it was claimed by a deified being, they stood no chance of reclaiming it. Fox Queen's face looked like stone. She held a cord of power and used it like a whip to lash Edward, who was still hanging in the air upside down. His face was gashed as the whip tore so deeply into his flesh that it exposed the bone of his skull. Blood began to dribble through his hair. Everyone was shocked. Fox Queen did not say a word as she continued the whipping. A short time later, Edward was covered in open wounds and dripping blood. I was lying to people before your great-grandmother was even born. And you think you can deceive me? Do you want to die? Fox Queen's gaze was hard as she looked at the blood-soaked Edward. Let me ask you again, why are you chasing him? He stole something very important from us. That is why we have been chasing him, Edward said. And what is this thing? Fox Queen frowned, but she stopped hitting Edward. We don't know what it is. As Fox Queen started to move her hand, he immediately said, we discovered an ancient city in the desert. Han Sen snuck in and stole an item from that city, although we're not sure what it was. If you would like to know what he stole, then you will have to ask him. Fox Queen looked carefully at Edward and the others, then she turned to Han Senator with a smile. She said, my good brother San Mu, it looks like you've already retrieved the item from that city you mentioned. Very good. I did take something from that old city. Han Sen nodded. Where is it? Fox Queen's eyes looked sharp. Even to her, any item that had belonged to the sacred leader would be quite tempting. Han Sen smiled. He had no intention of revealing the stone plate to anyone. He merely said, Sister, which you would prefer, this item or your freedom? I am very greedy. I want freedom and the item. Fox Queen's cord of power suddenly moved. It was headed for Han Sen. Han Sen shot off to the side hall, wanting to race right into the hellish skeletal gate. As soon as Han Sen appeared in the side hall, Fox Queen's cord of power was already on him. But suddenly, a bird's nest appeared in Han Sen's hand. Inside it, there was a red egg. The cord of power could bind a half-deified elite easily, but when it touched the bird's nest, it snapped like dry twine. As the attack dissipated, Han Sen flapped his wings and escaped through a slither of a gap between the substance chains coming for him. Then he leaped straight through the hellish skeletal gate. Fox Queen was shocked. When she entered the white bone hell after him, Han Sen was already gone. She had limited power and mobility in that place, so she could only stand atop the skeleton mountain and glower after Han Senator. She couldn't chase him any further. Han Sen, do you want to grow old and die inside the white bone hell? Fox Queen squinted as she looked around. There are worse ways to die than in the company of a pretty lady like you. Han Sen stood far away atop a distant peak and smiled at Fox Queen. Fox Queen didn't say another word. She returned to the palace. Back inside the palace, Fox Queen looked at Edward and the others. She waved her hand, tossing everyone other than Mr. White through the hellish skeletal gate. Bring Hansen and the item back to me, or die here, Fox Queen commanded. Edward and the others were then tossed into the hellish skeletal gate. As the others shakily stood up and began moving off into the white bone hell, Fox Queen turned back to Mr. White. You know how to break the restrictions of this place? I know a little. Mr. White nodded. Breaking the front gate. That was no easy task. Fox Queen raised her lips in a slight smile. When Hansen saw Edward and the others fly into the white bone hell face first, he knew exactly what was going on. He immediately retreated to the Blood Kirin's Lotus Mountain. Edward and the others stared mutely at the white bone world around them. They were just as stunned as Hansen had been when he first entered that place. Crime concentrated as he activated a special power. In a few seconds, he detected Hansen sneaking his way over to the Lotus Mountains. He's over there. Let's go. Ice Blue Night King barked the command, and they all took off in pursuit of Hansen. The white bone hell was so large that it would be difficult to find Hansen again if he got too far away from them. And because of Fox Queen's implied threat, they now had even more motivation for retrieving that relic. Ice Blue Night King was the fastest of the bunch, so he arrived at the Lotus Mountain first. Just as he was about to enter, however, he suddenly felt a blood air rise from the Lotus Mountain top. He had been sprinting forward at full speed, and his momentum kept him from changing direction quickly. He gathered up his strength and sent a wave of deep blue power against the tide of red. Boom! The blood air ripped straight through Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power. The attack tore through the armor on his chest without even slowing down, and blood began to spurt from his chest with unnatural speed. It was as if some power was sucking the blood out of him. Hansen stood on the Lotus Mountain, watching with great delight as the Blood Kirin entered the fray. Hansen guessed that the creature had finished consuming the Black Kirin, because it was now half deified. On top of that, it was still inside the white bone hell. The ferocity of its attack sent Edward and Ice Blue Night King reeling back. After mere seconds had passed, the Blood Kirin had already torn 2 King-class Ice Blue Knights to shreds. Joy sparked in Hansen's chest as he saw the wretchedly wild face of the creature. You guys hold off this beast. I will go after Hansen, Edward shouted. He rushed across the battlefield, headed for the Lotus Mountain with the intent of catching Hansen once and for all. The Blood Kirin was in a killing frenzy, and it paid no attention to guarding its flanks. It pressed the attack against Ice Blue Night King without sparing a glance at Edward. Hansen felt depressed. This thing's intelligence needs to be increased. Although Fox Queen had whipped Edward and injured him badly in the process, his half-deified body wasn't to be underestimated. He circled the battle and arrived in front of Hansen in moments. Hansen knew that trying to outrun the man with simple speed would be impossible. Hansen slapped the blood scorpion jade drum at his waist, sending a burst of scary sonic power toward Edward's forehead. The power flew out like a barrage of toxic needles. Edward grunted dismissively, and his whole body turned to a golden color. The blood scorpion's toxic needles struck the gold body and failed to puncture it. Edward's golden form shone like a sun, showering the entire Lotus Mountain in golden light. Hansen suddenly felt incredibly heavy, as if he was now shouldering the weight of a mountain. He couldn't move much at all. Hansen knew that he was struggling under the power of that special gold godlight. After dukes became kings, their elemental prowess increased dramatically. They could use their powers to blanket the land around them, laying claim to a large area. Edward's power was a heavy burden of suppression. It was a little similar to Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power. Edward didn't hesitate. He reached out to grab the currently suppressed Hansen. Hansen tried to fight it off, but the king-class suppression of the area was far too strong to compete with. Plus, Edward was half-deified. Although Hansen's elemental prowess was very good for his level, it didn't have enough raw strength to counter this attack. He couldn't beat the suppressing force that was coming down on him. Edward's hand had almost reached Han Sen's neck when suddenly, Han Sen's hand lifted a small bird's nest. In his other hand, he raised a big army spear and thrust it toward Edward's chest. Edward was shocked. He hadn't expected Han Sen to brush off his king-class area of effect technique. They were too close together for Edward to block Han Sen's, but Edward didn't hesitate. He ignored Han Sen's strike and continued reaching out to grab his prey by the throat. Han Sen was just a duke. Even if his weapon was deified, it wouldn't do too much damage to Edward's half-deified body. If he was able to catch Han Sen at the same time, Edward had no qualm with accepting the strike. At the moment Edward's fingers closed around Han Sen's neck, the Thunder God spike was plunged into Edward's armor. The armor stopped the Thunder God spike dead, with only an inch of the weapon's tip embedding itself in Edward's breastplate. But the Thunder God spike's silver lightning completely ignored the defense offered by that armor. When it discharged, it sent a current of electricity directly into Edward's body. Edward shook as the power ran through him, and his electrified body was sent flying away. Dong! Han Sen struck the blood scorpion jade drum again. Edward was still being ravaged by the silver lightning, and he couldn't gather his wits fast enough to summon power and repel the sonic attack. That sonic force was driven right into his forehead. Arg! Even for a half-deified elite, hearing the blood scorpion jade drum felt like being stabbed in the head. Edward couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. Han Sen put the bird's nest on his head as he continued to pound the drum. He had no intention of remaining idle, though. He teleported directly in front of Edward and used his Thunder God spike to strike at Edward once more. Half-deified warriors deserved their reputation, and despite the dizziness and fierce pain, Edward tried to gather up power to block Han Sen's next attack. The Thunder God spike's power wasn't very destructive, but the lightning energy it released could bypass any form of defense. The lightning surged into every single cell of Edward's body. Edward shook under the force. But Han Sen didn't have enough strength to use more than a tiny fraction of the Thunder God spike's true power. Edward had only been numbed a little. If the Thunder God spike was used by someone half-deified, a single hit would have left Edward shaking non-stop for an entire day. The blood scorpion jade drum's sonic power swept into Edward in a continuous stream, but Edward was holding strong against the numbness induced by the lightning. He raised his shield again, and the sonic attacks began bouncing off of him. I'm too weak. If I was stronger, the silver lightning would have kept Edward from gathering enough power to resist, Han Sen thought to himself. He kept moving, though. Instead of thrusting with his Thunder God spike, he resorted to beating Edward with it like some rod. All that electricity had Edward shaking on the ground like he was experiencing a seizure. He was like a normal person being struck by a stun rod. Ice Blue Night King and the others, who were still in the midst of combat with the Blood Kirin, were frozen. The half-deified Edward was curled on the ground as Han Sen beat the pulp out of him. It was difficult to imagine. They knew the extent of Edward's strength, and a duke should have had no hope of repelling the golden godlight. Han Sen didn't seem hindered at all as he pounded Edward. Edward's defenses couldn't withstand the lightning power emitted by the rod, and the man screamed continually and frothed at the mouth. It was too frightening to watch. What, you won't treat me with respect unless I unleash my power? Han Sen kept hitting Edward, wondering how he might kill the man. The lightning could bypass an opponent's defenses, but it couldn't actually kill anyone. And Han Sen couldn't do the job himself. He was too weak to break the man's armor, so he couldn't kill Edward with his strength alone. The Blood Kirin, Han Sen thought. Then, he beckoned for the monster. The Blood Kirin was still chasing the others, but Ice Blue Night King and his group didn't dare to engage the beast. They were keeping it busy by baiting it back and forth. The Blood Kirin's intelligence was low. They lured it left and right, to and fro, and it hadn't managed to kill any of them. At the sound of Han Sen's voice, though, the beast turned to look at him. When it saw Hansen slamming his fists into Edward, a light came into its eyes. It ran over, chomped down on Edward's head, and catcha. The armor was destroyed. Edward's head was bitten off. Severed arteries in the man's neck sprayed blood all over the blood Kirin. It swallowed the head in a single gulp. The sight made Ice Blue Night King and the others shiver in fear and anger. Hansen jumped onto the blood Kirin's back. Then, the blood Kirin roared and flew towards Ice Blue Night King and the others. "Ignore those other guys and kill him first," Hansen instructed, thrusting his Thunder God spike toward Ice Blue Night King. Instead of answering, the blood Kirin simply kept roaring as it headed for Hansen's target. "Charge!" Ice Blue Night King called to the Ice Blue Knights as he swept his greatsword at the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin paid no mind to the other knights, though. The knights had previously exploited the blood Kirin's stupidity to land a few blows, but now that the creature was following Hansen's commands, they found themselves having to give the creature an even wider berth. "Hansen, if you keep this up, you will never be allowed back into the Ice Blue Knights." Ice Blue Night King shouted, watching an Ice Blue Knight get torn to shreds by the blood Kirin. "I've already quit the Ice Blue Knights. Do you really think I plan to return after all this? When you guys decided to fight with me, you should have said your prayers and readied yourselves for death." Hansen shot back. Ice Blue Night King did not speak again. He had treated Hansen as Isha's student. He thought of Hansen as a junior, and he had never thought he would have to take the young man as an enemy. Even though Hansen had betrayed the knights, Ice Blue Night King only wanted to teach him a lesson as a senior knight. He wanted to grab Hansen, take the slate, then haul Hansen back to his rightful place in the knights. It was only now that Ice Blue Night King realized he had been wrong about Hansen since the beginning. He never considered Hansen as an equal, and it never crossed his mind that Hansen would see him as an opponent. Or a competitor. Hansen wasn't a junior who required protection or could be ordered around. Hansen was a mighty elite who had exactly what it took to survive and thrive in that cruel world. He was holding his own despite the many powerful enemies that wanted him dead. Ice Blue Night King's realization might have come too late. If he had considered Hansen as a real threat in the beginning, he wouldn't have given Hansen any chance to escape the base. He would have taken Hansen down as soon as possible, and he wouldn't have chased after Hansen alone when he first made his escape. The blood Kirin chased the group back to the hellish skeletal gate, killing everyone but Ice Blue Night King, Crime, and one other Ice Blue Knight along the way. Hansen and the blood Kirin didn't dare draw too close to the gate, though. Hansen allowed the 3 survivors to escape. Then, he went back to the Lotus Mountain where the blood Kirin lived. "I was foolish. I should have treated him like a genuine opponent." Ice Blue Night King stared at Hansen, who was riding away atop the blood Kirin. His face was expressionless, showing no hint of anger or sadness. From that moment on, Ice Blue Night King was going to treat Hansen like a genuine opponent. To go against a strong opponent, though, he'd need more than the few students he had. Crime looked grim. "Is that guy really Isha's student? He seems scarier than Isha. I fear we may have underestimated him." "You cannot blame us for that." "Who would have assumed that a marquise could pose such a threat?" asked the other Ice Blue Knight, whose name was Harder. Harder was feeling rather conflicted at that moment. He and Edward had been very close, so he knew just how terrifying the man had been. Although Edward was just a hybrid extreme king and his attack power wasn't too strong when compared to the rest, his powers of observation and his movements were splendid. Harder again envisioned Edward lying helpless under Hansen's attack, and the Ice Blue Knight struggled to find words to describe what that horrible sight had done to him. Although Hansen was just a duke, no one dared treat him as a duke anymore. Fox Queen met Ice Blue Night King and the other 2 at the gate. She frowned and said, "Where are the others?" Ice Blue Night King told her what had happened. He spoke plainly and without exaggeration, describing Hansen and the blood Kirin's power. And he did not hide the fact that his group had well and truly failed. Interesting. Very interesting. The Blood Kirin became half deified that quickly? And Hansen was riding it in battle? Fox Queen squinted her eyes. She didn't blame Ice Blue Night King. After a moment, she said, "You guys can stay here to aid Mr. White in breaking the restrictions of this place. When I break the chains binding me here, I can go and take him down myself." Back in the Blood Kirin's valley, Hansen allowed Bauer and the others to leave Destiny's Tower and relax for a bit. He also wanted to discuss their game plan for the coming conflict. Hansen had used the Blood Kirin's power to defeat Ice Blue Night King and the others for the time being, but he didn't think they were safe yet. And that made him even more worried. Edward and the others had been able to find the palace and bend the restrictions to gain entry. That meant one of them understood the structure of the palace, at least to some degree. Fox Queen hadn't sent Mr. White after them, and that was probably because Mr. White knew the most about the palace's composition. If he was able to break Fox Queen's restrictions, then Hansen would be in big trouble. Hansen stood no chance of defeating an unhampered deified elite, even if he had all sorts of deified items to use against her. And now, Hansen was stuck in the Whitebone Hell. The palace was his only means of escape. Unless he wanted to stay there forever, he would have to leave through the skeletal gate. But the Blood Kirin is only half deified. If I could make it deified, it would be easy to ride it out and slaughter whatever got in our way, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen's team talked for half the day, but they didn't come up with anything that seemed really promising. Hansen decided to focus his efforts on absorbing all the ghost bone power he could. He hoped to get the story of genes to Duke class. The more power he had, the better his chances of survival would become. Even if Fox Queen really does manage to escape, she won't kill me if she can't find what she wants. That means I might still have a chance. As Hansen rested, he fidgeted with the stone plate. He kept thinking about how things might play out. The Blood Kirin and Hansen were very comfortable with each other by this point, but only Hansen could get close to the beast. The creature's presence was too menacing. It looked at everyone else like slabs of meat. The Blood Kirin looked likely to jump forward and gobble them up at any second. Hansen kept practicing with the story of genes. A month went by, and the story of genes was progressing quite well. It was still a long way away from becoming Duke, though. Suddenly, the whole of Whitebone Hell began to shake, and Hansen heard Fox Queen's voice coming through the hellish skeletal gate. "My good little brother. Your big sister is coming to find you." Fox Queen stood in front of the gate, and the metal shackles were still visible on her neck, arms, and ankles. The metal chains that connected to the shackles, however, were gone. Mr. White, Ice Blue Night King, Crime and Harder stood behind Fox Queen. It was like they were now her people. Fox Queen's aura spread across the Whitebone Hell, searching for Han Senator, but suddenly, two shadows appeared from the mountains. It was Hansen and the Blood Kirin. That surprised her. She had expected Hansen to try to escape, not come looking for her. "My good little brother, are you really that naive? Surely you don't think that the Blood Kirin's power is sufficient to challenge someone like me?" Fox Queen smiled at Hansen and the Blood Kirin as she stood before the mountain. "Big sis, you're far too suspicious. Have you forgotten about the close bond between us? Why would I ever want to attack my big sister? When I realized that you'd been freed, I wanted to come and celebrate the occasion with you. I just thought I would bring along the Blood Kirin," Hansen said. "If you've come here to celebrate with your big sister, you should have brought her a gift, isn't that correct? Otherwise, your big sister would be made rather angry," Fox Queen said, maintaining her smarmy smile. Hansen knew what gift Fox Queen was referring to. He moved without hesitation, pulling out the item and holding it up. "Of course, this is your big day. As a little brother, I want to give you the best gift I can." Fox Queen looked at the item in Hansen's hand, and then she looked at Mr. White and asked, what do you guys think of the gift my little brother is offering? We have no idea. Only Edward knew what the item was, Mr. White confessed, looking slightly ill. Fox Queen held out her hand, and Hansen placed the item in her palm. Fox Queen looked at the crystal tablet carefully, but there did not appear to be anything special about it. Is this really the item you retrieved from Ghost Bone Town? Fox Queen directed a piercing stare at Hansen. The one and only, Hansen assured her. Fox Queen gave Mr. White the stone tablet. Mr. White, what do you make of it? After a brief moment of thought, Mr. White said, I don't know what exactly is special about this item, but I can tell you that it is very old. It must be truly ancient, in fact. Its age alone makes it interesting. Mr. White was making it clear to Fox Queen that he didn't know if the tablet was the same item that Hansen had taken from Ghost Bone Town. It was too old to be a forgery, though. Hansen thought to himself, of course it is old. I went back to the Alliance and took it from a crystallizer ruin. Fox Queen smiled and looked at Hans Sr. Since you've been so nice to your big sister, come and walk alongside me. Of course, my big sister. Hansen smiled. Fox Queen found it suspicious that Hansen would give up his prize so easily, and she couldn't be certain if the tablet was genuine. She had to take Hansen with her to the Holy Monument. Then, they could find out whether or not it was the real deal. Fox Queen cast a spell, and one of her cords of power tethered Hansen and the blood Kirin to her. She smiled and said, please don't blame me for this precaution. You have been misbehaving recently, my little brother, so I'm afraid I have no choice. Oh, I'm so sorry that I've made you worry, big sister. Hansen smiled coldly. What was that bird's nest that I saw you use earlier? Fox Queen looked Hansen over, but she saw no sign of the bird's nest. The item had melted her cord of power, which made quite an impression on her. I hid it someplace in the White Bone Hell. If you can find it, I can give it to you as a gift. Hansen smiled. Fox Queen wasn't in the mood to look. She couldn't find the bird's nest when she searched Hansen's body, but that was fine by her. Hiding the nest in the White Bone Hell was like lobbing it into her personal warehouse. She would have plenty of time to seek it out later. Fox Queen led Hansen and the others out of the White Bone Hell and locked the hellish skeletal gate behind them. Then she ripped down the palace's gate, and the group left the palace. It has been so long since I've had the chance to breathe fresh air. Fox Queen stood under the sky, looking out at the stars as she spoke. Hansen and Mr. White stood together, but they didn't speak. Mr. White and Ice Blue Night King weren't in any better of a situation than Hansen. Fox Queen's temperament changed with the wind, and there was no telling who she might be ready to kill 1 hour from then. Let's go. We will head for the Holy Monument. Let's see what the sacred leader chose to leave behind, Fox Queen said, looking at Mr. White. Crime, you lead the way, Mr. White ordered. Sir, Crime said, his face pale. What are you thinking? Right now, surviving is our priority. Mr. White gave a wry smile. Mr. White, you are very smart. Don't worry, though, I do not like killing. Once I have collected the legacy items of the sacred leader, you will all be allowed to return home safe and sound. Fox Queen smiled. Ice Blue Night King and the others were too smart to believe Fox Queen's promise to them, but they were in no position to gainsay her decisions. They had to do as Fox Queen told them. Even if they didn't tell Fox Queen the monument's location, she would find it at some point anyway. Withholding the information would only delay the inevitable. Harder and Ice Blue Night King both looked at Mr. White. It had taken them a second to realize that Mr. White was the only one who knew where the monument was. Harder thought quickly as he walked. Amidst the people there, he was the only one who knew that Hansen had stolen a stone tablet from Ghost Bone Town. The crystal stone that Hansen had presented to Fox Queen wasn't the same item he had taken. Hansen has guts, I'll give him that. He has actually dared to present a fake relic to Fox Queen. It is fake, though. They are sure to find that out once we reach the holy monument. And when that happens, I wonder what he is planning to do. Has he found a way to escape? Harder looked at Han Senator. If Han Sen behaved strangely, Harder would notice. Han Sen's chances of running away didn't seem very good. Fox Queen had a cord of power tied around him and the Blood Kirin, and she was being very careful to keep an eye on him. There was no way he could escape. With crime leading, they quickly traveled through the mountains and entered a primal forest. Many xenogeneics wandered across their path, but Ice Blue Night King and crime were able to cut them all down quickly. None of their foes were too strong. They walked through the primal forest for 4 days. Eventually, Mr. White pointed forward and spoke. Here it is. Everyone looked where Mr. White was pointing. They all looked shocked, and even Hansen furrowed his eyebrows in suspicion. This is the holy monument? Fox Queen frowned at the sight. Mr. White was indicating an old tree. The tree was very thick. It would require 4 people holding hands to encircle it. But other than that, it looked quite ordinary. Not to mention the fact that it was dead. There was not a single leaf on it, and many of its branches were broken. It stood alone in a small clearing in the forest. In a primal forest like the one they were standing in, such trees must have been a dime a dozen. Mr. White told them it was a holy monument, but the unimpressive sight before them made it difficult to believe his claim. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the tree, and he could discern nothing special about it. The sacred leader didn't want to put his treasure somewhere obvious. If you look a little closer, though, you are sure to see the truth of this amazing old tree, Mr. White said quietly. Fox Queen moved closer to get a better look at the tree, but she soon started to frown. Is there something inside the tree? Is the holy monument inside the tree? Mr. White stepped forward in alarm. Please do not touch it. Why? Fox Queen and Hansen both looked at Mr. White. Mr. White said, this tree is very sturdy, and it has been infused with a special magnetic force that repels all xenogeneics. Inside the trunk, however, is a shatter space crystal. Shatter space crystal? One of Fox Queen's eyebrows rose. Yes, Mr. White confirmed gravely. Hansen asked, what is a shatter space crystal? It is a material that is used to construct teleportation devices, Harder explained. Using one of those crystals in a device will greatly extend the device's range. It is the best-known material to use when crafting teleportation devices. That means there is a teleportation device inside that tree? We can use it to visit the holy monument? Hansen asked, starting to catch on. That's the theory, Mr. White nodded. But you must open the tree to gain access to the teleporter that is located inside it. With our big sister's power, tearing down the tree to reveal the crystal should be easy, shouldn't it? Hansen questioned. It's not that simple, Fox Queen replied in a distracted tone. Shatter space crystals are unparalleled in their use for teleportation technology, but they are also very fragile. And the tree and the shatter space crystal have been integrated very carefully. They are one with each other. If we use force to bring down the tree, the shatter space crystal on the inside will be broken. That would completely ruin the device on the inside. If fortunate that you have the key, then you simply need to use the key to open the tree's door, Mr. White said. Hansen felt worry descend on him. He hadn't known that the stone tablet would be the key required to open that device. The piece of crystal he had given Fox Queen was little more than the makeshift paperweight. It was going to be impossible for her to gain access to that device. How do we use it? Fox Queen looked at the brick in her hands, then back at Mr. White. If our theory is correct, then there must be a keyhole. Mr. White looked hesitant as he spoke. But there is no hole in the tree's surface that is this big. Fox Queen looked at Hansen, the suspicion clearly visible in her eyes. She already thought that Hansen had given her a fake. I really did take that item from Ghost Bone Town. Keep looking, you should be able to use it. Hansen pretended to observe the tree, feigning innocence. Over there. Hansen suddenly pointed to the crown of the tall tree, looking very excited. Fox Queen and the others looked at where Hansen was pointing, but they couldn't see anything special. As the others were distracted, Hansen leaped back onto the blood Kirin. A bird's nest appeared in his hand, and he held the nest out to protect himself from Fox Queen's attacks. The blood Kirin roared and streaked toward the tree. Fox Queen was the quickest to react. She threw her hands forward, sending countless cords of power chasing after Hansen. Hansen put his hand into the concave part of the bird's nest, and suddenly it began to grow larger. It became a giant shield that stopped the pursuing cords of power. As the blood Kirin arrived at the old tree, Hansen brought out the real stone plate. He shoved it into a moon-shaped indent in the surface of the tree, and the stone plate slotted into it perfectly. Cha-cha-cha. The old tree suddenly broke open to reveal a large frame contained within the trunk. A shining orb of twisted space hung in the center of the frame, filled with spiraling, fractalic patterns. It was so bright that it was barely visible through the light. The blood Kirin carried Hansen into the orb. Space seemed to fold around them for an instant, and then they vanished. Fox Queen leaped after them. The dimensions of space were twisted, and she too disappeared with Hansen. Ice Blue Night King gritted his teeth and ran inside, as well. Mr. White, Crime and Harder also decided to follow. They didn't want to give up on claiming the sacred leader's legacy here, after everything they had been through. Hansen set the bird's nest atop his head. When the space around him untwisted and deposited him back in reality, he found himself standing in a palace. The stone tablet was back in his hands. He quickly activated his purple-eyed butterfly and looked around. He was standing in a jade stone palace. There were many strange statues around him, fashioned in the images of animals, gods, and demons of all kinds. The walls and the ceiling were covered in strange paintings. They didn't look like drawings or precise script, but they did seem to be symbols of some kind. Behind Hansen, the teleporter began to shift again. Run! Hansen shouted. It appeared as if someone else was coming. He nudged the blood Kirin, urging it to hurry toward the palace gate. The palace gate was open, and a white light was shining through it. It seemed like the light had been placed there intentionally to block any view of what lay beyond, and not even Hansen's purple-eyed butterfly could pierce that veil. Hansen was so desperate to get away from Fox Queen that he ignored the possibility of encountering traps. He and the blood Kirin raced through the light. The blood Kirin carried Hansen through the palace's front gate, and both of them felt space twisting in the same manner it had with the teleporter. When Hansen's vision returned, he found himself inside another palace. He was standing before its teleporter. It was different from the first palace, though. This palace didn't have half as many statues or paintings. In the middle of the palace, however, there was a fruit tree. The fruit tree only stood about 2 meters high. Its body was like a plum tree, but it was wrought of twisted black steel. The branches seemed crooked and crudely made. The leaves on the tree were silver, and the fruit hung like egg-sized silver slices. Hansen counted 8 silver slices on the tree. They were all of the same size, and they all looked silver-white. At the bottom of each slice was a unique pattern that appeared to have been branded into it. Silver treasures? Hansen had a closer look. Words were woven into the pattern. Is this tree man-made? Hansen looked at the teleporter behind him. The teleporter remained silent and inactive, which made Hansen feel uneasy. With Fox Queen's speed, she should have caught up with him by now. How was it possible that she was not there yet? When I traveled through the palace gate, did the light there send me someplace else? Hansen thought to himself. Aside from that, he couldn't think of another reason why Fox Queen wouldn't have caught up with him. He was happy about this turn of events regardless of the reason, though. Without her on his heels, he felt a lot safer. Hansen decided to look at the silver treasure again. He hesitated for a moment, then put on his galactic lobster armor. He walked directly to the tree and pulled out his knife to cut down one of the silver treasures. The ghost teeth knife shrieked across the steel surface of the tree. Instead of severing the twig, the knife had only left a light mark upon it. The mark did produce some blood-like sap, though. This tree is alive. Hansen looked rather surprised. The sap welled with energy. Hansen used his purple-eyed butterfly to observe the silver treasure fruit tree. He quickly confirmed that it really was a living tree. It had been there for many years, growing from a small sapling to what it was now. With the purple-eyed butterfly, Hansen was able to observe a timeline that spanned 1 billion years. The steel twig was unexpectedly tough. It took Hansen a long while to cut through it so he could claim the silver fruit for himself. When he finally sawed through the twig, the silver fruit dropped from the tree. Hansen reached out his hand to grab it. But the moment the silver sicey touched his hand, Hansen's eyes widened. His face twisted, and his muscles trembled and shook. His blood surged through his veins like lightning, and his entire body turned to ice jade. He roared. He struggled to raise the hand that was holding the silver sicey, his other hand clutching his waist as if he was about to have a hernia. Hansen summoned all the power he could. His hair flew around like mad, and green veins bulged across his head. Patong! The silver sicey continued to fall to the ground, taking Hansen's hand with it. Hansen had to half-kneel on the ground. What kind of fruit is this? It is so heavy. If I swallowed this, it would tear straight through my stomach. Hansen stared at the fruit in disbelief. He wanted to get his hand out from under it, but it was pinning his hand down. He pulled away with all his might, but the fruit wouldn't budge. Hansen took out his knife and hacked away at the silver fruit. The loud shrieking noise of metal on metal assaulted his ears, but the sicey remained completely undamaged. The fruit was harder than the tree it had come from. After a moment of thought, Hansen decided to dig into the ground instead. The floor of the palace was also incredibly hard, though. Hansen's cuts only left light scrape marks behind. The blood Kirin used its own claws to help dig through the stone near Hansen's hand. The creature actually managed to leave a few proper scratch marks, but whenever it pulled its claws away, the scratch marks would disappear. The blood Kirin kept digging, but the floor continued to miraculously recover. Hansen's hand remained motionless under the silver sicey. Grab that fruit and lift it away. Hansen barked to the blood Kirin when he realized that digging into the floor was a futile endeavor. The blood Kirin, upon hearing Hansen, locked its jaws around the silver sicey. It yanked upward with all of its might, but the silver sicey remained still. What is this thing? Hansen was frozen. It was just a fruit, but not even a half-deified being could move it. The sicey didn't even twitch. Even more strangely, Hansen's hand hadn't been crushed. The sicey was keeping him pinned in place, but if the fruit was really as heavy as it seemed, his hand should have been crushed and broken. In truth, his hand was only suffering a bit of pressure. It definitely hadn't been injured. Just as Hansen was about to use purple-eyed butterfly to take a look at the fruit, the teleporter rippled with movement. Someone was coming. Hansen looked over as Mr. White and Crime emerged. Their presence made him frown. Although Crime was king class instead of half-deified, Hansen had witnessed his talents in battle. He was no worse than the half-deified Edward, by Hansen's estimation. Hansen, what are you doing? Mr. White looked at Hansen with interest. The blood Kirin interrupted his question with a roar. Then, it leaped towards Mr. White and Crime. Its claws wielded a blood air as they slashed as Mr. White like blades. Mr. White stepped forward like he was teleporting. He appeared right beside the blood Kirin and pressed a hand against the creature's head. Mr. White's hand flashed with a strange symbol. That symbol sank into the scaled forehead of the blood Kirin like a brand. Boom! The blood Kirin's body suddenly became heavier, and the increased weight almost took the creature to its knees. The symbol glowed gently from the creature's forehead, and the blood Kirin seemed to struggle against the encumbrance. The blood Kirin roared and jumped towards Mr. White again, but this time it was far slower. Mr. White moved with eerie grace, and every step looked like he was teleporting. His power was similar to Huangfu Jing's. He was far stronger than her, of course. The blood Kirin continued to chase Mr. White, all the while roaring in rage. It was angry at being tricked, and even more furious that it was unable to bring harm to Mr. White. Mr. White had played it for a fool. The blood Kirin's intelligence really is quite low. Hansen sighed. The beast had plenty of brawn, but it was severely lacking in the brains department. Mr. White lured the blood Kirin to a side hall, and Hansen could do nothing to stop him. Meanwhile, Crime headed for the pinned-down Han senator. He looked at Hansen and said, "We have no grudge with you. Give me the stone plate, and we will leave. We will pretend we did not see you." "Come and get it, if you have what it takes," Hansen replied flatly. "You are strong, but regrettably, the fruit seems to be holding you in place quite easily. You can't escape as you are right now. How do you expect to fight me?" Crime drew his knife. They had paid the price of underestimating Hansen before, but now, Crime considered him to be an equal opponent. Crime and Mr. White were not going to underestimate him anymore, because he was a duke. Even though Hansen's hand was held firmly in place, which left him unable to run, Crime was still going to use all his power when he attacked. Crime's knife was very creepy, although it was only 1 foot long. It was made of black metal, and the blade was shorter than the handle. It looked like the blade had been broken. A ring protruded from the base of the handle, and a chain was attached firmly to the ring. The other end of the chain connected to Crime's strong arm. As Crime slashed toward him, Hansen didn't speak. He simply tapped the bird's nest on his head, and it widened to shield Hansen's entire body. The bird's nest caught Crime's strike and reflected it in complete silence. No sound was heard, and the nest remained perfectly intact. Crime was surprised. He gathered up all his power and slashed a few more times. Nothing he tried seemed to work, though. Hansen wasn't worried that Crime would break the bird's nest. Even Fox Queen hadn't been able to damage that thing. There was no way Crime could do what she could not. It was a shame the bird's nest couldn't be used offensively. However, he was currently more frustrated by his inability to get the fruit off of his hand. Hansen tried a few different powers, but nothing seemed to work. Aside from using his super god spirit body, he didn't seem to have many options. Suddenly, Mr. White's voice came from the side hall. "Hansen, if things continue like this, none of us will benefit. Why don't we try to cooperate? What do you suggest?" Hansen asked after a moment. "Make this blood Kirin stop, firstly. At least then we might be able to talk," Mr. White said. "Okay." Hansen called the blood Kirin back to his side. Mr. White also removed the mark he had placed upon the creature's forehead. "How about this? I'll help you escape, and in return, you'll give me the stone plate," Mr. White said while looking at Hansen. "No, I will figure out how to get out of this by myself," Hansen said coldly. Mr. White shook his head and smiled. "That is no ordinary fruit, as you should be able to feel. It has you locked in place with no hope of escape. Even the strength of the blood Kirin wasn't enough to free you. You know about this thing?" Hansen frowned. Mr. White looked at the fruit tree and said, "This tree is known as the Silver Treasure Fruit Tree. It is one of the 3 treasure fruit trees. It is a deified plant xenogeneic. The legends say that all 3 treasure fruit trees are located in the sacred leader's own gardens, and those 3 are the only ones in existence. I cannot believe that we're standing right in front of one of them." After pausing, Mr. White went on to say, "The 3 treasure fruit trees I've been talking about are the Bronze Treasure Fruit Tree, the Silver Treasure Fruit Tree, and the Gold Treasure Fruit Tree. They each have their own unique powers. The only one that matters right now is this one, the silver treasure fruit tree. As you can see, it has silver subsidies that are capable of suppressing one's soul. They exert force directly on the soul, bypassing the body completely. Because your soul is being locked down, it doesn't matter if you use every ounce of strength you possess, your body will not be able to throw off the suppression. This does not just apply to someone like you, either. And that doesn't just apply to people of your power level, either. Even a deified being couldn't free themselves from that suppression. After saying all this, Mr. White smiled. Of course, this effect only activates once the silver fruit has been touched. A deified elite would have the sense not to make physical contact with them. This thing cannot be eaten? Hansen felt depressed. If he had known all of this sooner, he wouldn't have gone and picked up the silver fruit with his bare hands. Eaten? Mr. White looked as if he was going to burst out laughing. Unless you want your soul to be locked down forever, why would you ever think about eating one of those? Crime laughed, too. You want to eat the silver fruit? I'm afraid I have to tell you that you are the only person in the entire universe who would think like that. Then what do the other fruits do? The bronze and gold ones, Hansen asked. Hansen didn't ask out of idle curiosity. If they had found the silver treasure fruit tree in this palace, then the others might be nearby. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you are currently suppressed by the silver subsidy. Without my help, you will be stuck here forever. The palaces here are all connected in one way or another. It is only a matter of time before Fox Queen finds you. Do you think she'll let you leave this place alive? Mr. White chuckled. Give me the stone plate, and we can explore this place together. I am only after one additional item. I will gladly share the rest. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to pry any more information about the bronze and gold fruits out of Mr. White, Hansen had to ask, then what do you want? I can't tell you that. I will need first pick after we find the items. It will not be a great loss to you, and it is better than Fox Queen finding you and killing you. Isn't that right? Mr. White said. If that's your offer, then you guys can leave. There is no need for us to cooperate, Hansen said firmly. Mr. White frowned and said, do you really think Fox Queen will spare you? The shape-shifting foxes are known to be capricious. She might have been nice to you at one point in time, but that won't stop her from killing you now. I know that, but I have my own plans. There is no need for you two to worry about it, Hansen replied confidently. Crime wished to say something, but Mr. White stopped him. Mr. White looked at Hansen and said, I am good when it comes to restriction and prediction skills. I can help you avoid many risks, and I can also find the sacred leader's treasure quickly. Even if you aren't afraid of Fox Queen, being stuck here won't do you any good. You will have no choice but to sit there and watch Fox Queen treat herself to all the spoils. We can cooperate, but I must have the stone plate. I'll offer you the same deal, but in reverse. I get to choose what I want first. Hansen smiled. Mr. White went silent and smiled. Okay. I will accept your terms. Hansen was shocked. He didn't expect Mr. White to agree so quickly. Crime was shocked, as well, and he said, Mr. White. How could you? It's okay. Without the stone plate, we cannot access the real treasure, anyway. Mr. White waved his hand. If you guys wish to cooperate, can you tell me how to get rid of this silver fruit? Hansen asked, looking at Mr. White. It is not difficult. The silver fruit has the power to suppress souls. If it cannot feel your soul, then its suppressing power will be lifted. I have a geno art that can seal a soul. I will need to seal your soul so that the fruit cannot feel you. If we do this, you will be free from it, Mr. White said. I see. The more I struggle, the harder it becomes to get out, Hansen realized. If you understand, then we should not waste any more time. We need to get to the treasure before Fox Queen does. I will use the sealing soul technique to get you out of here, Mr. White said as he began walking forward to Hansen. Hang on. Hansen held up a hand. The blood Kirin slid in front of Hansen and presented its teeth to Mr. White. Don't worry, I'm not that treacherous. If I said we will cooperate, I won't betray my own words and do something bad to you, Mr. White said. Mr. White, you worry too much. I trust you, but I don't actually need your help. Hansen suddenly stood up. He lifted his hand easily, picking up the syce and holding it before his eyes. Mr. White and Crime looked at Hansen in shock, finding it difficult to believe their eyes. Hansen was ignoring the silver syce's soul-suppressing power completely. They found that hard to believe. Hansen didn't know exactly what the silver syce did, but learning that the fruit suppressed a person's soul had changed things. Avoiding the soul-suppressing effects of the silver syce was actually quite easy for Hansen. The sea of soul was different from the will of most ordinary creatures. If a creature lost their will, it would be as if they were dead. Their control over their body would be lost. Hansen would be affected similarly if his sea of soul shut down. But ordinary people only had one soul. Hansen's sea of soul, however, had many spirits and beast souls. Hansen reduced his soul and let a beast soul power rise to the surface. The silver syce then suppressed the beast soul. Instead of Hansen, his soul immediately became light and buoyant. We said half and half. Are you interested in the silver syces? Hansen asked casually, playing with the silver syce as he spoke. I could have sealed your soul to free you, but your body would have shut down. I cannot touch the silver fruit myself. Mr. White shook his head. If you don't want these, then I will take them with me, Hansen stated happily. He swung his knife to cut down the other 7 silver fruits. With the help of the blood Kirin, he cut down the other 7 syces with ease. He pocketed all of them. Mr. White and Crime were still frowning in consternation, which made it clear that they didn't understand how Hansen had done what he had. They looked at each other, realizing that they were equally confused. They grew even more suspicious of Hansen. Creatures in the Geno universe only had one soul, but Hansen's sea of soul held many beast souls. Since each silver syce could only freeze one soul at a time, Hansen used 8 beast souls to neutralize the syces. Hansen played with a silver syce in his hand and stroked the blood Kirin's head. He looked at Mr. White and said, "Which way should we head now?" Mr. White went silent for a moment. I don't know what these palaces are made of, but not even Fox Queen could force one open. We have to travel around the palaces using their installed teleporters. Each palace seems to possess 4 teleporters. The front gate and each of the side halls have a teleporter. The back hall has 1, too. That means every palace has 4 exits. What we don't know is how many palaces there are. I think there might be a way to find the right path to the leader's hidden stash, though. Well, you're very good when it comes to calculations and restrictions, Mr. White. You must have the answer. Hansen smiled. I have a few ideas, but I cannot be certain my assumptions are correct. We can give them a try, however, Mr. White said, then he turned to the back hall. Crime followed Mr. White, and Hansen and the Kirin brought up the rear. Just as Mr. White had explained, the place was practically a maze. Hansen wasn't very good with these sorts of puzzles, and it would have been very difficult for Hansen to find the sacred leader's treasure by himself. If he walked around aimlessly, he would probably never find the treasure. And if he bumped into Fox Queen, that one encounter could be the end of him. Mr. White teleported out via the back hall. When Hansen stepped out of the teleporter on the other side, he found himself in a big hall. The hall was just like the one Hansen had come from. There were many statues and paintings there. Mr. White made a calculation, and he went to the side hall's teleporter. Hansen wondered just how many palaces there were. This maze was far too complicated for him to navigate by himself. Mr. White made a calculation every single time they reached a new palace. It took them 4 hours to move through 100 palaces, and they still hadn't reached the end. How long is it going to take for us to reach the treasure? Hansen couldn't help but ask. Crime snorted in annoyance and said, "Do you think calculating the right route is easy? If it wasn't for Mr. White leading us down the correct road, we would be teleporting into the wrong palaces and exposing ourselves to a great deal of danger. It wouldn't simply be a long trip at that point. We would struggle to survive whatever trials those other palaces threw at us." I wasn't complaining. I was just wondering how long it will take for us to get to where the treasure is hidden, Hansen said in exasperation. Mr. White laughed and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, we'll be reaching the first checkpoint soon." "What does that mean?" Hansen asked. This was the first he'd heard about a checkpoint. After thinking briefly, Mr. White said, "Even with us going down the correct road, there will be a few defensive systems that we'll have to bypass. For a treasure like this, there will be multiple protective measures in place. Our path is correct, yes, but we must also open the many locked doors to gain entry. I estimate that there will be 4 to 7 of them. I don't know exactly what form these checkpoints will take, of course. The defensive systems will be a touch more threatening than actual locked doors. We have to tread carefully." After saying all that, Mr. White returned his focus to the path ahead. Hansen followed the man silently. After going through another 3 palaces, Mr. White arrived at a palace's main gate. It was there that he told Hansen, "If I'm correct, the next palace will be the first checkpoint of this maze. You are going to have to be a little bit more careful." After that, Mr. White traveled through the light. Crime followed him, as well. The bird's nest was still sitting on Hansen's head, and he also summoned the gold demon bug king by Sema before walking through the light. Just like before, Hansen appeared in a palace after teleporting. This palace looked far different from the other 100 palaces they had visited, though. This palace was circular, and the roof was shaped like a shield. A giant statue stood at the center of the hall, looking like some massive god that was clad in protective armor. Its head almost touched the roof above. Even though it was just a statue, the mere sight of it was terrifying. Looking at it made the observer want to submit to this deific figure, as if he was the center of the entire universe. Is this a statue of the sacred leader? Hansen wondered, as he observed the statue. Fox Queen had told him that the sacred leader always wore armor, and no one knew for sure whether it was a man or a woman. Mr. White and Crime had stepped out of the teleporter, but they did not go forward. When Hansen and the Blood Kirin caught up with them, Mr. White said, "Although it looks safe, we still need to exercise caution. The correct exit here is the front gate. We will have to walk past the statue." Mr. White stepped towards the statue, but Crime quickly ran in front of him. "I will ensure the path is safe for you first." Hansen really admired Crime. There were not many people left in that day and age that could remain so loyal and committed. Hansen followed Mr. White, while Crime led the way from ahead. As they approached the statue's eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes gleamed like lanterns, showering the entire statue with light. Hansen's group was suddenly standing in a spotlight. But while the light was bright, it didn't seem to be destructive. "Hello children, welcome to my treasury," the statue boomed. Hansen jumped slightly. "Don't be afraid. This statue is only an extension of my will. It is not really me." The statue then went on to say, "If you've made it this far, then that means I am already dead. The items here are now useless for me. I can give them to you, but first, you must pass a test. Only those that successfully pass the test will be allowed to claim my treasures. Anyone who fails, even if they are a deified being, will not be permitted to take so much as a single grain of sand." "What test?" Crime asked. The statue's voice was robotic. There were no emotional fluctuations in its tone, and it was impossible to guess its gender. It said, "This test is very simple. If you can break this, you will pass the test." After that, the statue moved. It reached out its hand and bent lower. It put an item in front of the group, then returned to its original position. The statue's eyes started to dim, and its appearance reverted to that of an ordinary statue. Hansen looked at the item the statue had placed in front of them. It was a 40-centimeter-long rock. It didn't really look special in any way, and it was made from green stone. Crime tried talking to the statue again, but the statue didn't respond to his questions. Stop asking. It only has pre-programmed responses. Now that he is gone, there is nothing special about the statue, Mr. White said. Crime approached the statue from the side, but it gave no reaction. So, Crime walked in front of the main hall's gate. Nothing weird happened there, either. Mr. White, if it isn't affecting us, should we just ignore it? Hansen looked at the stone. Mr. White shook his head. The sacred leader left this item here on purpose. Maybe we will require it later on, and it could be difficult to come back to get it. And Fox Queen might take it if we leave it here. You are right, but isn't it possible that the sacred leader is trying to play us? There might actually be a trap inside the stone, Hansen said. Mr. White was momentarily silent. That's possible, but I still think we should try. If the sacred leader wants to trick us, we might have to spring the trap in order to find the treasure. Let me give it a try, Crime said. He gathered up a surge of black light within his knife and swung it at the stone. Dong! A strike that could split space came down on the stone. It made a loud clanging sound, but the stone wasn't damaged. And there wasn't even a mark left behind. Crime's face became grim. The black light rose around his body and turned into a dark fire. His body looked as if it was wholly shielded by demons. The disturbing light danced around the hall. The dark light surrounded Hansen, and he could not see or feel anything. It was like he was stuck in absolute darkness. Hansen was shocked. He expanded the bird's nest to shield himself and the blood Kirin, in case Crime was preparing to attack them. Crime's area of affectability can muffle all 7 senses. It kind of resembles my Dongxian aura. While Hansen was thinking, the darkness dissipated. Crime hadn't tried to attack them. When the room brightened again, he was standing beside the rock, looking defeated. He shook his head to Mr. White. He had tried his best, but he had been unable to break the stone. Mr. White, would you like to give it a try? Crime offered politely. No thanks. If not even your power was able to leave a mark on it, then this stone isn't something that can be opened by brute force, Mr. White said, then walked over to the stone to examine it. Hansen put away his bird's nest. He walked closer to the stone and used his purple-eyed butterfly to check the stone out. The history of the stone began to scroll back in Hansen's vision, and after a minute or two, Hansen jumped in surprise. The stone had originally been a bucket of viscous liquid, like cement. A demon-like creature was thrown into the liquid. No matter how much the demon struggled, it was unable to get out. The demon and that liquid were dumped into a mold. The liquid hardened over time until it became the stone in front of them. Hansen raised his eyebrow at the stone. Mr. White looked at it for a while and frowned. This stone seems to have a will of its own. A very scary will, at that. Perhaps that will is the key to breaking the stone open. Mr. White, what do you propose to do? Crime asked. Mr. White thought and said, let me use my soul sealing technique. I'll see if I am able to seal the will that's inside this thing. After that, Mr. White lowered his hand onto the stone, a strange symbol glowing on his palm. The symbol pressed against the stone, and the quiet stone was suddenly shaking like mad. A demonic, roaring noise came from it. It was terrifying. Under the glow of the symbol's light, the green stone started to bleed. The stone turned red. Pat. The symbol that Mr. White had branded onto the stone cracked and shattered, and then the stone returned to normal again. Mr. White was pale and trembling. Crime immediately moved over to put a hand on his shoulder and ask, Sir, are you okay? I am fine. Mr. White shook his head. The will inside that stone is so strong that not even my soul-sealing technique worked. I'm afraid that this will belongs to a deified being. Upon hearing those words, Hansen smiled and asked, Mr. White, if I am able to break the stone, can I have whatever is inside? We are cooperating, so we will have to share, of course, Crime said coldly. Mr. White, however, seemed to have thought of something. He smiled. If Hansen can open it, then it would be a waste to leave it here. If you can open it, then the item inside is all yours. If it is useful, I hope you will use it to help us when the time demands it. Of course. Hansen walked in front of the stone. He pulled out a silver syce and placed it on the stone. Then he stepped back. Hansen used his mind to self-destruct the beast soul he had linked to the syce. After the beast soul was destroyed, the silver syce's suppressing power was directed into the stone, instead. The stone started to shake again, and a scary roaring noise came from it. Drops of blood appeared on its surface. The silver syce was vibrating as well, but it did not fall off the top of the stone where Hansen had placed it. It looks like the leader left the silver treasure fruit tree in the palace earlier on purpose. It was not a random placement, it was put there so that this stone could be broken. It is fortunate Hansen brought the silver syces with him. Otherwise, we'd have had no hope of opening this stone, Mr. White said. While they were talking, cracks began to spread across the stone's surface. The raging noises of its interior became even worse. Pang! Suddenly, the stone exploded. Chunks of red rock flew in every direction. When the dust had settled, Hansen walked over to the site of the explosion and picked up an item. It was a green crystal orb. There seemed to be smoke inside it, and the cloudy mass swirled with a magical allure. Hansen could even see words flashing within the murk. What is it? Crime asked Hansen, who was still holding the orb. Hansen grinned and put the orb in his pocket. Didn't Mr. White say that the contents of the stone would be mine? Crime grunted and turned away from Hansen. Mr. White smiled graciously. Well, now you have it. Let's get moving. Hansen doubted that Mr. White and Crime would keep their promises. They had come there prepared, and they were going to betray Hansen. He was very firm in his suspicions, so he had to claim as many rewards as he could for as long as he was able to. Hansen followed behind Mr. White, examining the orb as he went. The orb was very misty, and the cloudiness almost hid the words inside it. When Hansen looked closely, he was given a surprise. The content of the text was similar to the Blood Pulse Sutra. Hansen was shocked. Ghostbone Town had a statue of the human emperor, and now he had found a Geno art that had a connection to the Blood Pulse Sutra. What was the relationship between the human emperor, the sacred leader, and Blood Legion? Hansen couldn't figure it out, but reading the Geno art inside that red and misty orb made Hansen happy. Since Hansen had begun practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra, he had thought that it had little utility in the arts of combat. The most useful aspect of the Geno art was the mere fact that he could pass on his stronger genes to his descendants. But as he looked over the Geno art inside that orb, Hansen could see another branch of possibilities shooting off from the Blood Pulse Sutra. The Geno art inside the orb was of the same type as Blood Pulse Sutra, but it wasn't identical. It was like a comparison between a flower and the individual leaves on the stem. They might have grown together, but they were different from each other. If the Blood Pulse Sutra was the flower, the Geno art inside the orb was a leaf. The duty of the flower was to bear fruit. The leaf, however, was for breathing. The metaphor might sound beautiful and gentle, but the Geno art was actually very cruel. The Geno art inside of the orb could steal the blood of other creatures. The skill could plunder the blood pulse of an opponent to provide nutrition for the user. The opponent would lose their own blood pulse power and end up as a dull creature, sapped of vitality. But to Hansen, that savagery was merely a part of life. The Geno art functioned on the same rules of natural selection that governed the sanctuary. In the sanctuary, life was about plundering what other creatures offered in order to make oneself stronger. The Geno art was obviously a more direct approach to that goal. Hansen thought of Dragon 8, whom he had once fought. If Hansen wanted the man's gold dragon body, he would only have to use this new Geno art to steal the dragon's blood pulse. By doing that, Hansen would steal the gold dragon body for himself. It was a very simple process. If that Geno art went public in the universe, Hansen would be an enemy in the eyes of all. No race would allow their blood pulse to be stolen by another. Hansen memorized the Geno art, which was called blood pulse plunder. He swore to himself that he would never allow anyone else to learn of the Geno art's existence. If anyone learned that he possessed such a dangerous skill, no one would come near him. Because Hansen had the Blood Pulse Sutra as a base, he didn't need to practice Blood Pulse plunder. He could use it immediately, although his lack of experience with the skill would keep him from being very adept with it at first. Both of the skills were the same at their core. Pat. Hansen memorized all of Blood Pulse plunder, searing it into his memory. Then, he crushed the green orb in his hands. Keeping it with him would be dangerous. It was best to destroy it now and not leave any evidence behind. But when the green orb was crushed, the blood smoke ran into the tips of Hansen's fingers. The smoke sank through his skin until it reached his blood vessels and blood. Hansen tried to stop it, but nothing seemed to work. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power and the blood mist were one and the same. They melted together immediately, and they refused to separate. Blood Pulse plunder started to run. The process was so smooth that Hansen felt as if he had already practiced it 1,000,000 times. Whoever left this item behind was a very scary person. He seems to have known that the person who found the orb would destroy it. The red mist was prepared to aid a learner with the practice of Blood Pulse plunder. Even if the person that found the orb hadn't learned the Blood Pulse Sutra, this would allow them to understand Blood Pulse plunder very quickly. Hansen was shocked. Whoever designed the orb had clearly understood psychology quite well. After all those eons had passed, the person had still anticipated what Hansen was going to do. But that means whoever prepared the orb didn't expect the person who collected the orb to know of the Blood Pulse Sutra already. In that case, this must not be an item that Blood Legion prepared for their own people. Maybe the Sacred Leader actually has nothing to do with Blood Legion, and he just acquired this through random happenstance? Hansen continued to think to himself. Mr. White and Crime were still leading the way. Hansen had the Blood Kirin follow behind him. Hansen had been following Mr. White for a very long time now, and no danger seemed to cross their path. They walked through another 100 palaces, and then, they arrived at a checkpoint. But this time, what they saw at the checkpoint froze them in place. There was a big hole in the middle of the circular palace. If that checkpoint was the same as the first one, there ought to have been a giant statue in its place. Mr. White's eyes widened. It looks like someone got here before us and decided to destroy the hall, Mr. White said. He rushed down to examine the hole, and Hansen and Crime followed. They stood near him and looked down into the darkness. What they saw seemed to imply that it was a natural cavern formation. Pieces of floor and broken statue lay at the bottom of the cave. It was just as they thought, a statue had stood there, but it had been destroyed. Let me go down and take a closer look. Hansen was curious. He didn't know who might have come there first and made such a mess. Hansen went down to check out the cave carefully. He discovered that the cave had another 3 paths, which all led different directions. Crime and Mr. White ventured down, as well. Mr. White looked at the pile of rubble that once formed the statue. The statue has been broken, and whatever gift it had for us is gone. I cannot be sure who took it, though. The broken statue can no longer speak either, so whatever message it had is lost to us. What do we do now? Should we stick with the plan, or check out where these tunnels might lead? Hansen stared down one of the stone tunnels. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion erupted from the cave. The cave began to shake as if there was a thunderstorm raging. It felt like their eardrums were going to break. Going into the caves is too risky. We should stick with the plan we have already established. If someone ventured this way before us, they would have to come back, even if they got the sacred leader's treasure. We can still stand a chance. Mr. White didn't look too cheery. He flew out of the cave. Hansen used his purple-eyed butterfly to examine the broken statue. He was unable to learn anything. He then looked down the tunnel that seemed to be experiencing a thunderstorm. Hearing more thunder, Hansen decided to go back with Mr. White. Perhaps it was because someone had already been there, but Mr. White calculated the next route much faster. It seemed as if he wanted to catch up with whoever was ahead of him. Over the next few palaces, Hansen and the others were able to confirm that someone had come there before them. But Mr. White quickly discovered that the mystery man didn't seem to know the proper route. He had tried every single door of light, and he had made many mistakes. He had entered into some dangerous palaces before returning and taking the correct routes. This guy doesn't know the proper way to the treasure, but he keeps trying and trying. He has made it an impressive distance into this maze. That means the person is very strong, and he has been here for a very long time, Mr. White said with a frown. That should be impossible. Before we entered the portal in that tree, the door was locked. Without Hansen's stone plate, how did he manage to gain access? Crime asked with suspicion. Mr. White merely shook his head. He didn't know. Hansen didn't say anything either, and he just followed Mr. White. Reaching the third checkpoint took them an hour less than it had taken them to reach the second checkpoint. Hansen carefully entered the third checkpoint and stopped dead. His eyes opened wide, and he almost screamed. The third checkpoint was completely different from the two prior checkpoints they had visited. Although it was a palace, too, it was much larger than the others. The floor of the palace wasn't covered in stone, but water. It was a large lake, with many bridges running across it. The jade bridges were in the shape of a crescent moon, and there were 13 of them. They spanned the entirety of the palace, and each one seemed to connect to a separate teleporter on the opposite side of the lake. Each of the 13 bridges was made of a different type of jade. Stone statues stood along the railings of each bridge. Some of the statues seemed to depict devils, whereas others seemed to depict angels. Some were in the shape of vicious beasts, and others looked like gentle creatures. Hansen was now looking out across a purple jade bridge. Its railings had a line of evil-looking stone statues, but that wasn't why Hansen was observing it. Hansen was looking at the highest point of the purple bridge, where there was a 10-meter-tall statue that looked like a devil. It was squatting in the middle of the bridge with its wings folded. The devil's eyes were looking down, as if they were scanning the area below for something to eat. Purple and blackish nails adorned its fingers, and they were long and sharp like talons. A woman was clutched in its hand, and the woman was quite familiar to Hansen. Isha! Hansen almost screamed out. The purple devil's stone hand gripped Isha firmly. Although her body was covered by its fingers, her face was clearly visible. She was very pale, and blood dripped from her mouth. It looked as if she was in a coma, and her hair had turned bone white. Hansen recognized her even so, and he was certain of her identity. She was in horrible shape, but her face still looked exactly the same as he remembered it. She was still that almighty queen. No one else could ever look like she did. Why is Isha here? I thought she had been swallowed by overbearing. Hansen's heart jumped as he thought of something. Is this the palace that sits on overbearing's back? Thinking of this possibility, Hansen's heart started to pound like mad. No wonder the sacred leader wasn't afraid of people stealing his treasure. He invested a lot to secure his possessions. My queen! Hansen shouted to Isha from across the bridge, hoping to wake her up. He could tell that she wasn't dead. Hansen imbued his voice with a sonic wave, but the call prompted no reaction from her. Stop shouting. Even if a deified elite was shouting at her, she wouldn't be able to hear the call, Mr. White said. Ah. I see. Hansen looked at Mr. White and bowed. Mr. White pointed at the Jade Bridge and said, "These 13 bridges contain 13 different powers. Stepping onto a bridge locks you onto it. This must be the other test that was left behind by the sacred leader. We are going to have to choose the right bridge if we are to go through this safely. What is the power of that bridge?" Hansen pointed at Isha's purple jade bridge. "If I'm not mistaken, then the devil statues on the bridge are the legendary Hell Ghosts. The statue at the center must be Hell Ghost King. It represents Hell power," Mr. White said, looking at the bridge carefully. "Is Hell power a death element power?" Hansen asked. Mr. White shook his head. "Hell is where the dead go, according to the legends, but Hell is not actually associated with the death element. It is another branch of space and time. You can understand it this way: Hell is another dimension that exists separately from our world. The axis of space and time is different there than in our world. So, Hell power comes from that difference in dimensional structure. It is not about death or darkness." "Then how do we save her?" Hansen asked. Mr. White pursed his lips. "Aside from forcing our way through, I cannot think of a way we can. Space and time are very mysterious elements that are extremely difficult to control. The legends say that the sacred leader mastered space and time powers. Knife was unlucky to select the Jade Bridge that is aligned with those energies." Hansen frowned. If Isha had failed to force her way across the Jade Bridge, then that meant it would be even more difficult for him. After all, most of Hansen's Geno arts were marquees. His fighting power wasn't as strong as Isha's half-deified abilities. Hansen looked at Isha in the grip of the devil's hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that the devil's nails were actually digging into Isha's flesh. Ever so slowly, Isha continued to bleed. The blood ran across the statue's nails, and the tips of those nails were dyed red. If that continued, Isha wouldn't have much time left before she bled to death. The power of the Hell Bridge blocked Hansen's connection with Isha, so he could not determine her life force. But he could see clearly that she didn't have much time left. Mr. White examined the 13 jade bridges and then came back. He made a number of calculations. Hansen thought he must have been trying to pick the Jade Bridge they could all cross safely. But quickly, Mr. White's face started to look gloomy. "These 13 bridges are dead ends. They all have a scary power guarding them, so none of them can be crossed safely. Did the sacred leader not plan on letting anyone leave this place alive? No. There must be a way." Mr. White started to sweat. His fingers flashed with a symbol as he continued to make his calculations. Hansen's eyes kept drifting over to the purple jade bridge. The purple-eye butterfly in his right eye spun, analyzing the structure of the purple jade bridge. Hansen knew that Isha was very brave and sometimes arrogant, but she was never stupid. There was no way she would have decided to take the most difficult path. Hansen thought Isha selected the Hell Bridge for a specific purpose. He just didn't know why she had failed. The purple-eye butterfly's 4-flower purple pupil kept spinning, but not much could be gleaned. The purple jade bridge was wrapped up in some sort of power. Hansen could see a very complicated substance chain around it, woven like a bird's nest. Hansen couldn't understand this. He couldn't tell what sort of power it was. "This is it. If we walk this bridge, we can make it through alive." Mr. White suddenly pointed at a jade bridge triumphantly. Hansen looked at where Mr. White was pointing. He was indicating a jade bridge that was pitch black like ink. The bridge featured some crow-like bird statues. A giant bird statue stood in the middle of the bridge on a stone pillar, coldly overlooking the entire bridge. Mr. White explained that bird is called the death crow. It leads the living through the cycle of death. It might seem like a dead end, but it is certainly a road we will be able to survive. This is the only bridge, out of the 13 of them, that can lead us safely to the other side. Going through life and death, yin and yang, the sacred leader was a very unique individual. If I hadn't researched the sacred leader's life and learned that he was reborn 9 times, I would have never have assumed that this was the correct path to take. You are very smart, Mr. White. Even the sacred leader's secrets are known to you, murmured a woman's voice. Hansen and Mr. White both jerked in surprise. They turned around and saw Fox Queen approaching from behind. She had caught up to them very quickly. Mr. White's face looked glum. Clearly, he had never imagined that Fox Queen would catch up with them so quickly. If she didn't possess Mr. White's skill at calculating the correct path, it shouldn't have been possible for her to simply guess the correct way each and every time. There was no way she should have been able to follow them. Suddenly, Mr. White seemed to understand something. He looked down at his own body. Fox Queen laughed. You don't need to look. I left a spray on you, a specific scent that only a shape-shifting fox could follow. Fox Queen then ignored Mr. White, who was now looking green in the face. She stared at Han Sr., good brother, we meet again. Did you miss your big sister? I sure missed you. Hansen was gripping the bird's nest tightly as he started to step away. He was next to the Hell Bridge. He smiled at her. I missed you, big sister, but I would have been happy never seeing your face again. Fox Queen smiled and said, in that case, you must be disappointed. But since we're both already here, shouldn't you do something nice for your big sister who cares so much about you? You want this, you mean? Hansen pulled out the stone plate. He held it comfortably in one hand. Fox Queen's eyes brightened, and she smiled. Little brother. You really do understand your big sister so very much. You are so cute. I really didn't want to brutally murder you. If you give it to your big sister, how about I keep you alive? Sure, but if you want it, you will have to chase me. If you catch me, I will give it to you, Hansen said, then he stepped onto the Hell Bridge with the blood Kirin. The muscles in Fox Queen's face tensed, but it was too late to stop Hansen now. She flashed forward to the bridge, but she didn't have the guts to step on it. Mr. White was shocked, and he shouted, come back. You cannot go across the Hell Bridge. Mr. White knew he was wasting his breath, though. The Hell Bridge meant hell power, and just like he had explained, it was a force from a different dimension. The moment Hansen had stepped onto the bridge, he had entered a new dimension. No matter how loudly Mr. White shouted, he knew Hansen couldn't see or hear him anymore. Mr. White, is there any way we can walk this bridge? Fox Queen was staring at Hansen and the blood Kirin. Even deified elites might die there. Do you really think he can pull through? Mr. White had a wry smile. What a shame. Fox Queen looked at Hansen and sighed. She didn't know if she was feeling remorse over the loss of Hansen himself or the stone plate she coveted. Mr. White, you can go on ahead, Fox Queen said distractedly, gesturing dismissively at him. Mr. White felt glum. He looked at crime, then at the black bridge of life and death. Fox Queen watched Hansen for a while longer, then stepped onto the life and death bridge. When Hansen had stepped onto the Hell Bridge, his vision changed almost immediately. He had been able to see the end of the bridge clearly, but once he set foot on it, things changed. The bridge stretched on and on without an end in sight. Aside from the bridge and the lake, nothing else occupied his vision. Hansen couldn't see the other 12 bridges or any of the teleporters. He couldn't see Fox Queen or Mr. White. It was as if the bridge was residing in a plane of existence, all on its own. Furthermore, the Hell Ghost statues on the bridge came alive, and they all looked like real devils. They hunched atop the rails, and their purple eyes glared at Hansen as if they were going to swallow him alive. Their bodies were wreathed in purple fire, and there were so many of them that the whole bridge was wreathed in a chain of purple flames. It was an unsettling sight. Hansen held up the bird's nest as he went along. He looked as far down the bridge as he could, but he couldn't see the grand Hell Ghost statue and Isha in the middle anymore. Hansen gritted his teeth. He clutched the bird's nest tight and moved forward with the blood Kirin. Hansen believed Isha must have had a reason for selecting the Hell Bridge. Plus, Fox Queen was there. That meant Hansen didn't really have a choice in the matter. Walking across another bridge with her on his heels might have been more dangerous. Hansen moved slowly down the bridge, holding the bird's nest defensively. The Hell Ghosts atop the rail continued to stare at him, their eyes following him as he walked. They leered at Hansen and the blood Kirin. Perhaps they were scared of Hansen's bird's nest, and that was why they had decided not to follow. They simply stared at the pair. Hansen walked along the bridge for a while, but he soon started to feel poorly. Hansen had the bird's nest protecting his body, but he noticed that something ominous was still happening to him. The bird's nest is unable to block the Hell Bridge's power? Hansen looked down at his body, and also the body of the blood Kirin. He frowned. He and the blood Kirin were dyed purple. The further he walked, the deeper the color became across his skin. The blood Kirin had previously looked red, but not even it could block the dyeing effect of that purple color. Although Hansen couldn't tell how the purple air might affect their bodies, it obviously wasn't something that boded well. Hansen stopped. He used his blood pulse sutra and his jade skin, but he couldn't remove the purple air from his skin. And although they had stopped, the purple air continued to grow stronger. Hansen summoned his gold demon bug king Bysema, but that proved to be useless, too. The purple air was still able to penetrate the gold demon bug king Bysema and dye him and the blood Kirin. Hansen looked at the egg that the little red bird had turned into. There was no purple air permeating it, and that made Hansen feel a little relief. If the little red bird's egg wasn't infected, then that meant there might be a way to deflect the force. It wasn't invulnerable. Hansen looked back and noticed that he could no longer see the way he had come. There was no end, and Hansen gritted his teeth. The Hell Ghosts on both sides stared coldly at Hansen and the blood Kirin. They were like a crowd gathered to watch a funeral procession. It didn't seem as if they wished to do anything to stop the intruders, though. As Hansen continued to walk, he thought about his situation. Those who are outside of this bridge can see what is actually going on, so the Hell Ghosts really are just statues. They only appear to be alive because I am on the bridge. It could be just a feeling or the adverse effect of some type of power that gives them the appearance of life. The Hell Ghosts aren't attacking us, but they might be configured to release power of some sort. If this line of thinking is correct, then how did Isha end up in the clutches of that menacing statue? Does that mean there is one Hell Ghost statue that is actually a living being? Hansen wondered. He and the blood Kirin continued to walk across the bridge. The purple stain in their skin deepened as they went, but the way ahead of them was still clear. The purple jade bridge reached on without an end in sight. That purple air didn't seem to be affecting their bodies, but it made Hansen rather worried all the same. These purple airs might be part of a process to build up power. The more that is gathered, the stronger the inevitable explosion would be, Hansen thought to himself. Because the jade bridge's length had been extended by the distorted dimension, Hansen rode the blood Kirin as it sprinted at top speed for over 100 hours. Only then did they finally see the middle of the bridge coming up. Just as it had appeared on the outside, Isha had been grabbed by a giant, evil Hell Ghost. The sight was quite different now that Hansen was standing on the bridge, though. The giant Hell Ghost wasn't a statue in this place. It was an actual creature. It had purple skin and wings, and its head had a pair of purple horns that looked like bull horns. Its body was like a wild monkey. It gripped Isha tightly, and its eyes were shining with purple light. "Queen!" Hansen shouted at Isha as he rode closer to her on the blood Kirin. When Hansen had called to her from outside the bridge, Isha had been unable to hear him. Now that they were in the same dimension, Hansen thought he might be able to get her attention. Isha slowly started to open her eyes. She rolled her head over to look at Hansen, but it was clearly a struggle in her weakened state. As she saw Hansen coming across the bridge, Isha's expression became strange. She stared at him for a while, as if she was trying to determine whether Hansen was real or just a delirious fantasy. "My queen, are you okay?" Hansen shouted as he came toward her. The statue that held Isha didn't behave as if it had heard Han's senator, it just continued to hold Isha as if it hadn't noticed Hansen and the blood Kirin. "Why are you here?" Isha whispered. Hansen could tell that she could barely summon the strength to speak. "It's a long story, we can talk about it later. But tell me, how can I help you?" Hansen asked. Isha shook her head. "You should find a way to save yourself. Your body has collected a lot of that hellish air. If you don't leave, the Hell Ghost will soon see you. And when that happens, it will be too late for you to run. Get off of this Hell Bridge, and you might find a way to survive." "You selected the Hell Bridge for a specific reason, yes?" Hansen asked. It didn't look as if he intended to leave anytime soon. "Do not waste time talking to me about this. Get lost." Isha scolded him with a frown. "I'm not the only one here. There is a deified elite waiting for me, and she is my enemy. Even if I do make it out of here, I'm just going to end up dead," Hansen said with a shrug. Isha looked surprised. She quietly said, "You are a magnet for trouble." "Whatever, then. Since you are here, let's try something out. Maybe we can both live through this." "My lady, you have a way to get out of here?" Hansen asked. Isha smiled and said, "I selected the Hell Bridge so I could use the Hell power to activate my rebate elder blood. That way, I could become deified. But I failed. Since you are here, perhaps you can help me try again. The success rate is low, but it is certainly worth a try." "How do I help?" Hansen quickly asked. Isha took a deep breath and slowly said, "I told you before, our rebate elder used to be a servant for an important person amongst the Extreme King. That man was called Hell King. He had a Hell God body, and it possessed an intense Hell power." Isha began coughing and had to take a deep breath before continuing her speech. "Because he treated our elder very nicely, Hell King put some of his Hell King blood into her body. So, that way, our elder could one day become deified and create teeth power. It was all because of Hell King's blood. Regrettably, the Hell King blood I possess is too weak." The rebate elder was given a powerful gift, but she didn't possess the blood naturally. When it was passed from child to child, it became weaker with every generation. After so many years have passed, the Hell King blood is so light that it might not even exist anymore. I wanted to use the Hell power to activate the Hell King blood, but it proved to be too difficult. Either that, or the blood has vanished completely." Isha looked at Han Sr., "But now, even though this is a 1 in a billion chance, we have to take it. However, I have no power, and so I will have to make use of your power. If it doesn't work, you and I will die here together. If you don't want to take this risk, you should leave now, while there is still time." "How can I help you?" Hansen repeated. If Hansen didn't save Isha, it wouldn't matter if he made it to the other side of the Hell Bridge alive. Fox Queen would be waiting. If he was able to help Isha become deified, things might turn out differently. Isha was his teacher. If he saved her, Isha would probably help him get the sacred leader's legacy treasure. And with a deified elite next to him, he would no longer have to fear Fox Queen. Isha sighed. She looked at the Hell Ghost that had grabbed her and told Hansen, "This ghost statue is the key to this entire Hell Bridge. All the power of the Hell Bridge stems from this. If I can get its blood, perhaps then I can become deified." Isha took a deep breath and went on to say, "It is not living, by the way. It is just a statue with Hell blood. It is currently attracted by my power, and so most of its power is focused solely on me. You can use this opportunity to break its body and collect the Hell blood. Help me become deified. The success rate is so low, though. Plus, I know that there is Hell blood in the statue, but I don't know where it is concentrated. And since you are still so weak, I'm not even sure you can damage it. On top of that, even if I do get the hell blood, the success rate of activating my own hell blood is low. That is why I have told you it is a 1 in a billion chance. If you have a method of escape, I suggest you make use of it now. By the time Isha finished speaking, her face had grown even paler. Hansen turned to face the statue, then he activated his purple-eyed butterfly. If he wanted to live, he needed Isha. He didn't want to watch her die, either. If there was a way to save her and resolve his own dire situation by extension, he wanted to try. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But as Isha had said, it was a dangerous thing to attempt. If they failed, there was a very high chance he could die. If Hansen's strike didn't work, the ghost statue might attack him in return. Fortunately, Hansen had the bird's nest to defend himself. With a shield like that, he didn't have to be afraid. Plus, he had the blood Kirin. Even if his own power couldn't break the body of the ghost statue, the blood Kirin's strength might be enough. But before he could allow the blood Kirin to attack, Hansen first needed to locate the hell blood inside the ghost statue. And when he had located it, he had to ensure success in a single hit. He didn't know if he would be given a second chance. The purple-eyed butterfly kept analyzing the ghost statue. Hansen detected many mysterious substance chains wrapping around and through the statue. Those substance chains were very complex, and they were difficult to understand. But Hansen didn't have to understand how the ghost statue was made, all he had to do was locate the point where the hell blood was stored. Through the Dongxian aura and purple-eyed butterflies' combined analysis, Hansen's eyes eventually brightened. It's there. When Hansen looked at the ghost statue's eyebrow, he noticed there was an extra tight substance chain. The purple substance was so thick that he could not detect a single seam. Blood Kirin, attack here. Hansen lifted his thunder god spike and took aim at the ghost statue's eyebrow. The blood Kirin was carrying Hansen, and the beast glowed with red light. Blood air swirled around to cover its entire body. It loosed a thunderous roar before leaping up at the ghost statue's eyebrow. Isha was surprised as she watched her student. She was too weak to participate, and it was only now that she noticed the beast that Hansen was riding. It was a scary half-deified being, she could tell. It wasn't an ordinary half-deified creature, either. It had to be at the very top of what was achievable in that class. Isha was surprised Hansen was able to command such a powerful mount. The sight gave her a little bit of hope to cling to. A xenogeniac that was almost as strong as her might be able to crack the ghost statue and retrieve the hell blood she required. While Isha was mulling this over, the blood Kirin's claws were tearing through the fabric of space. The beast lashed out at the ghost statue's forehead, sending a vicious attack against the statue's brow. But suddenly, the ghost statue shone with purple light. Before Hansen and the blood Kirin could react, the statue's other hand grabbed the blood Kirin, just as it had Isha. Its sharp nails dug into the blood Kirin's flesh. The blood Kirin let out a horrendous screech. The statue's talons easily punched through the creature's tough scales, and they were digging in deep. Hansen was saved by the fact that the ghost statue's claws only went for the blood Kirin. He tumbled to the surface of the bridge. Looking up at what had occurred, he was given a shock. Without a doubt, the ghost statue's power was deified. Even the blood Kirin couldn't fight it off. The powerful creature was in the statue's hand, and no matter how much the blood Kirin tried to struggle, it could not pry itself free from the claws. The blood Kirin kept squirming in a bid to get free, but that only made the claws sink in deeper. Blood seeped out in greater and greater volume. Isha looked depressed. She had underestimated the statue's cunning. She thought she was pulling the attention and power of the ghost statue's power, but now, she realized that the ghost statue had more power than she initially assumed. The power it had used to attack the blood Kirin was as great as anything she could unleash herself. Blood Kirin, don't move. Hansen shouted up at the blood Kirin from where he stood on the bridge. The blood Kirin, upon hearing Hansen's voice, stopped squirming and resigned itself to the pain it was already feeling. When the blood Kirin stopped fighting the ghost statue, the powers of the ghost statue's claws seemed to lessen. D***it. Now I understand. It wasn't because Isha and the blood Kirin weren't strong enough. The thing attacked them because they have hell power already. Hansen looked at his own purple body and the purple air. The ghost statue wasn't a creature. Just as Isha had said, it was indeed a statue. And inside its body was a pocket of hell blood. That was the source of its strength. While it did have a lot of power, it lacked intelligence. It didn't make plans or schemes, it did the job it was programmed to do. It was the hell power inside Hansen that would cause the statue to act. If Hansen used his power, the hell power that was now inside his body would be triggered. And the ghost statue, in turn, would be prompted to make its move. The events would play out like falling dominoes. Unless Hansen could get rid of the hell power, not even a deified elite could block the ghost statue's attack. Once enough hell power accumulated within Hansen's body, the ghost statue would attack him even if he didn't act first. Just as it had been for Isha. When she walked across the bridge, she hadn't attacked the ghost statue, but the statue still grabbed her. That was why she was unable to evade it. Hansen and the blood Kirin hadn't activated the ghost statue when they walked near it because of the bird's nest. Hansen had thought that the bird's nest was ineffectual against the hell power, but it actually had gotten rid of some of it. That was why the hell power in Hansen and the blood Kirin hadn't triggered the ghost statue to attack the moment they walked up to it. Hansen suddenly felt a headache coming on. The problem was no longer getting the hell blood from the statue, it was the fact that he couldn't even hit the ghost statue. If Hansen used a certain amount of power, then the hell blood that had accumulated in his body would be triggered. Then, the ghost statue would come after him. He wouldn't be able to escape if he was struck by it. Just go. Isha was smart, and she understood the issue as well. She knew she couldn't escape her predicament. Once their bodies were infected by hell powers, all hope of defeating the ghost statue was lost. The same would be true even if a deified elite joined them. Hansen stared at the ghost statue and did not speak. He didn't want to simply leave. He hadn't saved Isha yet, and now the blood Kirin had been captured as well. There was no way Hansen was going to throw in the towel and call it quits now. Hansen was holding the thunder god spike. The wings on his back flashed, and he teleported in front of the ghost statue. But the instant he got close enough to strike, the fist that was holding Isha slammed into him. Pang! Hansen used the bird's nest to protect himself, but he was still sent flying. He flew in a long arc that ended with a crunching impact with the hard surface of the bridge. Hansen's body was like a meteor thudding into the earth. He might not have broken the bridge, but the same could not be said for his body. He coughed, and blood sprayed the ground in front of him. Because Hansen had used a fair amount of his own power, it activated the hell power in his body. The ghost statue came to life and flapped its wings. It rose above Hansen, then dropped like a hawk, its feet outstretched to grab Hansen. There was no way he would be able to dodge. The ghost statue was drawn toward Hansen's hell power like a magnet. When its feet came down, they were going to smash Hansen into a pulp. The statue fell, and its claws closed around Hansen. Dong! The ghost statue's claws grabbed the bird's nest and tried to crush it. They failed. Hidden safely under the bird's nest, Hansen felt a modicum of relief. If the bird's nest was able to withstand the attacks of the ghost statue, then that meant he had a chance to fight back. Perhaps being under the cover of the bird's nest calmed Hansen's hell power. Regardless of the reason, the ghost statue released the bird's nest and returned to its spot atop the pillar. Hansen spent a while thinking. He cast his Jadeskin power and threw a punch at the ghost statue. Jadeskin's power might be perfect for this work. Perhaps using that power wouldn't trigger the hell power within Han Senator. Maybe he could avoid waking up the ghost statue. But that line of thought soon proved to be naive. As soon as Hansen teleported, he was sent flying again. Fortunately, he had the bird's nest to absorb some of the blow. With its help, he was able to avoid death once more. But even so, Hansen was still bleeding a lot by this point. Teeth power. Suppress evil. Turtle skill. Under the sky knife skill. Lone bamboo sword skills. Thunder power. Fire power. Ice power. Hansen used all the powers he could remember, but each one proved to be useless. No matter what power he summoned, the ghost statue would break it. Hansen couldn't touch the horrid thing, and it kept tossing him aside like a toy. If it wasn't for the aid of the bird's nest, he would have been killed many times. Even with the bird's nest for protection, his impacts with the bridge had injured him. His wounds might not have been as bad as they looked, but they did look very bad. Stop trying. Just go. Isha growled. She was feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Hansen had that bird's nest for protection, so he had some measure of protection from deified attacks. If there was a deified elite around, though, his ability to escape wasn't guaranteed. But Hansen was taking so many risks in his attempts to free her that Isha couldn't help but feel touched. Isha didn't believe she had treated Hansen all that well. She had simply given him resources. And she had only taken him as a student because of a bet she had once struck with a psychic. It was only afterward that she realized that having Hansen as a student wasn't all bad. When she realized that she had a student who would fight for her in a situation as dire as this, it was difficult not to feel touched. Isha would never have considered that Hansen might be doing this because he didn't want to lose an advantage. Her life being at stake was only a small part of it. Hansen wasn't going to lose Isha and a half-deified blood Kirin. That was why he kept trying and trying. He didn't want to lose so much. Hansen had the bird's nest, so he wasn't going to die easily. That's why he kept trying. But the results of his attacks were not encouraging. Hansen tried every trick in the book, but none of his powers could overcome the ghost statue's power. The ghost statue responded to hell power far too well. It was like cause and effect. If Hansen had hell power, it meant he was going to get hit by the ghost statue. There was no other possible outcome. In all his attacks, Hansen hadn't touched the ghost statue's forehead once. Thinking about getting the hell blood out of the ghost statue's forehead was useless, because he couldn't. As Hansen kept trying and getting knocked back, even his armor was dyed red by the blood that spilled from him. Isha's expression looked pained. The ghost statue struck Hansen again and sent him crashing down into the bridge once more. This time, though, he stayed hidden beneath the bird's nest for a while. Are you dead yet? If you're not, then get lost. Isha shouted angrily. But her eyes shimmered. Hansen didn't move. He was hiding under the bird's nest, thinking about how he might break the hell power, or the connection between it and the ghost statue. I have used all of my powers at least once, and even so, I haven't been able to land a hit. The only possibility remaining is to use my super god spirit body. By using my super god spirit body, I can remove the hell power and avoid being harmed by the ghost statue. But if I do that, then Isha will know that I am Dollar. This is bad. Hansen felt depressed. After everything he had been through, though, seeing Isha and the blood Kirin get killed was the last thing he wanted. He needed to try this, even if it meant exposing his identity. As Hansen was thinking, Isha shouted, "Hansen, are you dead yet? Get out of here if you aren't. My queen, why would one like myself die so easily? You underestimate the fortitude of your students." Hansen placed the bird's nest on his head like a hat as he spoke to Isha. His body and face were drenched in blood, and with the bird's nest on his head, although it was a very sober situation, it looked rather funny. Isha's lips were shaking, but after a brief while, they returned to a cold stare again. She looked at Hansen, opened her lips, and sprayed spittle at him. Drops of blood fell down on Hansen like rain. Hansen was surprised, and he wasn't quite sure what Isha was doing. Dong. Within that sprinkling of blood, something landed on the bridge in front of Hansen. Hansen took a closer look. It was a red sewing needle. It was thinner than a hair, and it was around the length of a finger. What is this? Hansen picked it up. He thought that something about the sewing needle was very unusual. It felt like it was made of bone rather than metal. It was very small, but it was hollow inside. It was more like a needle for injection than a sewing needle. When Hansen lifted the bone needle, he felt it summon power inside his body. His energy started to circulate. Hansen stared with wide eyes. The power that was running was blood pulse plunder, which he had learned not so long ago. Isha said quietly, most of the items I brought along with me were destroyed. This is a small item I managed to obtain from a broken statue. Take it as a souvenir and go. Upon hearing that, Hansen suddenly became very happy. The statue you mentioned, is that the one in the ruined palace? Stop wasting King time. Get out now. Even if I die, you have to reclaim Planet Blade. Take care of my palace, because I don't want anyone to touch my stuff, Isha snarled. If you weren't there, what would be the point of me staying in that palace of yours? Hansen asked distractedly as he turned the needle over in his hands. That is my business, just do as you're told, Isha said. Hansen smiled at Isha. I must apologize, my queen. I am a guy who would rather have his freedom and be able to relax as he chooses. I'm not a fan of staying put and looking after something. You should really go and take care of your own palace. Isha returned his smile with a wry one of her own. If I could return, I wouldn't be talking to you right now, would I? She started to say something more, but suddenly, Hansen froze. He was staring at the ghost statue, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the needle toward it. Isha sighed. She had spent some time researching that bone needle. It was almost completely indestructible, but it had no power. She had been unable to feel any power residing at its tip. If she had been able to use the bone needle and any power it possessed to break the ghost statue, she wouldn't have been bound there when Hansen found her. But Isha stared with a slack jaw as the bone needle sailed toward the statue, completely unimpeded. The ghost statue had knocked Hansen to the ground countless times, but it didn't react to the bone needle at all. It merely watched the bone needle strike its forehead. How is this possible? Isha's eyes were wide. She gazed at the strange scene with disbelief. When the bone needle pierced the ghost statue's forehead, the needle lit up red. It shone brighter, and before long, the ghost statue started to shake. The noise of breaking rocks began to rumble around them. Pang! The next moment, the statue fell to pieces. The grip holding Isha and the blood Kirin was suddenly released. They fell to the bridge, the shattered remains of the statue's hands falling around them. The blood Kirin was injured, but it hadn't lost much strength. It gathered itself back up, and its signature red cloud swirled around it. Isha was close to death, and the blood in her body had almost run dry. She was very weak, and she didn't have the strength to react. She fell to the ground limply. Hansen caught her in his arms to prevent her from hitting the bridge. He smiled and said, "My queen, it looks like you are going to have to tend to your palace after all." The purple air across the entire jade bridge began to spread and thin. Giant rocks began to fall. Isha was held in Hansen's arms. As she looked up at Hansen from below, her heart started to feel strange. She had never seen a man from a lower angle. She was always the one up high. She had never felt like this before, and suddenly, she started to feel even weaker. As the last pieces of the ghost statue fell, the purple air across the bridge began to evaporate. Hansen, the blood Kirin, and Isha started to return to normal. The Jade Bridge that had seemed endless now looked as it previously had. They could see the other 12 Jade Bridges around them and the 13 teleporters in front of them. Fox Queen and the others, however, were gone. They must have traveled through the teleporter and left that palace. Because the Blood Kirin was injured, Hansen opted not to ride it. He was still holding Isha as he strode across the Jade Bridge. "You're not going to go through the teleporter?" Isha asked weakly from where she was cradled against Hansen's chest. "Of course I will, but before that, I want to walk across the rest of the Jade Bridges," Hansen said with a smile. Hansen wanted to walk the 13 bridges for one simple reason: he wanted to get each statue's power. After Isha gave him the bone needle, he realized that the bone needle was a xenogeneic treasure that combined with Blood Pulse Plunder. If he used Blood Pulse Plunder by itself, he would need to beat the enemy first. He couldn't use Blood Pulse Plunder to take away an opponent's blood pulse until the enemy didn't have enough power to fight back. If Hansen was squaring off against an extra strong enemy, though, there was always the chance that he might not be able to beat them. During times like that, Blood Pulse Plunder wouldn't be very useful. But with this bone needle, things were different. Hansen could imbue the bone needle with the powers of Blood Pulse Plunder. After that, he only had to put the bone needle into an enemy's body, and the bone needle would plunder the enemy's blood pulse. Hansen only needed to stick the needle into a foe. That being said, the bone needle wasn't powerful on its own. Hansen would have to use his own strength. But piercing a needle into an enemy was still far easier than trying to beat an opponent that had him bested. The statues on the 13 bridges were each prepared for the combination of Blood Pulse Plunder and the bone needle. The bone needle could easily pierce the statues and take the hidden blood pulse power that resided within them. Hansen would basically have to repeat what he did to the ghost statue. The bone needle had a concentration of power now, too. It was just a drop, but it was a blood pulse hell power. It was a deified power. There had to be something similar on the other 12 bridges. That was something Hansen was most assuredly not going to miss out on. Hansen switched positions and carried Isha on his back. He walked to another Jade Bridge, and just as he had expected, the first half was safe. When he approached a statue in the middle of the bridge, he used the bone needle to absorb the blood pulse power inside the statue. The statue then fell, and the bridge lost its protection. It became an ordinary Jade Bridge again. Hansen walked through the rest of the bridges and took the blood pulse power from the statues. Isha's surprise was written plainly across her face, making it obvious that she had no clue why the bone needle was so powerful in Hansen's hands. Isha had picked up the bone needle, but she had no idea that the needle had to be used in conjunction with Blood Pulse Plunder. She didn't have Blood Pulse Plunder, so aside from its sturdiness, the needle had no utility in her hands. The second Sacred Leader statue had been destroyed for some reason, so Hansen hadn't been able to retrieve the bone needle personally. Yet it landed in his hands anyway when Isha volunteered it. The Sacred Leader had blocked all the routes, but something had been left on each path for those that traversed it. The items were connected with each other in ways that Hansen hadn't yet figured out. The Sacred Leader's full plans were still a mystery. The Silver Sices, Blood Pulse Plunder, the Bone Needle, 13 Blood Pulse Powers, they were all very rare and valuable treasures. At this point, he could easily start a fight with a deified being. The treasures were meant to be obtained through tests given by the Sacred Leader. No one had realized how scary the Sacred Leader's treasures could be. "My queen, are you afraid of needles?" Hansen asked Isha. Isha was shocked, and she did not know what he meant. "I mean, are you afraid of being pricked with a needle?" Hansen blinked and asked. "Are you going to give me a shot?" Isha looked at Hansen. Hansen lifted his bone needle while he smiled at Isha. "Close your eyes if you are afraid. The pain will be over in a second." After that, Hansen thrust his bone needle into Isha's chest. A drop of hell blood came out, and it blended into Isha's own blood. If he wanted to survive, he had to get rid of Fox Queen. And unless another deified elite challenged her, it was unlikely Fox Queen could be defeated. Even with Han Sen's deified blood pulse, his actual power wouldn't be deified. Isha, however, was different. She was half a step away from being deified herself. Getting the Hell blood pulse would give her a boost towards the lofty goal of becoming deified. This was their best chance of taking the sacred leader's treasure. The Hell blood pulse blended into Isha's body. Suddenly, a plume of purple air burst out of Isha. It solidified into a purple substance chain and wrapped around her, loop upon loop. Everything she had, her clothes, her accessories, her armor, and all sorts of other things, disintegrated into nothing but dust under the power of that substance chain. As the chain surrounded her, Isha curled her long body into a ball, like a fetus in the womb. Once Isha was safely encased within the purple cocoon, all became quiet. In a giant palace, Fox Queen, Mr. White, and Crime were traveling forward. Fox Queen suddenly stopped. She looked around her and said, "Mr. White, is this the correct path? Why have we been walking for so long, and yet we are still in the same palace?" Mr. White slowly said, "This must be the 4th checkpoint for the treasure. We have to travel through here to get to where the treasure is." "How do we get through here, then?" Fox Queen asked Mr. White. "This palace seems to have a space power restriction. My powers are weak here, and so I am afraid I might not be able to break the restriction." "Perhaps this is something you will have to do," Mr. White said after a think. "And how would I do something like that?" Fox Queen asked with a frown. "Judging from the calculations I have made, we can start right there." Mr. White pointed at a stone pillar as he spoke. Fox Queen looked at the stone pillar and groaned. She didn't move. Han Sen stared at Isha with a look of surprise. The whole process had gone far better than he expected. The Hell blood pulse activated the Hell King blood she had inside her body. They fused with Isha's already considerable strength. She had broken through and become deified with no trouble at all. When she emerged from her cocoon and ascended, Isha was wearing a set of purple armor. Her regal presence blanketed everything around them as if she was the queen of the entire universe. "If you dare to tell anyone about what just happened, I will kill you." Isha stared daggers at Han Sen as she spoke. "My queen, I didn't see anything." Han Sen blinked innocently. But deep inside, he was thinking to himself, women are weird. Moments ago, she was begging to be deified. And now, after becoming deified, she still isn't happy. Does she really care about a small and inconsequential detail like being naked? Her naked body is quite nice. Why is she so upset? Isha only stared at Han Sen in response. She turned silently and looked to the 13 teleporters. Then, she said, "Which teleporter do you think we should use?" Clearly, Isha wasn't very good when it came to this sort of maze. It seemed as if she had forced her way through the palaces by trial and error. "I'm not very good at figuring out the path either. If I was to guess, though, I would assume they went through the teleporter at the end of the life and death cycle bridge. But even if we select the right one this time, we won't know where to go next. We'd have to try every single one we come to." Han Sen stopped to think for a moment, and then resumed talking. "My queen, how did you come this far in the first place?" Isha thought and said, "I was with the Ice Blue Knights. While I was exploring a planet with a group of knights, we accidentally woke up a deified xenogeniac called Under Overbearing. I was swallowed by it. At first, I thought I was dead. I had been swallowed, and I knew that its stomach could digest anything. Even deified creatures would melt in there. Just when I lost all hope, I found a seam that allowed me to escape the stomach. I wiggled through the crack and got out. After traversing many caves and passing by a shattered statue, I ended up entering a palace. It must have been one of the palaces on Under Overbearing's back." "Wait a minute, are you saying that you aren't the one who destroyed the floor in one of the palaces? And you didn't break the sacred leader statue?" Han Sen asked Isha with shock. "Of course not. My power wasn't strong enough to destroy anything in the palace, Isha said. If you didn't break the palace, then that means someone else entered the palaces before you did. That kraken under overbearing stomach might have also been his work, Hansen mused quietly. Isha nodded. It is certainly possible, and he might indeed be around here someplace. What makes you think that? Hansen asked, curiously. The crack in the under overbearing stomach couldn't have been there for very long. With how quickly the beast heals, the wound must have been made less than a week before. After a week, the damaged stomach would have healed completely, Isha said slowly. Hansen frowned. Then he might really still be in these palaces. But how could he leave no trace in the palace? If he was here, he would have left behind some indication of his presence. But aside from that one ruined palace, the rest of the trail was left by you, yes? Isha nodded and said, yes. And while I was exploring, I didn't see any sign of someone else having entered. Plus, he broke the statue, but he didn't take the bone needle inside. That's just weird. Was he too careless to find out what it harbored? But then again, how could such a powerful elite be that careless? It doesn't really make any sense, Hansen said. Isha sighed. Maybe he just doesn't care about the items in this place? Hansen was stunned by the suggestion, but as he considered the idea, it made sense. That might indeed be possible. He must be a very powerful person to create a hole in under overbearing stomach. Maybe his real target is the final treasure of the sacred leader. If that is the case, then that doesn't bode well for us. Hansen walked across the bridge of life and death. They arrived at the door of light and walked on through. The teleporter deposited them into a palace, the same as usual. There was a main hall, 2 side halls, and a hall in the back. All in all, there were 4 different teleporters. Hansen looked around and spoke to Isha. I think they left via the back hall. How do you know that? Isha asked in surprise. I can see the auras left behind by their bodies, Hansen explained simply. He was suspicious too, though. The more powerful a person was, the less of a trail they would leave behind. And that trail didn't last forever. Mr. White and the others had been gone for a long time by this point. Under ordinary circumstances, it should have been hard for Hansen to detect the trace elements they had left behind. In fact, Hansen didn't see any traces of Fox Queen or crime. But he could see molecules that Mr. White had left lingering in the air. That didn't seem normal. Perhaps Mr. White made his trail visible on purpose? Hansen guessed to himself. But how could he know that Isha and I would survive? Why is he leaving me clues? Or is this all just a trap? Hansen and Isha were unable to make the calculations to determine the correct path. But instead of marching ahead recklessly, they could follow the traces left behind by Mr. White. In the end, that proved to be a very effective solution for navigating the palaces. Hansen, Isha, and the Blood Kirin followed Mr. White's tracks through each teleporter door. Hansen was the guide. Thankfully, they didn't encounter any dangers along the way. They went through a few palaces, and their journey remained uneventful. It was an entirely safe course to follow. What is Mr. White planning? Hansen wondered. He didn't know why Mr. White was taking this risk. It didn't make sense for Mr. White to believe that Hansen had the strength to stand up to Fox Queen. It also didn't seem likely that Mr. White would leave a trail behind just to cause Fox Queen trouble. Using the evidence of Mr. White's passage as a guide, Hansen and Isha made quick progress. It wasn't long before they arrived at the 4th checkpoint. What they saw there made Hansen and Isha frown profusely. The hall was half collapsed. Broken pillars and remnants of a destroyed ceiling lay strewn across the entire place. Hansen looked across the hall, but he found no hide nor hair of a sacred leader statue there. In fact, there was nothing of any remarkability there. It looks like Fox Queen managed to make it through this checkpoint, Hansen said when he found nothing of interest in the palace. I wonder what the sacred leader left behind here. Whatever it was, Fox Queen must have made off with it. Hansen frowned. The sacred leader's items were all linked. If they were missing an item, they might run into a lot of trouble further down the line. Hansen and Isha had no choice but to keep going. When they went through the next teleporter, though, what they saw gave them a shock. They hadn't arrived at another palace. When they stepped out of the teleporter, they found themselves on the shore of an endless ocean. Under Overbearing was as big as a planet. It wasn't really surprising to see an ocean on such an entity, but the sight still made Hansen feel depressed. Mr. White and the others must have begun crossing the oceans, but the ocean wind had destroyed all traces of Mr. White's trail. It's such a big ocean. I'm afraid it might be too difficult to locate Mr. White and the others, Hansen said sadly. Isha looked around. After a while of thought, she said, this could be where the sacred leader hid his treasure. Perhaps they haven't even gone very far, but they're exploring someplace below the waves. Hansen had thought of this possibility, as well. If the treasure was in the water, finding Mr. White and the others might be even harder. I guess we have no choice but to take a look, Hansen said. Isha nodded and dipped into the sea. Her body unleashed a purple smoke, and when the smoke came into contact with the water parted. Hansen and the Blood Kirin moved next to Isha. They headed deep into the sea, surrounded by the sphere of dryness provided by Isha. Isha's purple smoke kept the water about 10 meters at bay. After they started their dive, they descended deep into the ocean. They walked 100 miles beneath the sea, and in all that time, they didn't catch sight nor sound of any other creature. The ocean looked dead. It was like a long dead sea that was no longer fit for any living thing. Suddenly, a giant shadow moved in the water. Isha stopped and stared at that giant shadow in the sea. The shadow was approaching them quickly. Hansen was given a proper fright when he saw what the thing was. It was a giant xenogeniac that looked like a whale. Its body was pure white. The white whale was more than 1,000 meters long, and every move sent devastating shockwaves rolling through the sea. Many small vortexes popped up around it. Deified creature, Isha said quietly. I didn't expect Under Overbearing's body to be the home of other deified creatures. I'm afraid that, aside from the sacred leader, no other being could do something like that. Hansen had a wry smile. The big white whale noticed the three of them. After all, there were no other creatures in that ocean, so their presence was rather noticeable. That was especially true of Isha and the Blood Kirin. One of them was a deified elite, and the other was full of blood air. It was difficult not to notice their presence. When the big white whale was 1,000 meters away from them, it suddenly opened its mouth and released a high-pitched sonic wave. At the same time, its mouth produced a strong force of suction. Many giant vortexes swirled to life within the water. They snared everything within range and pulled it all into the whale's belly. Wisps of Isha's purple air began to flow into that vortex, and their sphere of air suddenly started to feel the force of that suction. More and more of the purple air was pulled away through the water, taken in the direction of the creature's mouth. Isha frowned. She used her hand as a knife, and the purple air suddenly gathered up into a large swathe of knife air. She lifted her arms above her head and slashed towards the vortex. The knife air became a roaring purple air demon. It was headed right for the giant white whale. It broke through the vortex that the big white whale had generated, but the demon-looking knife air didn't stop there. It continued on, going right for the white whale's head. The big white whale showed no indication that it was going to dodge the incoming blow. In fact, its mouth widened even further. It looked like a gaping black hole. Its powers of suction increased, and it swallowed Isha's demon knife air effortlessly. Gudong. The giant white whale swallowed the demonic knife air whole, then let out a satisfied burp. It then spat out some air and created loads of bubbles in the sea. Hansen was dumbfounded. Isha had just become deified, and she was filled with hell power. she also had the teeth knife skills. Her talents were famous among many races, and her wrecking abilities were widely renowned. The big white whale, however, had swallowed her attack easily. The power that the giant white whale possessed was truly scary. Isha frowned. Purple substance chains rose from her body and began to align in mysterious patterns. They created a purple knife air around Isha's body. Isha's entire body was now full of a knife mind. It felt to Hansen as if she was a cruel knife herself, that she could wreck anything at any time. Isha raised the full extent of her power and prowess, but the giant white whale still didn't seem to be afraid. It opened its mouth, and the black hole power returned. It sucked everything nearby into its mouth. Sand and water came rolling in like they were being pulled into a bottomless pit. Seeing the giant white whale open its mouth again, Isha coldly shouted. Her arm swung at the big white whale. The roaring demon headed for the big white whale once more, dispersing the sand and shattering the rocks as it went. It left a trail of devastation behind it. The purple knife air and the big white whale's black hole collided with each other. The black hole was destroyed, and the purple knife air was shattered. The shockwave of the collision exploded the entire sea. Huge waves surged across its surface, and it was like the entire ocean had been turned upside down. The two strikes were balanced, though neither had the upper hand. The next second, Isha and Hansen's eyes widened. The big white whale's mouth was still hanging open, and suddenly, something flew out of it. It wrapped around Isha, Hansen, and the blood Kirin, then pulled them into the big white whale's belly. It was a big bronze bell that had covered Hansen, Isha, and the blood Kirin. Isha's purple substance chain became a knife air. She waved her hand to strike the surface of the bell, but it only made a loud, tolling noise. The bell showed no sign of damage. What is this bell? Why was it in the white whale's belly? Can xenogeneics make use of xenogeneic treasures? Hansen was shocked. Dong. The bronze bell landed on something, and then it stopped moving. Isha continued to strike the bell with her knife air, but the bronze bell suddenly lifted away from them. It flew to the side, freeing them. Isha immediately surrounded Hansen and the blood Kirin with her power to protect them. Based on the direction that the bell had moved after it covered them, they should have been standing inside the white whale, probably in its stomach. A deified xenogeneic's digestion system wasn't something an ordinary creature could hope to withstand. Even king-class elites would dissolve quickly inside such a stomach. But when Hansen and Isha looked around, they froze. This was not a stomach. It was a control room of high-end technology. The tech around them equaled any that might be found in a classy battleship's control room. The most unbelievable thing was that everything in the control room was transparent. They could see outside of the room, and the feelings that the sight elicited were difficult to explain. Although it looked like a whale from the exterior, it was actually governed by machinery. Every piece of the whale's interior was made of crystal of various colors. Humming generators, pounding pistons, and spinning every movement could be seen from where they were. What is this thing? This time, Hansen was really shocked. The white whale had looked like a deified creature from the outside, but it was actually a technological marvel. It was hard to believe that such an amazing machine actually existed. Isha looked around in shock. Their eyes soon turned to a platform of that primary control room. A man had been sitting in a chair behind the control platform. It was little more than a skeleton at this point, with a few white bones still wrapped in the clothes he had been wearing. The man's clothes looked like a high-tech product, not some treasure armor. Judging from the style of the silver and black clothing, it was possible to determine that the skeleton had been a man. After bringing Hansen and the others into the room, the bronze bell had drastically reduced its size. It was now about the size of a man's fist, and it rested there in the main control room. Does this sort of technology exist anywhere else in the Geno universe? Hansen looked at Isha. He had no idea what race might have constructed this marvel of technology. Isha shook her head. There are many technological wonders that have the destructive powers of a deified being, but not many can actually be used in combat. They take far too long to aim and fire, so they can't be used in actual deified fights. They are mostly useful for attacking planets, since planets cannot be moved. The mech's bio-armor is also technological in nature. They have very powerful weapons, but again, they are different from what we're seeing here. Clearly, Isha was just as clueless as Hansen. This has to be another one of the Sacred Leader's creations. Sacred achieved a lot when it came to technology, Hansen pondered aloud as he looked around. Since the white whale's master appeared to be quite dead, how could the white whale continue to move without someone at the controls? And what had prompted the behemoth to swallow them? Isha walked toward the skeleton. She waved her hand, and one of her purple substance chains dissolved into a purple mist. The mist flowed over the skeleton and began to poke around it. She was looking for some lead or clue they could follow. But before Isha's purple air touched the skeleton, the bronze bell rose from its resting platform and covered up Isha's purple air at once. Huh. This old bronze bell defends its master automatically. Is it a piece of technology, as well? Hansen looked at the old bronze bell in shock. Suddenly, Hansen and Isha heard a boy's voice. You are a technological product. Your entire family is a technological product. Who is that? Hansen and Isha were shocked. They looked around them, but neither of them could sense any presences. There was just that soul skeleton sitting on the primary control deck. It made Hansen and Isha feel very uncomfortable. No way. Have we encountered a ghost? Hansen muttered as he stared at the skeleton. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the skeleton multiple times, but there was no life force. It couldn't have been any more dead, so there was no way that the voice was coming from it. Hansen could only think that they must be talking to a ghost. You are a ghost. Your entire family is a ghost. The little boy's voice was heard again, and it sounded pretty mad. This time, Hansen and Isha located the source of the voice. It came from the little bronze bell. The bronze bell shook. Strange symbols glowed across it, and it opened shiny green eyes. Below its eyes was a gap. It looked like a mouth that kept opening and closing. Hansen stared at the bronze bell that was shouting at him. The body of the bell seemed to be vibrating with rage. What is this thing? Hansen didn't know how to react. He hadn't displayed any signs of a life force, so he thought it must be a xenogeneic treasure. But now that it was talking, it certainly seemed to possess all the traits and characteristics of a living creature. You are a thing. Your entire family is a thing. The bronze bell was becoming even angrier. It was jumping up and down as it shouted. Are you an AI? If you are, it seems like you are a very cheap one. You can only say the same thing over and over, Hansen said, looking at the bronze bell with curiosity. The bronze bell started to yell, You are a... It trailed off halfway through its shout. If it continued, people really would believe it was an AI. So, after its half-shout, the bronze bell stopped and settled down a little. With a very cocky look, it said, You stupid low-life creature. Listen up. Your master's name is Big King Bell, but you guys can call me either Master or Big King. After that, Big King Bell thought of something. It looked at Hansen and said, Your master is not some sort of AI. Hansen looked at Isha. They were confused. What was this thing? It was sort of like a treasure, but it wasn't a treasure. It was sort of like a creature, but it wasn't a creature. The jade drum was a creature, but the jade drum was created naturally. It wasn't something that was man-made. Words were scrawled across the little bell's body, though, and that suggested it wasn't a natural being. Okay, Big King. Why did you snatch us and bring us here? Hansen asked the bell. Big King Bell rolled its eyes and jumped. He said, What do you mean by snatch? I was saving you guys. Couldn't you tell? Don't talk big if you don't know sh*t, kid. You were saving us? How? Hansen looked at Big King Bell with confusion. Ugh, you guys don't understand anything. And yet here you come, waltzing into the Holy Spirit Sea. You must have a death wish. If it wasn't for me saving you guys, you too would have ended up like him. You know, with only bones left. The bell jumped up to land atop the skeleton's skull as it spoke. Who is he? Hansen asked with curiosity. He had originally thought that the skeleton was Big King Bell's master, but now, that didn't seem to be the case. Huh? This piece of garbage? How do you expect me to remember who he was? He was just another pawn, like a background extra in this tale. Big King Bell proclaimed, lifting his lips in disdain. Hansen didn't believe the bell. There was no way that an unimportant person would have been in charge of controlling a technological marvel like the white whale. Even if the man hadn't been very powerful personally, he could have used the whale to hold his own against a deified being. How did he die? Isha asked Big King Bell. Big King Bell rolled its eyes. He thought that since he had this strange machine, he could cross the Holy Spirit Sea and take the sacred leader's treasure. He had no idea of the power of the Holy Spirit Sea. This thing didn't stand a chance of repelling the sea's power. Not in the least. He died before he even made it to Holy Spirit Town. Only his bones remained. After that, Big King Bell jumped onto the control platform and cockily said, "But this thing was quite interesting, and so I decided to hold on to it as a keepsake." Hansen knew Big King Bell was talking about the white whale. He looked at the skeleton and told Isha, "This guy must have dived a long time ago. He didn't get here recently." What? Another creature was here? Big King Bell asked before Isha could respond. He seemed startled as he stared at Hansen. Yeah, there's a few of them. Hansen looked at Big King Bell and asked, "You came here, too? What is so strange about that?" I was here." Big King Bell trailed off as a thought crossed his mind. He stopped talking. "Hear what?" Hansen asked. Big King Bell grunted and said, "That is none of your business. Don't you have the relic with you? How were so many other creatures able to reach this place? Or is under overbearing now, so old that people are reaching the palace through his mouth?" Hansen was shocked that Big King Bell knew he possessed the relic. This bell seemed to know things that it shouldn't, so perhaps it was connected to the sacred leader's treasure somehow. Let's not waste our breath. Give me the relic, and when I open the holy town's treasury, you will receive what you are owed. Big King Bell hovered in the air before Hansen as it spoke. You can have the relic, but I will have to see if you have what it takes. Hansen smiled. I was born deified. I have beaten billions of people in this universe. I am the strongest in the sky or on the land. Even the sacred leader, when he met with me, would refer to me as Big King Brother. Are you honestly trying to compete with me? Big King Bell looked at Hansen with actual surprise. He hadn't expected Hansen to be so ignorant. Big King Brother, even if you are so strong, you should demonstrate that strength. Otherwise, how am I honestly supposed to believe that you are as strong as you claim? Hansen put out his hands as he spoke. I pulled you guys in here on a whim. Wasn't that enough? Do I have to kill you idiots to show you how strong I am? Big King Bell looked at Hansen coldly as he slowly rose higher into the air. He looked as if he was going to kill Hansen. Big King Brother, it was a powerful demonstration when you grabbed us. But that isn't enough to make us want to hand over the relic. Will you show me again? If you can convince us, I will give you the relic without argument. Hansen smiled at Big King Bell. He thought that the Big King Bell was quite interesting, and that was an impetus for Hansen to trash talk it. The bronze bell had shielded them as it pulled them inside. But that was because they hadn't been prepared for its sudden arrival. Isha still hadn't shown off her true strength, so Hansen wasn't worried about annoying the bell. Big King Brother looked down on Hansen with utter disdain. Even a small fraction of my power would convince you to obey me, but I have way too many powerful Geno arts. Let me think of a weaker one I can show you. Just in case my Geno art is too strong, and I accidentally end up killing you all. Big King Bell spun in the air twice, looking as if he had made a decision. He jumped onto the control platform and punched a few buttons. The white whale then rose to the surface and opened its mouth. The front of the control room looked out through the white whale's eyes, letting the operator see what was going on outside. Idiots! I am going to open your eyes to my power. I am going to show you the techniques of a real and invincible elite, Big King Bell said. His body began to glow green and spin as it grew bigger and bigger. The bell turned onto its side, aiming its opening out the white whale's mouth. Then, they heard a loud chiming noise from the bell. A scary shockwave blasted out of the bell. Boom! The whole sea was cut in half by the bell's sonic blast. The waters were parted down to the seafloor and all the way to the opposite shore of the ocean. Oh, d*****. This guy really does have a lot of power. Hansen was frozen. Big King Bell's power really did seem to exceed that of Isha and Fox Queen. Isha looked shaken, too. The power that Big King Bell released was truly magnificent. Holy Spirit Sea wasn't just a vat of ordinary seawater, either. Isha didn't think she could split that much of it. So, how about that? Do you guys believe me now? Give me the relic at once. Follow me, before I decide that I don't like you. If you do come, you guys will benefit greatly, Big King Bell said to Hansen with a lot of pride. While they were talking, 3 shadows appeared above the sea. It was Fox Queen, Mr. White, and Crime. When Fox Queen saw the big white whale, she shook her fox tail. An invisible cord of power lashed around the white whale, and she lifted it out of the sea. Big King Bell quickly leaped atop the platform and hit the buttons on the panels. The white whale opened its mouth and created a black hole, then sent a force of suction towards Fox Queen. But Fox Queen's hand tugged on the cord of power, binding the white whale's mouth. The white whale was unable to open its maw, and so the black hole died inside it. Hansen was waiting to see how Big King Bell disposed of Fox Queen. If she was killed, they'd lose a dangerous enemy. But when Hansen turned around, he saw Big King Bell pulling out a big bag seemingly out of nowhere. The bell was going to flee out of the whale via the back door. Big King Brother, aren't you going to kill her? Hansen asked with confusion. I am busy. I will let her live for now, but I will surely remember her. The next time I see her, I will blow some air at her to kill her, Big King Bell said firmly. Then he left through the back door with his big bag in tow. Hansen and Isha were frozen. They weren't sure about how to react. That guy seemed very spirited. What would make him run away in such a hurry? Hansen looked at Isha with confusion. Isha sighed and said, maybe its power takes a long time to regenerate. That strike he unleashed might have cost him most of the power he had gathered. Now Hansen was able to understand. It was like the Red Mist King that depended on the 7 Red Mist Minks for energy. It took a very long time for such power to be gathered. If Big King Bell had failed to bluff Hansen and Isha, it knew it had to run once Fox Queen showed up. What do we do now, then? Hansen asked, looking at Isha. Isha didn't answer. She teleported to the back door. Hansen knew what she meant by that. He mounted the blood Kirin and followed after Isha. Big King Bell was a big phony, but he was familiar with the surrounding area. Getting information from him could be quite useful. After they rushed out of the white whale, Isha's body flashed away. The blood Kirin was unable to catch up with her. It was like a human having a foot race against a sports car. Half deified had the word deified in it, but they were still king-class beings at their core. Real deified beings were in another league entirely. Hansen. Isha had chased after Big King Bell, quickly disappearing. Upon seeing Hansen emerge from the white whale's belly, Fox Queen called out in surprise. Before Hansen could think of escaping, Fox Queen flashed before him and the blood Kirin to block their path. Good timing. Give me the relic, and I will spare your lives. Fox Queen narrowed her eyes at Hansen, but it looked as if she was smiling. Pretty sister, you are giving me more trouble. I don't have the relic on me. Hansen looked troubled, and he said, Did you see that person that just ran off? That was my master, Knife Queen. I gave her the relic. In that case, let us see if your master or the relic is the most important thing in your heart, Fox Queen said coolly. Many cords of power slid out of her, and they came slithering over to wrap around Hansen and the blood Kirin. But Hansen patted his bird's nest, which grew bigger to shield him and the blood Kirin. It blocked out Fox Queen's cords of power. Even so, the cords of power locked tightly around the bird's best. And that meant Hansen was now unable to escape. My good little brother, you think having this bird's nest will keep me from doing anything to you? Fox Queen smiled, and then she pulled something out from her waist. Hansen saw the item, and when he did, his heart fell. Fox Queen had brought out a small jade flute. It was less than 1 foot long, and it was a translucent, creamy color. It looked very small and fragile. Fox Queen, are you proficient in sonic powers? The bird's nest might not be able to filter out noise, so I don't know if it can withstand sonic powers, Hansen thought to himself. The bird's nest was not a Bysema, and Hansen couldn't trigger its full power. He used the bird's nest's power as a protective force, but it was difficult to tell if he could block a sonic attack. Fox Queen brought the small jade flute to her lips. She smiled at Hansen, and then she opened those red lips. The jade flute began to produce sweet music. The flute wasn't particularly loud, but a very vague chord of power came out of the flute. The chord was coming for the bird's nest. Hansen was shocked. He realized that the music of the flute could seep through the dry grass of the bird's nest, and that realization made him depressed. He had received the approval of the undying bird's nest, and so he was able to make use of the bird's nest. But that usage was limited. Since he couldn't activate the bird's nest's power, he couldn't utilize its defensive properties. Fox Queen's flute sounds were able to sink into Hansen's bird's nest, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. That music of the flute sank into the bird's nest like silk strands coming to tangle up Hansen and the blood Kirin. Hansen and the blood Kirin did their best to free themselves, but they were ultimately unable to get rid of the flute's music. Under the influence of the flute, Hansen couldn't control himself. He lifted the bird's nest and began crawling out like a puppet on strings. Oh no! Oh no! Hansen felt terrible. Seeing Hansen slowly moving out of the bird's nest, Fox Queen's expression was beatific. But when Hansen saw the smile, he did not feel good. Just as Hansen was pulled fully from the bird's nest, Fox Queen's expression became surprised. She waved her jade flute. Dong! A purple knife air roared through the air. It was like a demon coming forward to strike Fox Queen's jade flute. That endless purple knife air slashed the jade flute repeatedly, then struck Fox Queen's body and sent her flying 10 kilometers away. Fox Queen broke the knife air and stood still. Isha's body flashed next to Hansen, and her phoenix eyes moved to meet Fox Queen's beautiful eyes. Fox Queen felt as if she could feel the spark between them. You are Hansen's teacher? Fox Queen smiled like a flower, but her eyes looked cold. Not bad, Isha answered coldly. Perfect. Hansen said you possess the relic. Give it to me now, and I will let you both walk free, Fox Queen said coldly. Isha responded seriously, I do not recall having a queen like you to obey. Upon hearing those words, Fox Queen looked furious. She swung her jade flute, and some sad sounds came at Isha. As this occurred, she hissed, How dare you? Hansen knew something very bad was about to happen. He didn't say anything and just maintained his hold on the bird's nest, moving toward the fallen white whale. Two deified beings were now having a fight. Ordinary creatures would not be able to endure the shockwaves. Hansen didn't want to stay there and be reduced to dust. Fortunately, the white whale was ownerless now that Big King Bell had departed. Hansen planned to hide inside and see if he could operate the thing. The white whale could block the attacks of a deified elite. Isha and Fox Queen had been unable to destroy its body. That thing must have been very tough, so if Hansen was able to drive it, the whale would be far greater than a top-class battleship. When Fox Queen came for Hansen, she had given up trying to bind the white whale. The white whale had fallen into the sea, and half of it was just floating atop the surface of the sea. The blood Kirin dove and took them into the water. Hansen planned on going to the back door and making his way to the white whale's control room. As soon as he entered, he noticed that Crime and Mr. White had followed him. Boom! Hansen was about to say something, but a scary sound cut him off. And then, the white whale suddenly flipped and started to sink. Many forces of horrible powers lashed the white whale, and each strike was like the crack of thunder. Fortunately, the big white whale was pretty solid. The shockwaves of combat coming from Isha and Fox Queen were not enough to break the hull. But even so, the impacts were driving it deeper into the sea. Boom! The whale shook under their feet as if it had just hit something, and after that, they heard the sound of something large being destroyed. Then, there was only silence. The white whale was no longer being tossed about. Looking out the white whale's eyes, they couldn't see anything except seawater and piles of rock. It looked as if the big white whale had been crushed under an enormous pile of rubble far below the surface. The sea around them was swirling like mad. Even though they were far enough underwater that they could hear the fight overhead, they still saw occasional shockwaves rolling through the water. The turbulence had, however, slowed down a lot. The white whale was now buried by the stone, and it could no longer move. That made Hansen feel better, at least. This white whale is a machine. Crime looked around the control room in shock. The revelation had obviously caught him off guard. Mr. White was also looking about the big white whale with interest. Big King Bell, who wasn't the original owner, had been able to control the big white whale. Hansen figured that Mr. White probably could as well. Anyone could control a machine like that, as long as it wasn't locked down. It should work on essentially the same principles as any other machine. Don't move it! Mr. White shouted, just as Hansen was about to move the skeleton on the command chair. Hansen stopped and waited as Mr. White and Crime came to the control deck. What have you learned, Mr. White? Hansen asked politely. Mr. White looked at the skeleton and said, if I understand the situation correctly, this skeleton is the key that makes it possible to control the white whale. Hansen was shocked. He had previously watched Big King Bell jump around on the platform, but he didn't think much of it since the bell was able to control the white whale. But Hansen now saw the thing he had missed earlier. Big King Bell must have used the white whale for a long time, but the bell had never moved the skeleton. There must have been a reason for that. Mr. White, where do you think this technology came from? Hansen asked Mr. White. Mr. White shook his head. This is the first time I have ever come across something like this. I don't know how to control it, either. After pausing, Mr. White looked at the skeleton and said, but judging from its clothing, this person must have been connected to the control systems. His remains must be the key to controlling this entire machine. I cannot tell what might happen if we were to remove them. Hansen examined the skeleton's clothes and started thinking. The skeleton's uniform was silver and black, and aside from the head, the entire body was wrapped up tight. It wore a transparent mask that was connected to the uniform. There was no visible seam. Hansen spent some time observing it, and although he couldn't find a connection between the chair and the uniform, he thought the uniform and the white whale must have been linked somehow. Hansen activated the purple-eyed butterfly to examine the uniform, the platform, and the chair. There were many powerful relics that the purple-eyed butterfly could tell Hansen very little about. But if the item in question was some sort of technology, the purple-eyed butterfly was incredibly useful in revealing how it had been made and what its purpose was. When the purple-eyed butterfly rewound, Hansen could see the entire process of the white whale's creation. What he witnessed gave Hansen quite the surprise. Without a doubt, the white whale was one of the most powerful technologies to ever exist in the entire universe. The process of creating it had been very complicated. It was even harder to build than a deified weapon. It was doubtlessly so complicated because there was a lot of science involved. Every problem that arose with each individual part of the machine had to be solved through science. If Hansen could analyze every facet of the white whale's technology, leveling up the Alliance's technological advancement would be easy. That wasn't the most shocking thing either. As Hansen watched the construction of the white whale, he saw the shadow of the beetle. Although the white whale was more advanced than the beetle, the concept of their creation was similar. The white whale was just on a whole new level. The technology of the white whale, in every possible way, far exceeded that of the beetle. Every detail was better than the beetle's, too. Is this crystallizer technology? Hansen wondered in shock. The more he saw of the big white whale, the more accurate his guess seemed to be. Was the technology of the crystallizers ever this good? Could they make machines of a deified level? That's a very frightening idea, Hansen mused. That would explain why the crystallizers challenged a higher race despite lacking deified elites of their own. Having such technology probably gave them the confidence to start a fight for a lantern. In the end, however, their arrogance and hubris had led to their failure and downfall. As a result, the race was almost entirely destroyed. What a shame. If the crystallizers had challenged a less powerful higher race, they could have definitely claimed a lantern. And then, they would have developed even further. They would probably have become one of the top races in the universe. Hansen sighed. But Hansen then realized that if the crystallizers had become a higher race, they would have continued to develop their technology. They wouldn't have wanted to change their genes and blood pulse. They might never have experimented with their genes, and if that was so, humans would never have come into existence. Hansen, you still have the relic, right? Mr. White asked Hansen. Why are you asking me this? Hansen looked at Mr. White. Mr. White smiled and said, I left a trace so that you could follow us, and that means I wish to continue our venture of cooperation. Before one of those two wins the fight above us, we should explore the holy town. What made you think I'd catch up with you? Hansen asked Mr. White with a raised eyebrow. Because I believe in you, Mr. White said gently. Hansen stared back at Mr. White. Hansen hadn't believed that the two of them were very close, but Mr. White had just claimed to have an unbelievable amount of faith in him. He gazed into Mr. White's eyes and acknowledged the sincerity within them. This wasn't just another bargain for Mr. White. But for some reason, when Hansen looked deep into Mr. White's eyes, he had a familiar feeling. It was as if they had already met a long time ago. That familiar feeling was only present for a single second. When he looked closely at Mr. White again, the man was like a stranger once more. He knew whatever Hansen might have momentarily felt, Mr. White was of the Extreme King. Hansen didn't know much about the Extreme King, all in all, and there was no one amongst them that he was actually close with. No one would ever claim that Mr. White was a close friend of his either. Thinking of this, Hansen considered Mr. White's suggestion. To be honest, Mr. White's suggestion greatly tempted Hansen. After all, Hansen wasn't entirely sure Isha could defeat Fox Queen in combat. And even if Isha won and continued traveling with him, he would have to share whatever treasure he found with her. They had a good relationship, and they were close enough to practically be considered family. But at the end of the day, their relationship was still built on the foundation that Isha had no clue Hansen was the almighty dollar. If Isha found out that Hansen was dollar, there was no telling what she might do. After all, Dollar had not been kind to Isha. Hansen decided to go ahead and explore the sacred leader's treasury with Mr. White. He didn't have to plan out everything in advance. He could betray whoever he needed to whenever he wanted to. He could take any item he required when the time to do so arose. If Hansen needed to leave these two behind, he would do it without a second thought. It was a very businesslike mindset. They were all striving for personal benefit, and they would only cooperate when they needed to use one another. Hansen needed Mr. White to guide him safely to where the treasure lay. Mr. White needed the relic Hansen carried. They were both using each other for their own purposes. And when Hansen found the treasure, even if Hansen didn't betray them, it was likely that Crime and Mr. White would be the ones betraying him. Of course, the most important thing was that Hansen would be capable of betraying Mr. White. He just couldn't do that in front of Fox Queen and Isha. We don't have time to wait around. If there is a winner of that battle, neither of us will have the chance to explore that city, Mr. White said to Hansen. Hansen went silent. He looked at Mr. White and asked, "You guys destroyed the 4th checkpoint. Did you find anything there?" Hansen cared about the item in the 4th checkpoint a great deal. There was a high chance that whatever item was retrieved there would prove useful when they reached the treasure. Mr. White went silent, then said, "When Fox Queen destroyed the 36 stone pillars there, she found the jade flute inside the last pillar. That jade flute didn't belong to Fox Queen originally?" Hansen remembered that Fox Queen had been locked inside Ghost Bone's palace for the longest time. Hansen had seen no evidence of the flute there, so why would she suddenly possess it now? It made sense that she had gotten it from the 4th checkpoint, but Hansen was unable to see how the jade flute connected to the other checkpoints and the items they had yielded. Mr. White didn't say anything. He just waited for Hansen to make a decision. Hansen was thinking. He used a finger to point at the skeleton in the chair. This sea seems special. He dived into this deep sea with the intent of reaching its holy town. That is how he became like this in the first place. "I know," Mr. White said simply. "That is why we need the relic you have. It will allow us to reach the holy town safely." "Okay. In that case, we will go and explore the holy town." Hansen made his mind up. Hansen didn't know where the holy town was, but Mr. White obviously did. Hansen followed him and Crime. They left the white whale and dove deeper, going so far under the sea that they reached the deep sea. The sea waves down there were incredibly strong. Clearly, Fox Queen and Isha were still engaged in combat. It would take a long time for one of them to emerge victorious. Hansen wasn't worried about Isha's well-being. With her abilities, even if she was unable to triumph over Fox Queen, he didn't think Fox Queen had what it took to kill Isha. And if Fox Queen couldn't defeat Isha, then he might as well head for the holy town. Hansen had already learned of a way in which he could commandeer and pilot the white whale, but he saw no reason to use it just yet. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. With Mr. White's guidance, Hansen went deeper and deeper. The further they went, the quieter the sea became. The shockwaves Isha and Fox Queen were creating didn't reach those levels. If my calculations are correct, then the sacred leader's treasure should be someplace inside this trench. Mr. White pointed to a large underwater trench in front of him. Hansen looked down into the trench and saw nothing but darkness. It was like a bottomless abyss. Even using the power of the purple-eyed butterfly, he still couldn't see what lurked within. Without too much hesitation, though, Mr. White and Crime continued to swim down. Hansen rode the Blood Kirin after them. They all headed into the darkness of the deep trench. A little ways down, Hansen felt as if something was amiss. The stone plate in his pocket started to burn. Hansen pulled out the stone plate, and when he did, the plate glowed with a holy light. It lit up a small pocket of brightness amidst the suffocating dark of that place. Just as I thought. Only people who have the relic can enter the place that holds the true treasures of the sacred leader. Mr. White seemed to have expected this, and he eyed the stone plate as he spoke. The three of them and the beast continued to venture down. The water around them was very dark and creepy. No matter how strong their vision was, they could only see within the small pouch of light that the stone plate provided them. Everything else was pitch black. Nothing else could be seen, as if the entire world had gone black. They didn't know if this was the work of an illusion or not, but Hansen could feel countless eyes peering at them from beyond the black. Time passed. Hansen had no clue how deep they had dived by this point, but the trench was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how deep they went, there appeared to be no end. When he looked up, he found that it was pitch black above him, too. The light couldn't penetrate the sea to such depths. They created small waves in the water as they swam, but there was no other movement. Isha and Fox Queen's fight didn't reach them at all anymore. Because it was too dark there, even the blood Kirin started to feel nervous. It kept releasing quiet moans and groans as it swam. Hansen used his hands to stroke the blood Kirin's neck and bring it a bit of comfort. The blood Kirin had always been so moody and angry, and telling him to be quiet would be harder than making him bleed. Mr. White, however, looked calm. Crime was a little nervous, though. It looked like he was feeling the same fear as the blood Kirin. They felt as if they were being watched by phantom eyes in the dark. Hansen knew for sure that something bad lurked out of sight. If it wasn't for his hands holding that relic, their small group would have already ended up like the master of the white whale. Suddenly, it looked like a blurry halo appeared around Hansen's feet in the dark. He focused on that little halo. But the halo was too blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly. Mr. White and Crime also saw the halo. They looked down and checked it out. As their bodies descended, that blurry light became clearer and larger. When Hansen finally got a good look at what was in that halo, he opened his mouth. In that strange, deep sea, everything around them was pitch black. But at the bottom of the ocean, there was a quiet city lying in the dark. The city was nestled in the darkness like a jewel. It glowed like a beacon of holy light. This underwater town was far different from the one Hansen had seen before. This holy town actually looked like a statue. All the buildings were pieces of a single structure. There were statues that were a few dozen stories high, and every brick was made of jade. The town looked like a jade statue that came from another world. What shocked Hansen the most was the shape of the giant underwater town. The statue was shaped like a sleeping beast with the end of its tail tucked under its head. And the face of the beast startled Hansen badly. The 9-life cat. Hansen almost screamed aloud. The town was shaped just like the 9-life cat pendant Hansen used to own. Aside from the white color of the town, it was just an incredibly large version of the 9-life cat pendant. When Hansen and the others approached the jade town, the town started to look bigger in their eyes. And when they touched the holy light coming from it, the stone plate's light suddenly exploded. Tiny cracks spread across the stone plate. Not long after, the stone plate crumbled away in Hansen's hands, leaving behind a crystal that had rested in the center of the tablet. The crystal was shaped like a water drop, and it rose into the water. It shone with a holy light. It left Hansen's fingers and drifted towards the jade town. Hansen reached his hand out to grab it, but the water drop crystal was too fast for him. Hansen snatched at empty water behind it. The crystal flew towards the cat statue's head. In the 9-life cat's forehead, there was a jade statue. The jade statue looked like a sleeping 9-life cat as well, although a smaller one. That 9-life cat statue's forehead had a water drop slot in it. It looked like the socket of a third eye. The crystal fitted itself perfectly into that water drop-shaped slot. The fit was so tight that it was practically seamless, and the 9-life cat statue suddenly looked complete. It then underwent some weird changes. The sleeping 9-life cat statue suddenly opened its eyes. It laid there lazily for a minute, and its paws moved to run its sleepy-looking cat eyes. It raised its head to look at Hansen and the others floating over the jade town. The three of them wondered if they should enter, but the 9-life cat suddenly raised its paw and waved at them like a lucky cat charm. They felt some irresistible power come upon them. All of them, including the blood Kirin, were then sucked into the jade town as if by magnetic attraction. They used all their powers to resist the pull, but their efforts were in vain and they were still pulled down anyway. Pang! 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 For loud booms rang out as they dropped into the town. They landed in front of a palace that stood before the jade cat statue. "Welcome to Holy Town, you poor guys." The 9-life cat statue was now looking at them from above. Its teeth were bared in something like a smile, but the face didn't seem to possess much mirth. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know what this was all about, but they made sure to remain alert. They stared at the 9-life cat statue. "Don't be afraid. I am just a guardian spirit that protects the town. I will not hurt any of you." The jade cat still possessed that smile that wasn't actually a smile. Then, the tone of its voice changed. "But since you guys are in the holy town, if you cannot pass the tests of the sacred leader, they will probably kill you." "Why do we even have to accept your tests?" Crime asked coldly. Despite being a statue, the 9-life cat seemed to have no trouble thinking for itself. It smiled at Crime and said, "It is okay if you don't want to take the test. That means you give up, and you can die right now." Crime frowned. He started to say something more, but Mr. White stopped him. Mr. White looked at the jade cat statue and quietly asked, "What kind of tests are we expected to perform? And if we succeed, what will our rewards be?" The jade cat looked at Mr. White, smiled, and said, "It is simple. Live. Live in the holy town. If you can survive for 10 days, you can win something from the sacred leader's surprise goodie bag. Good luck. Try not to die too soon." After the jade cat statue finished speaking, every palace and room across the town opened its doors. Many scary xenogeniacs began to slowly crawl out of their dens. The blood Kirin scales straightened up like a dog raising its hackles. Its blood air rose. It growled in warning at the approaching creatures, but the growl warbled slightly as if the blood Kirin was scared. The xenogeniac beasts acted as if they hadn't heard the blood Kirin at all. All of them emerged from the palace and headed for the plaza. They approached without making any noise. They looked impassively at Hansen, the blood Kirin, Mr. White, and Crime. So many xenogeniacs had emerged, and they were of a variety Hansen knew little about. A few of them looked familiar, but even that familiarity was vague and undefined. There was a feathered creature with 6 golden wings and a Ghana with draconic horns. But most of them were xenogeniacs Hansen had never seen before. They moved slowly and steadily across the ground. The power of the creatures was overwhelming, and simply sensing their presence made Hansen feel as if he was shouldering a mountain. A deified thunderbird. A deified sky spirit. A deified 6-winged gold angel. A deified Ghana dragon, Crime screamed. Every name Crime shouted out made Hansen's heart feel worse and worse. Seeing the creatures had raised a lot of questions for Hansen, but as Crime spoke, those questions died on his lips. All of the xenogeniac beasts that were walking out of the palaces were deified. How is this possible? Hansen was floored. There were around 100 of the xenogeniacs circling the plaza. With that many deified xenogeniacs, the entirety of the Geno universe could be conquered. Not even the combined might of the 3 most powerful races could fend off this army. Using such amazing power to conduct a mere test was like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Not a mosquito, actually. Perhaps a flea. Or a mite. The combined power of these xenogeniacs could destroy the whole world. This is a trick. It has to be a trick. Maybe some kind of illusion? Sacred cannot have this many deified creatures. And even if they did, the creatures cannot all be here. Hansen couldn't help but rub his eyes. He summoned his purple-eyed butterfly to get a proper look at the beings in front of him. And when he did, Hansen saw enough power to suppress every creature in the entire universe. When these creatures gathered together, they could destroy anything. Those xenogeneic creatures had all the casual power of demon kings. Hansen suddenly felt like a little girl entering the throne room of hell. He felt weak and vulnerable, while malicious eyes watched him from the dark. Hansen wondered if Sacred Leader had played a joke on them. They were surrounded by so many deified xenogeneics, and Hansen had just recently become a duke. Not even the deified elites that Hansen knew would have stood a chance against all the powerful xenogeneics that had gathered. It's a trap. Hansen couldn't think of any way he could fight off the amount of power that had been arrayed against him. Even if he refined 13 deified blood pulses, he would only gain their blood pulse abilities. His own level wouldn't ascend to deified status, and he would still most likely be killed. On top of that, he didn't have the time to refine another 12 deified blood pulses. Is the Jade Flute in Fox Queen's hands the key to getting through this? Perhaps there is a song that can be played to soothe and lull all of the deified xenogeneics. It might subdue them without the need for fighting at all, Hansen thought. It was pointless since they didn't have the flute, though. Mr. White and Crime were just as shocked by the situation they had found themselves in. There was no way for them to run. They were surrounded by too many powerful xenogeneics. Even if the ruler of the Extreme King came personally to save them, it wouldn't do any good. All of those scary creatures gathered in the plaza, and it became quite crowded as they filed in. The creatures watched the small group, and the weight of those eyes put fear into Hansen and even Mr. White. The deified xenogeneics drew closer, pushing Hansen and the others toward the center of the palace. There was no way to withdraw. And suddenly, the jade cat coughed twice. Cough. Cough. After the jade cat coughed, the deified xenogeneics halted their advance. They did not get any closer to Hansen, but they did not walk away, either. They simply remained where they were, staring expressionlessly at Hansen's group. The jade cat looked at Hansen and smiled. Don't be afraid. They will not attack you just yet. You guys have one day to travel anywhere in this city you desire. For this one day, they will not be permitted to bring you any harm. If you guys are still alive after 10 days, then you will have passed the test. We'll be hounded by 100 deified xenogeneics. How are we expected to survive 10 whole days inside the city? Hansen wanted to bargain for some better terms. The jade cat smiled. They are not really deified xenogeneics. They are just the clones of deified xenogeneics that Sacred Leader created. Each of them can only unleash a single deified attack. After one attack, they will die. So, you guys still have a minuscule chance of surviving. Try your best. Oh, and right, I forgot to tell you guys, if you get into a fight with a deified xenogeneic clone, the others will back off. Only one can attack you at a time. The others won't interfere. Right. The test starts now. Try your best to survive. You have one full day to hide. You can hide anywhere you wish inside the holy town. The jade cat statue laid down after speaking, settling itself as if it was sleeping again. It looked like an ordinary jade statue. Hansen could no longer sense any life force in it. Hansen tried asking it a few more questions, but the jade cat statue did not respond. All that was left were the scary deified xenogeneic clones looking at them. Let's go. We only have one day. This is our one chance of surviving, Mr. White said, then he stepped into the crowd of xenogeneics. The scary deified xenogeneics clones parted to form a path for him. The creatures wouldn't stop them from leaving. Hansen followed Mr. White out of the plaza. 100 scary deified xenogeneics watched them walk away, but none of the creatures chased after them. Mr. White, do you have a plan that can help us escape this predicament? Hansen asked. Mr. White shook his head. I am fairly sure that exiting the holy town is out of the question, to be honest with you. The only way we can get through the next 10 days is to hide somewhere that the deified clones cannot find us. But I doubt that the sacred leader created a game of hide-and-seek out of boredom. He must have some other purpose here. So, no matter where we hide, we can be sure that the xenogeneics will find us. Sir, what are you saying? Should we hide or should we not hide? Crime asked with confusion. Mr. White had described the results of both options, and neither one sounded good. Hansen laughed. Mr. White explained it so clearly. We need to hide for 10 days, but even so, we will be found. That suggests that there is only one way in which we can hide. And what way is that? Crime still didn't understand. Hansen had no choice but to explain. Did the Jade Cat statue not tell you clearly enough? If we are fighting one xenogeneic, the others will leave us alone until the fight is finished. So, we need to fight one sole xenogeneic for all 10 days. If we do that, the other xenogeneics might as well not even exist. I see. But how do we engage just one xenogeneic for that long? Didn't the Jade Cat statue say that the deified xenogeneics here are cloned? After one strike, their bodies will break, Crime asked. That is something you will have to ask Mr. White about. Mr. White came up with the plan first. I am sure he's already thought of contingencies. Hansen looked at Mr. White. I do have a few ideas, but ensuring our survival over the next 10 days will require the 4 of us to cooperate. Mr. White explained his plan. When Hansen and Crime heard it, they thought the suggestion was way too risky. However, they couldn't think of any alternative courses of action, so they agreed to do it. The 4 of them didn't leave the plaza to hide. They tried to leave Holy Town just to see if they could, but after that, they went back to the plaza. Their day of waiting seemed to drag on and on. They could have spent the time hiding deep within the town, but they all knew that it would have been a pointless exercise. No matter how big Holy Town was, it was still just a town. The deified xenogeneics could use the power of their minds to scour the entire town for their prey. There were more than 100 deified xenogeneics there, so finding Hansen's group would be easy. Mr. White's plan relied on using their single day of peace to prepare. What came next would be simple. Mr. White would familiarize himself with one of the deified xenogeneics, taking advantage of the creature's temporary docility to use his sealing techniques on it. Once he had sealed the deified clone's power, it wouldn't be able to use its deified strike. That way, they could draw out the fight to last for the entire 10 days. The deified xenogeneic would still be exceptionally strong, of course. Although only one strike needed to be sealed, it was a deified power. Mr. White could not seal the power by himself. He needed the combined might of Hansen, the Blood Kirin, and Crime to help him complete the seal. The 3 of them resigned themselves to the plan. As long as they didn't attack the other deified clones, the clones would just stand there in the plaza and stare at them. Remember, my 4-symbol seal requires 4 people to function. So, once the sealing begins, none of you can move. You have to keep sending power into the seal. If we lose anyone's power, the seal will break, Mr. White said seriously. Then he sent a wave of energy into Hansen, Crime, and the Blood Kirin. Strange, new symbols of light appeared on their hands. The light symbol hummed on Hansen's hand like an energy converter. When Hansen sent power into the light symbol, his energy was transformed into sealing power. Green dragon, white tiger, red bird, and black turtle. 4 beasts made up the symbols, and Hansen was represented by the red bird. As his power flowed into the symbol swirled around in his hand like a flaming bird. Mr. White stepped in front of one xenogeneic clone and directed Hansen, Crime, and the Blood Kirin to stand on either side of and behind the creature. This was a powerful seal that normally required many people to do what they were attempting to. It wouldn't be an easy task in the midst of combat, that was for sure. Usually, a person would use this technique to seal a creature that was already under their control. The technique took far too long to be useful in a fight. Fortunately, the xenogeneic clone wasn't going to attack them during their free day. It stood there, unmoving, increasing their chances of sealing it successfully. The first attempt went smoothly. Hansen and the others surrounded the xenogeneic from 4 different directions. They weren't attacked, and the xenogeneic simply stood there looking at them. Mr. White waved at Hansen and the others, indicating they should rest a little. It was still early in the day, after all. If they fully committed to the sealing right then, they'd be wasting some of their strength. They needed to seal the creature at the last moment possible in order to save every smidgen of energy they had. After a minute of thought, Hansen said, "Since they aren't attacking us now, why don't we at least try the sealing to see if it works?" "You don't trust Mr. White? Even if the seal doesn't work, do you have another way out of this?" Crime asked in a cold voice. "There is nothing wrong with giving it a try," Hansen responded flatly. Mr. White nodded. "Okay, then let us try. It will be a useful practice run." Following Mr. White's command, Hansen and the others cast the 4-symbol seal. The symbol of the red bird shivered on Hansen's hand. He felt a connection form between the bird and Mr. White's white tiger, Crime's black turtle, and the green dragon that hovered around the blood Kieran's claws. All those powers were transferred, and the 4-symbol seal's light became stronger. The connection between them strengthened. Update by listnovel.com. The 4 powers supported each other, and as the light rose, 4 giant shadows formed into a bysema that trapped the creature inside. The xenogeneic found itself confined within the bysema. Its eyes flashed, and the enemy started to move. "Oh no! It is going to attack us. Seal the bysema now!" Mr. White shouted loudly. The 4 of them quickly finished casting the 4-symbol seal. The shadows of the green dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the black turtle were cast onto the xenogeneic's body. The shadows bound the xenogeneic. The xenogeneic kept moving as Hansen and the others continued casting their seal. The 4 shadows kept seething across the xenogeneic. The xenogeneic tried to fight back, but it couldn't break the seal. Crime looked ill, and he said, "I told you to trust Mr. White, but you just had to try it. Now we've wasted so much more of our power. What's done is done. We will just have to hold the seal and keep it going for the next 10 days, Mr. White said firmly, putting an end to Crime's complaining. Hansen shrugged slightly and remained silent. He had known this was a possibility, but he thought they should give it a try anyway. Attempting the seal now would only anger one's xenogeneic. If it failed, only one powerful creature would be trying to kill them. But if they failed closer to the end of the first day, they might end up being attacked by whole groups of the monsters. So, Hansen would rather spend a bit more energy now than risk everything later on. Aside from the struggling xenogeneic and the seal, the other xenogeneics just maintained their stances and their expressionless stares. When Hansen's group confirmed that they weren't going to be attacked by the monsters around them, they felt greatly relieved. The xenogeneic kept struggling. Although its power was sealed, it still had a deified body. Hansen and the others had to use all their power to hold the seal against the raw, physical strength of the creature's thrashing. Mr. White and the blood Kieran were half deified, so they had an easier time. Crime was a top dog of the kings, so he was holding up well, too. But Hansen had only just become a duke. He hadn't been a duke for very long, so his power was lacking in comparison to the others. He had to use all of his strength just to keep the red bird's symbol of light up. Mr. White looked at Hansen and said, "A duke's element is separate from your original body's astral body and celestial body. Your original body is your own genes taking the form of an element. At that stage, you must use your own power to fight. At the second stage, your astral body needs to rely on the planet beneath you. Planetary powers can be used to aid the elements of your body. For instance, a water element duke will perform much better on a water-based planet. After pausing, Mr. White continued to say, the celestial body you can access in the third stage is also known as your universal body. That body can use the power of the universe. As long as it is not separated from the universe for some reason, it has access to practically unlimited power. Hansen understood what Mr. White was talking about, but he had only just become a duke. He only had his original body, so he couldn't make use of any external powers. Plus, even if he did gain a celestial body, he knew that Holy Town was separated from the outside world. He couldn't access any power that was outside the town. Mr. White knew what Hansen was thinking, and so he smiled. Judging by the way you use your body, you must still be at the first stage. You only have your original body. I have an original body Geno art that might be able to help you. Perhaps you could learn it in order to ascend more easily. If you are really willing to teach me, I would be very grateful. Hansen was surprised. He hadn't expected Mr. White to volunteer to teach him a Geno art, and he wasn't sure what the sudden offer meant. Mr. White, why do you care about him? Crime exclaimed unhappily. Mr. White smiled. We are cooperating to maintain the seal, aren't we? We are all in this together. Hansen is of a lower level than us, so he will have a hard time over the course of the next 10 days. If anything happens to him, we will all be destroyed. I am only doing this for myself. After Mr. White said that, Crime fell silent. Mr. White paused for a moment before speaking. My Geno art isn't very impressive. I made it myself, and I never did think up a name for it. It hasn't been presented anywhere. I'll explain it as best I can, and if you think it helps, you can use it. If it doesn't, that's okay. Please tell me, Hansen said. In a quiet voice, Mr. White gave a straightforward explanation of the Geno art. Crime and the Blood Kirin focused on his words as well. Crime listened seriously. Just like Mr. White said, his Geno art seemed rather simple. Even so, it was obviously quite special. Despite its simplicity, it was incredibly difficult to understand. Mr. White, your Geno art is so complicated. I am afraid he won't be able to understand it, Crime said after hearing Mr. White's Geno art. I don't think I really understand. Please explain it to me again, Hansen said, trying to keep his shock from showing on his face. Truthfully, Hansen understood the Geno art perfectly. The Geno art was quite familiar to him, and that familiarity shook him to his core. The Geno art had an obvious connection to the Dongxian Sutra. Both arts could benefit each other quite well, and using Mr. White's technique could aid in the development of the Dongxian Sutra. Hansen could use the Dongxian Sutra to absorb power from the world around him. Doing so allowed him to conserve his own energy, stretching his strength out over a longer period of time. But the Dongxian Sutra had yet to reach Duke, so the effect wasn't particularly good. It only saved Hansen a small amount of power. Has Mr. White realized that I use the Dongxian Sutra? Is that why he's telling about this Geno art? What is he planning? Hansen thought fast, but he didn't have enough information to guess what Mr. White was playing at. It seemed likely that Mr. White knew that Hansen could use the Dongxian Sutra. Explaining a Geno art as simply as he had suggested that the man's mind was quite frightening. It put Hansen on red alert. If you don't mind me repeating myself, I will recite the Geno art again. Mr. White smiled. Then, he resumed talking about the Geno art. It would have been better if he had stopped speaking there, for the more he talked, the more confused Crime became. Mr. White's detailed explanation of the Geno art was more difficult to understand than the Geno art itself. He began speaking about the Geno universe itself, which was something Crime had never heard about before. Hansen used the Dongxian aura to listen, and he was able to understand a bit. He pretended that he couldn't though, and he feigned confusion. Mr. White, I'm afraid that the explanation isn't helping. I am just getting more and more confused. Hansen presented Mr. White with a wry smile. Mr. White is so smart. Since you're just a duke, well, it is only expected that you can't understand a word that he's saying. And don't worry, I don't understand, either. It isn't about you, okay? Crime said. Mr. White shook his head and sighed. The things I have learned are a bit different from your own Geno art. It is okay that you don't understand, but try to learn as much as you can, for I can only explain it here like this. Thank you for your willingness to teach me. I'm just afraid I will never be able to learn such a Geno art, Hansen said. But he was secretly casting the Geno art Mr. White had just taught him. He gave it a try, and it worked fine. When Hansen didn't summon his Dongxian armor, the effect of absorbing external power seemed to increase. And this was Hansen's very first time using the ability. If the ability was already useful, then it would surely become a greater and greater benefit to him as his proficiency increased. Update by listnovel.com. Hansen still didn't know why Mr. White had given him the Geno art, but he was okay with learning something new. Hansen practiced it, and the strain of maintaining the 4-symbol seal decreased. The day went by pretty quickly. After the first 24 hours, the other deified xenogeneic clones shifted slightly toward Hansen and the others like the very hungry monsters that they were. The monsters stared at them for a whole day, and the beasts' eyes were different than they had been. There was a fresh, murderous gleam in their eyes. The scary creatures looked over them, as if deciding which flavor of meat to dine on first. The slavering beasts made Hansen and the others nervous. But even so, despite all the attention directed toward them, not a single one of the xenogeneics prepared to attack. They just stared at Hansen's group like jewels. Acknowledging their apparent safety, Hansen and the others felt relieved. It was fortunate that the jade cat statue hadn't lied to them. The deified clones really were restraining themselves, as the cat statue had said. Hansen and the others didn't dare move, though. They continued using their strength to keep the Bysema going. They kept the deified xenogeneic clone sealed, hoping they could hold the creature there for the entire 10 days. But as time ticked by, the xenogeneic clone's struggling became worse and worse. After it had been thrashing around for a while, Hansen started to feel a strain. 5 days later, even the half-deified blood Kirin was beginning to fatigue. Because each part of the 4-symbol seal was connected, Hansen didn't have to continually use his full power. It meant that the others had to pick up his weight, though, to keep the deified xenogeneic suppressed. So, the blood Kirin and Mr. White were using up a lot more power than Hansen was. Sweat began to trickle down Crime's forehead. It was getting hard for him, too. Things were not going as well as they had hoped. But by Hansen's estimation, if they continued using power at the same rate, they would survive all 10 days of the trial. Little guys, you seem to be working very hard. I have to say, you're not doing a bad job. Suddenly, the jade cat statue started talking again. It spoke lazily, though, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber. Hansen and the others were concentrating all their strength on maintaining the 4-symbol seal, however. They couldn't spare the time or effort to bother looking in the direction of the jade cat statue. The jade cat statue's voice came from behind them again. You guys are doing good, but don't you think that this would be a boring way to pass the test? You aren't going to cheat, are you? Hansen's heart jumped. If the jade cat statue let the rest of the xenogeneics attack them, they would be very dead. The jade cat statue laughed and said, "Don't worry. I cannot change the rules that Sacred Leader set in place. I just wanted to give you a small surprise." I hate surprises, Hansen said with a tight, feral smile. But this really is a surprise. It might actually prove to be a great benefit to you guys. Of course, you will need to have what it takes to accept the surprise. The jade cat statue looked as if it was smiling, but it wasn't. After the cat statue's voice trailed off, Hansen heard a noise coming from the ground. It sounded like something was dragging metal chains. Hansen scanned around them with his Dongxian aura, and then he noticed as all the deified clones began stepping away from them. Something new was approaching Hansen's group. It was a skeleton. Or at least, it looked like a skeleton. The flesh of the creature had dried into a withered husk. Its long hair was like tufts of hay. The being wasn't dead, though. His limbs were bound by metal cuffs, and he walked very slowly. With every step the man took, chains grated across the ground behind him. The chained man was approaching them with his head lowered. When he got closer, Hansen could see that there were 2 dark holes where his eyes should have been. Dark blood wept from the holes, and the eyes were missing. Hansen and the others looked grim. They were using their powers to cast the 4-symbol seal. If the creepy man attacked them, they wouldn't be able to block the strike without releasing the 4-symbol seal. And that would be enough to lead to their doom. The prisoner came within 10 meters of them, chains rasping across the ground with every step. He raised his head so that the 2 bloody holes could peer at Hansen and the others. Those 2 holes gave them the willies. He stopped for a moment, but then, the prisoner started to move again. His slow steps took him toward Hansen. What the F***ck? Hansen thought frantically. There were 4 of them, but the prisoner had decided to go for Hans Senator. It was getting closer, and after another minute, it stood right behind him. The prisoner approached Hans Senator. Although he walked slowly, he was already very close to them. A second later, he was directly behind Hansen. As the prisoner walked, his cuffs clinked and clanked. When he came to a stop behind Hansen, he fell completely silent. Hansen couldn't even hear the prisoner breathing or his heart beating. It was as if he no longer existed. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the prisoner, but he was shocked to find that he could no longer detect the prisoner's presence. Goosebumps flared across Hansen's body. The prisoner was standing directly behind him, but he could not feel the strange, chained man. His inability to detect the creature deeply unsettled Hans Senator. He wanted to just run away as fast as he could. But he was currently casting the red bird spell. If he left his position, then the 4-symbol seal would break. If any of the 4 tried to run, they'd all end up dead. The bird's nest still sat on Hansen's head. He forced himself not to turn around, and he thought to himself, so what if you are behind me? You can't break this bird's nest. I have nothing to be afraid of. Hansen stood where he was and did not move. He did not dare turn and look behind him. He continued to cast his powers through the red bird spell to keep the trapped Xenogeniac suppressed. But when Hansen looked at Mr. White and the others, he was given a shock. Mr. White's face looked strange, but Hansen couldn't accurately read the man's expression. Crime's expression was easier to interpret, though. He was in massive shock. He stared behind Hansen with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. The blood Kieran's response was even more dramatic. It was growling at Hansen, as if in an urgent warning. What is he doing behind me? Hansen's heart felt chilled. He still couldn't detect the presence behind him. It was as if the chained man wasn't actually a creature at all, but some specter of death itself. Mr. White gulped. He looked pale, but still, he didn't say a word. His expression made Hansen even more worried. Hansen could no longer help it, so he moved his head to take a look. He couldn't turn his head very far, though, because if he moved his hands or body he could disrupt the casting. After twisting his head to the left, he saw nothing. Then, he looked right. And still, he couldn't see anything. Hansen wished he could just twist his body around so he could properly see what the prisoner was doing. But he really couldn't move his body. Hansen couldn't keep his eyes off the others' horrified expressions, though. Their vision lingered on the space behind Hansen, which made his heart tremble in fear. F***CKU. I have a bird's nest to protect me, and I have nothing to be afraid of. Hansen gritted his teeth and did not move. But suddenly, Hansen felt a chill run down his neck. It felt as if something was blowing a cold breath over his neck. Hansen's skin prickled as his back turned sore and his legs went soft. Hansen had seen many scary things in his lifetime, so he didn't frighten easily. But not being able to see the prisoner was deeply disturbing. He felt a deep chill in his heart. "Don't move." Mr. White called to Hansen. "What is he doing behind me?" Hansen asked, his voice tense. It was a shame that the blood Kirin couldn't speak. If it had been able to talk, Hansen would have asked it. Crime wasn't trustworthy enough for Hansen to bother asking him, though. "This is hard to explain." Mr. White frowned, and he looked poorly. It seemed as if he didn't know what to say. Seeing Mr. White's hesitation made Hansen frown. He had no clue what was going on behind him. If Hansen was in danger, Crime and Mr. White probably wouldn't want to tell him, because they wouldn't want to risk Hansen moving and breaking the four-symbol seal. However, Hansen didn't think that was the reason for their behavior. If Hansen was attacked and wounded, then the four-symbol seal would break anyway. They wouldn't stay silent and tell him not to move. If there is no actual danger, then why can they not tell me what's wrong? Hansen wondered. Hansen's attempts to figure out what was happening were getting him nowhere, but his back felt colder and colder. His worry continued to deepen. Mr. White and Crime were still staring at the space behind him. The blood Kirin kept growling at Hansen, as if it wished to tell him something. Hansen could no longer resist the temptation. He summoned Bauer and asked her to take a look at the prisoner behind him. Bauer appeared on Hansen's shoulder. Hansen spoke to her. "Bauer, help your daddy take a look at what this thing is doing behind him." Bauer nodded. She leaned over his shoulder and took a look behind him. She jerked in surprise and said, "Dad, behind you." "What is behind me?" Hansen quickly asked. "There is a man drawing on your back," Bauer said, after thinking. "Drawing?" Hansen's mind went blank for a minute. He was confused, and so he thought, the prisoner is drawing something on my back. Is he an artist? Does he love drawing on humans? Is my body too good, and he could not help but use my fine figure for a canvas? No way. If he was fond of drawing on bodies, then he should have gone and found a pretty girl to paint upon. Why bother drawing on me? Bauer, what is he drawing? Hansen quickly asked. Something else had to be going on here. Bauer leaned further over Hansen's shoulder, peering at Hansen's back, but she didn't speak. Bauer, what is he drawing? Hansen squeaked. He wasn't scared, he told himself. He just didn't like it. Bauer hesitated, but she eventually said, It's like the creature is drawing a person. Yeah, a woman. A woman? What kind of woman? Hansen was frozen. A skeletal prisoner had appeared out of nowhere, slinked up to his back, and started drawing a woman on him. This was 2F*King creepy, and it made Hansen feel itchy and uncomfortable. Bauer didn't seem to know how she might describe what she saw. With hesitation, she said, an ugly, ugly woman. Hansen felt his pulse pounding in his temples. An ugly prisoner was now drawing an ugly woman on his back. What the F***ck was happening? Hansen's mouth was wide open. He tried to ask another question, but he had no idea what he should ask. Bauer observed his back some more, and then she said, Dad, he cannot draw any more. Why? Hansen asked, curiously. Bauer responded quickly, this time. The blood of the woman coming from his hands is running dry, and there is no more paint left. What? He is using a woman's blood to draw on my back. Hansen felt as if his head was going to explode. He could not imagine the scene behind him. Dad, the woman has no more blood. Dad, he cracked open the woman's brain. Bauer kept reporting what was happening. Bauer, stop looking. Hansen called Bauer back into his arms. He didn't want her to see such a bloody scene. Bauer was actually quite old at this point, but in Hansen's eyes, she'd be a little girl forever. Bauer jumped off of Hansen's shoulder to sit on his chest. She looked curiously at the four-symbol seal and the trapped xenogeneic that was still struggling inside. Hansen still couldn't feel anything behind him, but after hearing what Bauer had said, he felt sick with worry. The images of what she had described kept repeating inside his mind, and nothing he tried to think about could scrub them away. "Jade Cat, what are you doing?" Hansen finally shouted at the statue of the Jade Cat. The Jade Cat already seemed to be sleeping again, and it showed no reaction to Hansen's call. After a while, the prisoner's chains began to rattle again. As it left the space behind Hansen's back, it slowly entered his field of vision. The prisoner left in pretty much the same manner that he arrived, slowly and seemingly vacant-minded. There was one small difference, however. He was dragging the corpse of a woman behind him. To be more accurate, that was not the body of a woman. It was a female creature's body. Hansen couldn't see what the female creature's facial features had been, because a large hole had been punched into the creature's head. There was a gaping cavity where the face had been. The upper part of her body was humanoid, though, and the lower body was like a snake. She looked like one of the Ghana, but unlike the Ghana, there was a spiraling horn on her head. It was silver and around 1 foot long, and it was reminiscent of a unicorn's horn. The snake scales of her lower body were silver, as well. They were so bright that they made her form seem a little transparent. Holes had been torn through her head and chest, but there was no blood oozing out. It was just as Bauer had originally said, in that the blood of the woman had run dry. What is that weirdo's presence here supposed to mean? Why would he draw a woman on my back? Hansen wondered, somewhat shaken. But Hansen didn't seem to be injured or impaired. His body was fine, his galactic lobster armor was fine, and it looked like the creepy prisoner guy was leaving now that he had drawn his picture. Although the whole experience had been rather disturbing, the creature hadn't actually hurt him. So, Hansen knew he'd just have to stop thinking about it. "Bauer, could you use some water to wash your dad's armor?" "Wash away the mess he made," Hansen said to Bauer. While the paint hadn't been harmful, he was still unhappy to have it on him. Bauer jumped off of Hansen's chest and walked behind him to do as he asked. Then her surprised voice said, "She is gone." "What is gone?" Hansen's heart jumped into his throat. "The picture he drew is now gone," Bauer said. "How could it be gone?" Hansen was very confused about this, and so he proceeded to ask, "Did the picture just get smeared?" Bauer shook her head. "Dad, there's nothing on your back. It is very clean, and there is not even the smallest semblance of a bloodstain. The ugly woman drawing is all gone." Hansen had no idea what to make of this, so he asked Mr. White, "Mr. White, what is going on?" Mr. White shook his head. "I don't understand any of this either. We couldn't see your back, and we were only able to see that he was drawing something on you. I don't know what it was that he actually drew." Hansen didn't like not knowing, but there was little that he could do about it. He checked his body and noted how nothing seemed to have happened, so for now, he shelved all thoughts about it. Nothing strange happened after that. The four of them kept sending power into the four-symbol seal. It maintained a firm hold on the snared xenogeneic clone. Days passed, and after what felt like forever, they reached the 10-day deadline. Although the four of them were quite exhausted by this point, they had at least managed to survive the 10 days. When the xenogeneics returned to their palace lairs and the doors of their palaces closed, the four of them almost collapsed. The Jade Cat statue smiled and began speaking again. "Congratulations! You have passed the Sacred Leader's test. You can now receive the relic left behind by the Sacred Leader." "Where is the treasure?" Hansen asked, forcing himself to ignore his exhaustion. "Right here," the Jade Cat statue said. The jade pillar below its feet then suddenly opened up, revealing a small jade box. It was impossible to guess what might lay inside. Hansen started forward to pick up the box, but then, his heart jumped up. He saw that Crime was holding a broken sword, slashing towards Hansen. The Blood Kirin was angered by this, and so it roared and leaped towards Crime. But Crime's darkness covered everything, and Hansen's eyes were unable to pierce it. Hansen didn't move his eyes, though. The bird's nest was still on his head, and he leaped towards where the box had been before everything went black. In Crime's area of effect, all 7 of Hansen's senses were blocked. But because he had the protection of the bird's nest, he wasn't concerned about any attacks that Crime might launch. But the next second, Hansen's face changed. A weird power came down to strike the bird's nest. The power locked onto the bird's nest and pulled it away from Hansen's head. Then, he and Bauer were tied up by something like a rope. The rope jerked them roughly to the side. The darkness faded. Hansen noticed that he and Bauer were now bound by loop upon loop of white rope. Next to them, there was a net with Hansen's bird's nest inside it. The net must have been quite special if it was able to bind a deified bird's nest. Crime held the net in one hand and the jade box in the other. "Thank you for helping me obtain the sacred leader's treasure," Crime said coldly to Hansen, holding the box casually under one arm. "Who are you?" Mr. White frowned at Crime. Crime smiled and said, "Mr. White, I am your faithful guard Crime." "You look like Crime, but Crime is just a king-class guard." "You most certainly aren't." "Crime wouldn't possess Prince 14's Skynet," Mr. White stated flatly, his frown deepening. Crime slid the box into his chest pocket. Then, he lifted his broken knife and spoke to Mr. White. "You think too much. Although I am half deified, I am still your guard. But aside from you, I have a duty to Prince 14, as well. Prince 14 wants this item, so I will have to take this back with me. Mr. White, we both work for Prince 14. You have helped me a great deal, and I will tell Prince 14 of your involvement. But this is not where this should be discussed. We need to get rid of him first," Crime said. Then his broken knife came swinging towards Hansen. Crime swung his weapon, and the substance chain on his knife became a black snake king that looked as if it could swallow the sky. It suddenly lashed towards Hansen. Hansen's body surged with power, but the white rope tightened around him. The mysterious substance chain tangled him up, and it made it difficult for Hansen to gather up any semblance of defense. That knife was going to slice him to ribbons. Hansen gritted his teeth. He was preparing to activate his super god spirit mode when the roaring knife light was broken. Hansen was shocked. He looked at Crime. A hand that looked like jade had wrapped around Crime's wrist. The fingers were very long and pretty. Mr. White. Hansen could not believe what his own eyes were seeing. Mr. White was standing behind Crime, pulling his hand back through Crime's chest. But Mr. White's hand emerged perfectly clean, without a speck of blood dirtying it. Crime's broken knife fell to the ground. He looked at the bloody hole in his chest and then looked at Mr. White with disbelief. He said, "Your power was said to be useless in a fight. How? How were you able to destroy my black lion body? Life is full of surprises. You should have gotten used to that by now." A beautiful white shell appeared in Mr. White's hand. He opened it and held it out toward Crime. The injured Crime was sucked into the shell. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. When the shell closed up, Mr. White pocketed it. He grabbed the Skynet and the little box. He looked as if he was smiling, but he wasn't. And to Hansen, he said, "Hansen, it looks like you have lost completely." Hansen was still bound by the Skynet. He gave Mr. White a wry smile. "You won. So, what are you going to do with me?" "Kill you, of course. Do you really think I'd let a scary enemy like you continue to live and grow in this world?" Mr. White looked at Hansen emotionlessly. "Mr. White, you overestimate me. I am just a nameless soldier." Hansen didn't move. He summoned all his power as he continued to stare at Mr. White. He was going to take a risk. Mr. White turned to the cat statue as he gripped the Skynet, ignoring Hansen and Bauer. "9 life cat, can we go now?" Hansen was shocked. Mr. White knew the jade cat statue was a 9-life cat. The 9-life cat statue stared at Mr. White. It remained unmoving as it coldly said, "If you guys pass the test, so it is entirely up to you whether you come or go. There is no need to ask for my permission. Goodbye." Mr. White tugged the sky net and dragged Hansen and Bauer out of Holy Town. This time, the power of the town didn't prevent them from leaving. Mr. White pulled Hansen and Bauer out of the town with ease and returned to that area of dark water. Mr. White's other hand glowed with holy light as it held the jade stone box. The light was able to keep the darkness at bay, at a distance of around 3 meters from them. He eventually pulled Bauer and Hansen safely out of the trench. Hansen had thought Mr. White would kill them in Holy Town, but he didn't. And after he left that place, he didn't try to make a quick getaway. He took Hansen and Bauer into the big white whale, instead. Fox Queen and Isha's fight seemed to have ended, since there was no more movement in the sea. It was unclear which of the two might have emerged victorious, though. There was no sign of either of them. Mr. White brought Hansen and Bauer into the big white whale. He smiled and looked at Hans Sr. "Now I can kill you without any worries. Have you thought up any escape ideas? Why didn't you kill me in Holy Town?" Hansen asked with confusion. "You really think that town hid the real treasure?" Mr. White asked in an amused tone. "It didn't?" Hansen asked. "It could have, but only if the sacred leader went mad. It would have taken utter insanity to spend so much power and effort constructing a place to hide his own treasure." Mr. White smiled. "This place must have a secret that you haven't even imagined yet. Aside from that, the picture on your back looks pretty special. I thought the drawing was gone." Hansen was shocked. Mr. White laughed and said, "You are too naive. Just because something disappears, that doesn't mean it is gone. I didn't recognize the person who drew on you, but I do know that he was drawing a creature known as Ancient Blood Dragon Lady. It is a mutant, deified xenogeneic. Her blood is her mutant xenogeneic gene. I don't think such powerful blood could disappear so easily." Hansen heard this and was shocked. He had never thought that thing might have been a mutant deified creature. "Why? Why did he draw on me?" Hansen asked in confusion. "I do not know. Perhaps ever since the beginning, you were the chosen one." Mr. White's expression hardened. "But it doesn't matter anymore. I am going to kill you, so everything will end." After that, Mr. White looked angry. He yanked the sky net, and Hansen and Bauer were pulled in front of him. His hand reached out to grab Hansen. Hansen remembered how Crime's body was easily perforated by Mr. White's hand. He was shocked, and he was about to activate his super god body. But when Mr. White waved his hand, the sky net loosened enough to release the bird's nest. The bird's nest returned to Hansen. "Mr. White, this is..." Hansen caught the bird's nest, and he looked at Mr. White with confusion. Mr. White put away the sky net, and he tossed the jade box towards Hansen. Hansen caught the little jade box, his confusion growing. He had no idea what was going on. Mr. White smiled at Hans Senator. His muscles and bones began to shift and writhe, and so too did his face. Not long after, Mr. White became someone else. His presence was greatly changed. Mr. White now looked younger. He looked no more than 20 years old, but his body carried a special sort of presence. It gave Hansen the feeling that this man had seen and lived through everything. He was like a person that oversaw a match of chess. Hansen's mouth opened wide. "You? How is it you?" Hansen screamed, pointing at him. "Why would it not be me?" Mr. White looked at Hansen with interest. "Aren't you in the sanctuaries?" How did you get out?" Hansen spoke only half of what he wished to. He then suddenly thought of Blood Legion and the Shura, who both had a way to leave. It now didn't seem so strange that this person had been able to leave the sanctuaries. "It is a long story." To summarize, I thought I'd be able to break the vacuum and become a god in this world. But who knew that this was the place I would actually come to? It was quite a disappointment, all in all. Mr. White shrugged, looking regretful. You. I cannot believe it, Hansen mumbled, still frozen. Hansen knew this man. They hadn't spent much time together, but Hansen remembered him. That was because this man was the real heir of the Xianmen. But Hansen had only learned the Dongxian Sutra from Dong Xianzi. That counted for half of the Xianmen students. Hansen looked at that man, who was similar to his age. He coughed awkwardly and hesitantly asked, so, what should I call you? In the past, Hansen had received a secret Xianmen skill from the man. But the man said he wasn't going to take any students. And Hansen was also able to obtain Dong Xianzi's legacy. He didn't know which of the two was a more important figure. The man laughed and said, names are merely symbols. When someone practices as much as I have, they've already given such titles up. You should just keep on calling me Mr. White, to make sure that my identity within the Extreme King doesn't get exposed. You are going back to the Extreme King? Hansen asked with surprise. Mr. White smiled and said, the Extreme King isn't some scary hole for beasts to fester in. There are many resources to obtain. To be fair, it is a fine place to continue with one's practice. Why wouldn't I go back? Then how are you going to explain what happened here? Hansen asked, holding up the little box. Crime was dead, and Mr. White had given the box to Han. Senator Hansen was afraid that if he returned, he would be unable to report to Prince 14. Everything will work itself out, if given the time. Use your heart. Think, hear, and see. Hold on to everything you can in this world. There is a solution to each and every woe. After that, Mr. White gave Hansen a card. This is what I have been thinking about over all these years. You can take a look, but remember, do not put the stock of your belief too deeply into anything. You still need to form your own opinions on things in this life. A portion of the real Xianmen requires one to practice with the faith of their own heart. I have no time to take care of it. My Xianmen legacy has probably come to an end on this day. You count as half of the Xianmen members. I hope that in the future, you will find a way to continue the teachings of the Xianmen and pass on my techniques. You don't need to ask anyone to join the Xianmen formally, but the Xianmen will be lucky enough just to have one or two out there that have really devoted themselves to the learnings. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. Hansen did not reject the plea. He gladly accepted the card he was given. He knew Mr. White wasn't too personally invested in all of this, otherwise, he wouldn't have given Hansen Xuantian's secret skill before. There were many religions and parties working in the world, but most religions only taught a person what to do and what to believe in. Only Xianmen taught a person how to explore and find their own understanding of the world, their own connection within the workings of the universe. So, it would be very difficult for the Xianmen to become famous. It wasn't explicitly defined, so it couldn't compete on the same wavelength as other teachings and religions. That was because this teaching confused people. Most people wanted to be comforted. They wanted something to guide them through the hardships of life. But Xianmen was about having to think about things yourself. You had to take charge of your own fate and explore the unknown. The future was full of unknowns and variables. It was tough. People that didn't have the required intelligence or endurance could never make it through. So, it wasn't beyond belief that Xianmen fell into oblivion. The road of Xianmen was not one that many would willingly choose. After Mr. White spoke, he looked at the little box in Hansen's hand. He said, if my assumptions about the box are correct, then it doesn't actually contain the sacred leader's treasure. It is just a red herring. The real treasure still resides someplace in Holy Town. But our combined strength still isn't enough to explore all of that town's secrets. When we have both become deified, we can return and resume exploration of the town. Mr. White, what is the picture upon my back? Hansen still felt nervous when he thought about that painting. It was way too weird. Mr. White thought for a moment, then said, ancient blood dragon lady's blood was used as ink. A picture was drawn upon your back. I couldn't see the picture, and so I can't make a sound assertion. But do not worry, as I have made some calculations of the future on your behalf. Following a terrible incident, there were still some good fortunes to be had. Whatever that picture was, it wasn't a bad thing. Good fortune following something terrible? That means something terrible is going to happen. Hansen was shocked. Mr. White laughed and said, you're in for a rough ride. It would be nice if you didn't tell me these things so bluntly. Hansen gave a wry smile. Mr. White quietly said, when you follow Isha back to Narrow Moon, you should be prepared. I believe that the Extreme King will eventually summon you to their ruler's kingdom. Hansen was curious, so he had to ask, Mr. White, how did you end up becoming part of the Extreme King? Mr. White quietly said, I disguised myself as a hybrid of the Extreme King so I could stay among them. I was drawn to their resources, but I also learned something very interesting there. I stayed so I could find out more about it. What was it? Hansen asked again. We humans have the Extreme King's blood pulse gene. Although it is only a small smidgen of the stuff, it does exist. And that is how I was able to successfully pass myself off as one of the Extreme King without being discovered, Mr. White said. I guessed as much. Hansen nodded. He had considered this possibility before, and if Mr. White had followed the same line of thought, there was no reason to believe he was incorrect. Mr. White continued to say, when the Extreme King become King class, they can awaken their King body. The King bodies are very similar to the super god bodies we have in the sanctuaries. There's one primary difference, however. Our super god bodies are independent, while their King bodies are not independent. What do you mean? Hansen didn't understand. Mr. White groaned and went on to explain, what I mean to say is that our super god bodies are a part of us. Their King bodies seem to have a connection with the outside world and some mysterious power. I am still investigating it. There are so many questions I have been unable to find answers for. I cannot explain everything. After chatting with Hansen, Mr. White said, I should go. If you had left when you leave, you should soon come across Isha. Mr. White left, but Hansen didn't go after Isha just yet. He walked over to the skeleton sitting in the command chair of the white whale. He took off the clothes that were on the skeleton, and then, he put the skeleton in a box. He planned on finding a good place to bury the man when he returned. It was a crystallizer. It was like someone of the same race. After thoroughly cleaning the pieces of clothing, Hansen put them on. He put the transparent eye patch on his head, and he felt as if his thoughts were spreading. His body and his vision expanded. That feeling could not be explained. It was like the whale was becoming a part of his body. Waves of information rolled through eye patch and were downloaded into his mind. To put it simply, Hansen could now use his mind to control the white whale. Piloting the machine was as simple as using his own body. Hansen guided the big white whale to the left. And there he found Isha. Isha was swimming through the sea. She saw the big whale and surged towards it. Hansen quickly jumped out of it to prevent any misunderstandings. My queen, where is Fox Queen? Hansen asked. Isha shook her head. She escaped. Then we should get out of here, too. I got the item from Holy Town. Let's leave now. Hansen then piloted the white whale out of the Holy Spirit Sea with Isha. When they reached the maze, Hansen put away the whale. The enormous whale really was just like the beetle. It could shrink with its space technology. It shrank until it disappeared into the eye patch. It was like a little whale placed inside a bottle, and it looked magical. Isha and Hansen returned to the base of the Ice Blue Knights, where they ran into Ice Blue Knight King. It was fairly obvious that he had been unable to navigate the palace maze, and had thus decided to return. When he saw Isha and Hansen come back together, Ice Blue Night King's eyes widened. Knife. I am so glad to learn that you are still alive, Ice Blue Night King said, coming up to her. I'm afraid that my survival might not be a good thing for you, Isha growled. Ice Blue Night King frowned. Isha, what makes you say that? I am alive. That means no one is allowed to bully my student. Do you understand now why that might not be a good thing? It would have been better for you if I had remained dead, Isha said, her voice as hard as stone. Ice Blue Night King fidgeted awkwardly, but he said, I was just doing my job. I had no choice in the matter. There were some things I just had to do. I don't care about your job. Let me ask you something, did you drag my student into the Ice Blue Knights by force? Against his will? Isha stared at Ice Blue Night King as she spoke. Ice Blue Night King looked glum and he admitted, yes. Were you the one who captured him? Isha asked. Yes, Ice Blue Night King said. If you were unable to look after him, why would you drag my student all the way out here? Is that how you manage the Ice Blue Knights? Isha hissed. Ice Blue Night King could not speak. His face turned red. Another Ice Blue Knight who was accompanying Ice Blue Night King stepped forward to angrily tell her off. Knife, don't be so rude. You are a member of the Ice Blue Knights yourself. How can you speak like that to your captain? From now on, I have no affiliation with the Ice Blue Knights. It's over. Isha looked at them all with disdain. Ice Blue Night King frowned and said, Knife, I understand the reasons for this mood of yours, but there are some things you can't just say. I will pretend I did not hear what you just said. If you want to talk, we can do so later and in private. There is nothing more for us to talk about. Let's go, Han Senior. Isha turned around to leave. Knife. Don't be ridiculous. The Ice Blue Knights have rules. You are a member of the Ice Blue Knights, and you were born to be an Ice Blue Knight. Furthermore, you will one day die on behalf of the Ice Blue Knights. The Ice Blue Knights would never permit one of their members to turn traitor, and furthermore, the Extreme King would not allow. Ice Blue Night King trailed off, a shocked look crossing his face. Isha's body had filled with purple air. Like a demon, she covered the entirety of the Ice Blue Night base with her power. Suddenly, everyone in the base looked very pale. The weight of her suppression lay on them so heavily that they could barely stand. Deified. You became deified. Ice Blue Night King and all the other Ice Blue Knights were stunned. I'm sorry. Do you mind repeating what you were telling me again? Isha turned an unyielding gaze on Ice Blue Night King and the others. The King-class Ice Blue Knights had all turned pale. No one dared look Isha in the eyes now. Ice Blue Night King had also paled, and a series of emotions crossed his face, too quickly to recognize. He ultimately sighed, and said, I have my own reasons to want you to stay, but since you are already deified, I suppose the Ice Blue Knights don't stand a chance in keeping you here. In that case, I give you permission to leave. Isha did not look at Ice Blue Night King. She took Hansen with her and departed the Ice Blue Night base. My queen, that was awesome. Those Ice Blue Knights all looked so cocky, but they were ready to pee themselves before your glory, Hansen told her as he piloted the white whale away from the base. After Isha and Hansen departed the Ice Blue Knights, they used the big white whale to travel through space. They were headed back to Narrow Moon. Isha was holding Bauer. She fed Bauer pieces of fruit as she spoke. The 10 sets of Knights of the Extreme King. They all sound so powerful. They inspire fear across the Geno universe, spreading the belief that every knight has the power to destroy a race. But inside the Extreme King, the knights are still just pawns. They do the dirty work and little more. They aren't given important missions. If any of the members of the knights manage to become deified, they are permitted to leave. They are no longer bound to the knights. This is a rule of the Extreme Kings. Ice Blue Night King could not have fought against that. A powerful regiment of knights like the Ice Blue Knights are still only considered pawns? Hansen was shocked to hear this. They don't have any deified members. If you think that is the primary army of the Extreme King, you are profoundly underestimating their might. Isha smiled, then went on to say, the primary army of the Extreme King is composed of the Royal Knights. They only recruit pure members of the Extreme King, however. And all entrants have to be at least King class. They have very high requirements when it comes to having the right blood and background. Aside from the Royal Knights, the Extreme King have many other organizations as well. Most of those are simply less famous. The Extreme King are so strong that very few races are able to compete with them. Even higher races like Sky Palace wouldn't stand a chance against the Extreme King in a fight. They rely on the power of the very high to make the Extreme King avoid them. That's the only reason that the Extreme King have never touched Sky Palace. I see. Hansen did not understand how the Extreme King worked. He thought for a minute, then asked, then what is Narrow Moon to the Extreme King? We do not belong to anyone. Isha sighed, and then said, I told you before. Our elder was a servant of Hell King at one point, but Hell King's time has long since passed. Now, the ruler of the Extreme King is known as White King. Narrow Moon has never had a deified member before. But becoming deified would change little for rebate politics. A rebate would never be considered pure of race, and so they could never choose a side. They would be puppets. As long as my queen is here, the rebate will become one of the most famous high races in the entire universe. Hansen was quick to lick her boots. Isha was his biggest supporter. The safety and security of Hansen and his friends and family all depended on Isha. Isha rolled her eyes. Tell me what happened in Narrow Moon. Hansen told her about everything that had transpired in Narrow Moon. He did not exaggerate anything, but even so, Isha's face darkened after hearing it all. They divided up all of my possessions? They were cruel to my one and only student? They are all such rotten bullies. Hansen's heart felt touched. If she was saying things like that, then that meant he really was quite important to her. It is okay that they bullied my student, but they stole my palace and dirted up all my things. I cannot allow this, Isha said angrily. Hansen was touched before, but now he was speechless. He rubbed his nose and said, yeah. You cannot allow that. You are going to have to teach them all a lesson. As the white whale left the ice blue system, Hansen guided it towards where Night River King had been stationed. He was unable to find anything out of the ordinary there, however, and he couldn't find a single trace of that weird purple stuff that Night River King had mentioned repeatedly. Hansen even went to see the ice blue knight who had taken over Night River King's position, but the knight hadn't seen anything strange during his time stationed there. Weird. What was that purple thing Night River King was talking about? What about the journal entries he made in code? Hansen didn't understand, but he didn't plan on lingering in the system to figure it out either. Hansen turned the white whale out of the system, plotting a course back to Narrow Moon. He didn't see Under Overbearing again, and neither did he see the black hole spider. They did encounter many more of those galactic shrimp. The attacks of the shrimp were unable to penetrate the defenses of the white whale, though. And added to that, none of the creatures were as fast as the white whale. Having a powerful ship like the white whale ensured their safety as they traveled, assuming that they only ran into ordinary xenogeneics like the galactic shrimp. If they got into trouble, it would be because they bumped into a creature like Under Overbearing or the black hole spider. Of course, even if that happened, they had the deified elite Isha on board. They had good luck in their travels. Isha and Hansen were able to depart the systems of chaos with absolute safety. They would soon be back in Narrow Moon. Dude, what happened? Why has every noble across every planet been ordered to go to Full Moon Hall? Haven't you heard? Knife Queen is back. Knife Queen is back? How is that possible? I thought she died in the systems of chaos. That's what all the nobles thought, too. That's why they plundered her legacy inventory without fear. But she has really come back, and not just that, she's come back deified. What? Queen has become deified? This is awesome. We Rebate finally have a deified elite in our ranks. Who would dare underestimate us now? Queen is way too powerful. Teehee. It might be good for us, but what about the nobles who divided up her things? They stole her legacy and crushed her student Hansen under their feet. Now that she has come back deified, they must be shivering in their boots. They had it coming. They think they're so high and mighty, bullying a student. I'm happy that those nobles are going to get told off. They always bully us, don't they? And we can never fight back. Now that they are in trouble. Well, it's what they deserve. As Narrow Moon's people were discussing Knife Queen's return, a serious discussion was being held in Full Moon Hall. No, absolutely not. Miss Knife. Hansen is just an outsider. He does not have what it takes to be our holy child, an elder said, shaking his head forcefully. Flower King said, Knife. Miss. Don't you think that this is a little inappropriate? The holy child has always been the best and most promising of the Rebate. Hansen isn't even one of our kind. Even if we force him to become our holy child, the rest of our citizens will vehemently object to the selection. Miss Knife, please think about this. Black Moon King liked Hansen, but even he did not think that this was right. They risked angering their entire race. All the nobles were arguing against Isha's decision to elect Hansen as the holy child. Full Moon Hall was filled with so many shouting voices that it was louder than a supermarket. Moonwell King raised his hand to tell everyone to quiet down. Then, he looked at Isha and said, Knife, we were not considerate to you and Hansen in your absence. We can give him whatever he deserves, but the position of holy child is something of gross importance. It affects the very legacy and glory of our race. Allowing an outsider to take this position is in no way appropriate. You must think about this decision some more. Are you guys done? Isha sat at the head of the conference table. She coldly looked upon all of the nobles that had gathered there. All of those nobles felt a massive chill as her eyes came to stare at each of them in turn. They fell utterly silent under the weight of her gaze. The same was true for Flower King, as it was all the others. After everyone stopped talking, Isha spoke in a slow, deliberate voice. What if I insist that Hansen becomes our holy child? Knife Queen, if you insist, then you'll have to forgive us for being unreasonable. The elders will never agree to this notion, and I am sure none of the kings here in Full Moon Hall agree to it either. The members of the Council of Elders kept trying to convince her. Knife Queen. We are objecting to your plan in order to preserve the legacy and glory of the Rebate. We cannot allow everything we have built for the Rebate to be destroyed. Are you saying I am destroying the Rebate as a whole? Isha asked coldly. Knife Queen, that is not what we meant. The elder wanted to say more, but Isha cut him off. Isha swept her gaze across the nobles and stopped at Moonwell King. I called you all here to tell you of the decision I have made. I did not call you here for you to voice your opinions on the matter. Starting from today, Hansen is the holy child of the Rebate. If you have a problem with the decision, let me hear it now. Many of the nobles were frozen. Although they objected, no one wished to square off against Isha. They all looked at Moonwell King. Moonwell King frowned and looked at Isha. What if we all object at once? Isha laughed. She stood up, ignoring Moonwell King. She looked down upon all of the nobles and slowly said, Listen up, people. From now on, Narrow Moon is my Narrow Moon. The Rebate have only one queen. Whoever follows me will live, but anyone who seeks to betray me will die. You can object, but if you directly disobey one of my commands, I will consider you an enemy. I do not mind an injection of fresh blood to fill up the ranks of Narrow Moon. Over the next few months, political instability swept through the Rebate. The people in power kept changing, and families rose and fell on a daily basis. Hansen really admired Isha's decisiveness. Once she made her mind up, she took sole control of Rebate Society without looking back. She'd lacked the strength to make such a bold power grab before, but now that she was deified, she could suppress anyone who rose against her. She ruled single-handedly, which allowed complicated issues to get resolved much faster. But other problems began to appear. There were many different factions within Rebate Society, and no one could say for certain if Isha would be able to unite the fragmented society while maintaining her dictatorship. Some issues could not be solved through power alone. Claiming the throne had been Isha's first step, but there was a long road ahead of her. Han Sen was confident in Isha, but he honestly didn't pay much attention to the political turmoil of the rebate. He was busy investigating the information given to him by Mr. White. The techniques of the Xian men were very deep. There was a great deal of information to sift through, which included more than just a few Geno arts. Some of what Han Sen read would take a few hundred years to truly comprehend. There were many things that couldn't be truly understood by merely reading a book, instead, they had to be figured out by each individual. The teachings of the Xian men were this sort of knowledge. Han Sen planned to find a few people that could research the Xian men information on his behalf and determine what content might be suitable for humans to learn. He also wanted to establish a special school in the Alliance that would teach the Xian men techniques to other humans. He wanted to pass on the knowledge and expand the lineage of the Xian men. It was just as Mr. White had said, if 1 or 2 people in every 10 million were able to follow the righteous path of Xian men, then that would be enough. Surprisingly, Ji Yanran expressed an interest in the subject. Han Sen quickly turned the project over to her. But Ji Yanran didn't do as Han Sen hoped. Instead of building a school for the purpose of teaching the Xian men philosophy, she opened up a martial hall. In it, she would start by teaching the Xian men martial arts, whereas the philosophies of the Xian men way would be taught at a later time. No one will treasure something that is earned very easily. And the Xian men way of thinking is not suitable for everyone. It requires too much heart. By teaching them this way, the philosophies are likely to be accepted by more people, Ji Yanran explained. Ji Yanran's line of thinking made sense to Han Senator. He had only learned the secret techniques of the Xian men, anyway. He didn't actually understand the core concepts of the Xian men way himself. Potential students would have absolutely no experience with the Xian men techniques going in, so it would likely be a waste of time for them to learn. Not many people would ever be able to understand this stuff. If we can't even start a school, do you really think your martial hall will work? Han Sen asked, purely to be contrary. Ji Yanran laughed. This will be easy. We only need your big face for an advertisement, and our doors will be swarmed with upper-class socialites begging to sign up. They only need to hear that these techniques were practiced by the great Han Senator. I wager they'd fight to the death and use any trick in the book to get their kids accepted into our martial hall. Mr. White's intention was to see the Xian men expanded. If you approach things like this, you are only serving the needs of the upper class. Han Sen frowned. Ji Yanran laughed and said, don't worry. Over the years, most ideas start with high society. Once an idea has been accepted by the wealthy and powerful, it is more easily disseminated to the lower class. This is especially true when it comes to the ideals of the Xian men. In ancient times, famous philosophers and scholars would embark on lengthy journeys to convince people of all different societal levels of their ideals. Now, we just need time and advertisements. Honey, don't work yourself to the bone. You should bring on some added help. Han Sen could not be bothered to help her himself, of course. If she was willing to shoulder the responsibility, then that was fine with him. The box Han Sen had taken from Holy Town was locked, so he couldn't open it. He had tried to pry it open in many different ways, but nothing worked. Even Isha's power had been insufficient to break the jade stone box. Because Han Sen hadn't been able to find out what was inside, he put the box away for the moment. Instead, he turned his attention to the bone needle. It was the one Han Sen took from the palace maze. There were 12 drops of deified blood still inside it. They represented 12 different deified blood pulses. Hansen did not use them. First, he wanted to research them. Because Hansen's body still contained more ghost bone power than he could use, he currently had no need for the energy that the deified blood pulses offered. He pondered the blood pulses for a while, and he eventually decided to have a drop anyway. Hansen chose to consume the drop he had retrieved from the blood demon. It was of the blood element. He wanted to see if it might help his blood pulse sutra. Hansen lifted the bone needle above his chest. And then, he thrust it into his heart. This was not an intravenous injection like one would receive from an ordinary doctor. If a normal person tried this as Hansen did, they would most definitely die. Do not try this at home. The bone needle pierced right through his heart, and a drop of deified blood spilled into him. Hansen was about to begin refining the deified blood when he suddenly heard an announcement play in his head. Successful infusion of deified gene. Deified gene +1. Deified progress is 1/100. After that announcement, Hansen felt a scary power explode in his heart and sweep into every corner of his body. His cells shuddered as the new power surged through him, and he began to change. His body felt like he was shedding, sloughing off layer upon layer of old cells. This entire process lasted a whole day before coming to an end. Trails of a black substance littered the floor, like the flaky remains of a dead snake. It looked quite scary. Hansen, Super God Spirit Body. Gene Battle Body, Mutant Blood, Duke, Spell, Marquise, Dongxian, Marquise, Jadeskin, Duke. Level, Duke. Duke Genes, 17. Deified Progress, 1/100. Lifespan, 1100. Hansen was shocked. He did not know what deified progress meant. Are deified genes different from the genes that come before? What does deified progress mean? Does this mean I will be deified once the number reaches 100? I can achieve deified status without maxing out any other genes? Hansen could not figure out what was going on. Hansen studied himself after receiving his one deified gene. His body had changed. It was like his genes had all improved. What hadn't improved, though, was his fitness. It was still at the level of a duke. Hansen tried to refine another deified drop of blood. The process was exactly the same. Hansen's body changed again, and he received an additional deified gene point. His deified progress became 2 out of 100. His fitness did not increase much. But if he was able to earn deified genes, that meant it was a power that humans could accept. That relaxed many of Hansen's worries, and he absorbed the rest of the deified blood. Over the next 2 weeks, Hansen refined his deified blood. His deified progress became 12 out of 100, and after the refining process, his fitness increased by quite a bit. But strangely, Hansen didn't gain any special blood pulse powers after receiving the deified blood pulses. Where can I get more deified genes? Once I reach 100, I guess I'll be able to find out what it does, Hansen thought to himself. It would be too difficult to kill deified beings by himself, though. At his current strength, it was an impossible task. It's a shame that the little red bird ate my son Raven. If it hadn't, I could have given it a try. Perhaps I could eat the flesh of deified creatures, Hansen thought to himself. Thinking about the little red bird, Hansen checked on the egg inside the bird's nest again. Hansen was shocked. A number of weird substance chains had appeared from the nest and were drilling into the red egg. The red color of the egg was shining brightly, as if it was being consumed by a red fire. Is the little red bird about to hatch? Hansen thought in surprise. But as he watched, the color gradually drained from Hansen's face. The substance chains connected to the bird's nest started to pull back into the egg, and the nest began to fall apart piece by piece. Pieces of dry grass fell away from the nest, turning to dust in midair. Before they reached the ground, they had dissolved into nothing. Oh no! Is this little guy going to drain all the power out of the nest? Hansen reached out to save the nest, but when his hand touched the red flame, his body aged and withered. Within a second, he was so old that he looked to be on the verge of death. Hansen jerked his hand back. When his hand was no longer close to the red flame, his body returned to normal. He didn't look old anymore. The sight of the disintegrating bird's nest made Hansen's heart bleed. And there was another reason that this was a very serious problem. Queen Baiwei had told him to hold on to the bird's nest. What if Queen Baiwei returned for the missing nest? What would he do then? That line of thinking was pointless. However, the egg had already absorbed most of the nest's power. The dry grass had turned into dust, and there was nothing he could do to reverse the process. The egg's red flame burned hotter and hotter, and the egg itself became thinner and more transparent. As the egg became translucent, he could see what was inside it. The little red bird was still curled inside the egg, sleeping peacefully. Its body was full of fire, and it looked as if it was awaking from its slumber. When eggshell became paper thin, it finally cracked. The shell crumbled into nothing, burning away in the fire. The little red bird fell out. It opened its wings, and flames roared out of its body. It became a red phoenix. It immediately flew around in the air. It circled Hansen 3 times, nodded at him repeatedly, then flew down to settle on his shoulder. That movement shocked Hansen. The fire on its body was not an ordinary fire. Hansen had only just touched it, and he had almost died of old age. He worried that if the bird landed on him now, he'd grow so old that he'd crumble into dust himself. Hansen tensed as the little red bird landed. Its fire was gone, at least. It now really did look just like a little red bird. It landed on Hansen's shoulder in exactly the same way that it used to. Hansen sighed. Fortunately, the little red bird had some modicum of intelligence. If it hadn't restrained its power, things might have turned out poorly for him. Little Red. Bauer came waddling in from the outside. She sounded so happy when she saw the little red bird. The little red bird was sitting quietly on Hansen's shoulder, but when it heard Bauer, it perked up immediately. It flew towards Bauer's hand and allowed Bauer to stroke its feathers. The bird looked as if it enjoyed the attention, and it kept its head there for Bauer to stroke. What is this? I am your master, you know. Hansen lifted his lip. He looked at the little red bird with an unfriendly smile. The little red bird seemed to acknowledge Hansen's expression, so it flapped its wings and flew quickly behind Bauer. It peeked at Hansen by poking its head over Bauer's shoulder. This guy ate the flesh of the sun raven. It should be deified, no matter what. Why is the guy still so small? Hansen was confused. But the power within the little red bird was proof of its rank. Not even Hansen could withstand its fire for a single second. It was definitely a deified creature. Those days, Hansen felt good. After Isha made him the rebate's holy child, he received a lot of resources. Planet Eclipse remained under his control, and he was given another 8 planets and a slew of different treasures as well. Even more resources would come Hansen's way in the future, but he had too much of that ghost bone power still within him. He didn't need any more resources right now. So, for the moment, he planned to put everything he received in storage. Hansen had brought many spirits to Planet Eclipse, and they left the planet to explore the Geno universe when they became marquises. Six Paths King, Mingyu, and Moment Queen had already begun their journeys. Hansen didn't worry about the safety of Six Paths King, and Mingyu left with Gu Qingqing. Hansen wanted Moment Queen to stay by his side, but she refused. She wanted to level up alone. Hansen didn't force her to stay. Moment Queen had been with him for quite some time. In their early days together, Hansen came to her as a threat. But eventually, after much time, he won her over. They had enough trust in each other that he was comfortable bringing her to the Geno universe. Things had been going well for Hansen lately, but it couldn't last. Life soon proved that there was always something for Hansen to worry about. He received word that an envoy of the Extreme King would be coming to visit Narrow Moon. This time, the leader of the envoy would be the 14th Prince, Baitsunglong. When he heard the name, Hansen's worry deepened. Crime had served Prince 14. The Extreme King delegation claimed that they were visiting to congratulate Isha on her ascension to becoming deified. But such a simple courtesy wouldn't usually require Prince 14's personal attendance. Amongst a smaller race like the Rebate, a deified warrior was practically a god. For the Extreme King, though, achieving deified status just made someone exceptional. They wouldn't send a delegation all this way just to congratulate Isha on an achievement that many of their own members had made. When Hansen learned that Bai Wei was a part of the envoy, he knew that Mr. White had been correct. He would be forced to go with the Extreme King. If Mr. White's guess is correct, going with the Extreme King will be very dangerous for me. Zero and Menger shouldn't go, because I might not be able to protect them from the Extreme King. They should stay in Narrow Moon under Isha's protection. They will be treated well, and now that I have resources, they should become dukes without too much difficulty. It might even be possible for them to make it to king rank. I have to take the blood Kirin, though. Its power can surely help. But should I bring the little red bird? Hansen was hesitating. Hansen was deep in thought, but he looked up suddenly, turning his face toward the entrance of the garden. There, he saw a blue-clothed man leading a lady in white into his garden. The woman in white was Queen Bai Wei. Hansen didn't know who the blue-clothed man was, but judging from the way he walked, Hansen could guess that the man was Prince 14 Baitsunglong. Hansen wasn't surprised that they had come looking for him, but he was surprised that no one had warned him before the two showed up in his garden. Normally, someone should have reported their arrival. Even if they forced their way in, someone should still have gotten a message to Hansen. But Hansen had received no warnings. Business in the base continued as usual. Baitsunglong brought Bai Wei right into the deepest part of the garden. Hansen frowned and examined Baitsunglong. He looked like a man in his 30s. He was not pretty, but he had a noticeable air of casual strength about him. He walked as if he had no cares in the world. He looked so free. Although he was walking through Hansen's garden, Baitsunglong behaved as if he was at home. He walked up to Hansen and sat down next to him. He picked up the teapot and teacup upon the stone table and poured himself a cup of tea. He said, "This tea is fine, and the people here are great. This cup of tea for a part of a duke's xenogeneic gene." "I appreciate the exchange," Hansen said politely. Baitsunglong looked surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. I like greedy people." After that, Baitsunglong's smile disappeared. He looked at Hansen seriously and said, "I want you." "How much are you worth?" 100 king-class xenogeneic genes, Hansen said. "Good. That is far cheaper than I expected." "You are certainly worth the price," Baitsunglong answered without hesitation. He nodded vigorously. "For 1 year," Hansen finished. Baitsunglong looked at Hansen with shock. 100 king-class xenogeneic genes was not a high price for Prince 14 of the Extreme King. But 100 king-class xenogeneic genes for a measly year of service from a duke? That was something that had never happened before. For that price, Prince 14 could have bought a lifetime of service from 12 dukes. "How much will it cost to buy you permanently?" Baitsunglong asked. His voice was curious, but not angry. 100 king-class xenogeneic genes for a year is a fixed price. I offer no sales or bulk rates here. You buy each year, for as long as you want me, Hansen said with sincerity. Baitsunglong laughed. He pulled out a tablet and set it down on the table. He said, "I will use this to purchase your services for 100 years. I am leaving tomorrow. It is your decision whether or not you will choose to accompany us." After that, Baitsunglong stood up and left. He did not look back. Hansen looked at the tablet on the table. It was a green jade tablet that was around the size of a man's hand. Both sides bore depictions of dragons, and they each looked as if they were clutching a ball between their claws. On both sides of the tablet, the name Songlong was written. This is Brother 14's Royal Guard tablet. You need to be at least King class to be considered one of his Royal Guard, Bai Wei explained. Although Prince 14 had left, she was still standing there, staring at Hansen. I am just a minor duke. I'm not worth Prince 14 bending the rules for, I assure you, Hansen said, while playing with the tablet. Brother 14 came here to recruit your teacher Knife Queen, but she refused. He is now going for the second best option, which is you. He wants you because you are her student. Bai Wei paused and then went on to say, it seems like you have made him angry. There is nothing I can do about that. I won't agree to a deal just because someone is having a hissy fit. Hansen shrugged. Bai Wei suddenly reached her hand out to Han Sr. Give it to me. What? Hansen asked, pretending to be surprised. Don't give me that. Hand over the undying bird nest, Bai Wei grunted. You can't take it away. Why should I give it back? Hansen felt sick. The bird's nest had been destroyed by the little red bird, so there was nothing to return. Whether I take it or leave it is my decision. And I'm telling you to give it back. Bai Wei's voice was cold. I would like to return it, but the item broke the last time I used it. Hansen opened his hands with the confession, looking apologetic. Hansen didn't think he could hide the fact that the bird's nest was gone, so he had no choice but to admit the truth. When Bai Wei heard his apology, she laughed. She smiled at him and said, I'd expect a better excuse from a thief. You know, the Bai family is not one you can so easily shrug off and ignore. Bai Wei didn't believe for a second that the undying bird nest, which was a deified item, had been broken. Not even a deified elite could break it. It is true. I'm not lying. Hansen looked at her very earnestly, forcing an innocent expression onto his face. Bai Wei sneered and rolled her eyes. She wasn't happy to hear about this. Fine. If you do not want to return it, pay back your debt by being my royal guard. Bai Wei poured herself a cup of tea, as if she was some sort of repo woman. 10 years. Hansen gritted his teeth as if he had just made a big decision. Bai Wei smiled clearly. She had a sip of tea before saying flatly, serving me is just a way of paying interest on the loan. When you return the undying bird nest, then you can go. I will do nothing to stop you. How does that work? Hansen blinked. Bai Wei smiled. Give me the undying bird nest or be my royal guard. The choice is yours to make. I do not like forcing people into doing something they do not wish to do. He couldn't refuse both options. The nest was gone, but if he refused to go with them, he'd be forced to fight them. That was also beyond his abilities. Bai Wei sighed and said, actually, you have no choice. Brother 14 won't give up easily. I bet that if you don't become my royal guard, he will do everything he can to bring you in close to him. His purpose, ultimately, is your teacher Knife Queen, mind. You will be used as a pawn or a tool to get to her. After pausing, Bai Wei went on to say, at least my desire for your service is genuine. I really just want you and not your teacher. It looks like I have no alternatives here. Hansen gave Bai Wei the tablet. Help me return this to Prince 14, then. Bai Wei wanted him, and Bai Songlong was incredibly annoying. Hansen would opt for Bai Wei if it meant he didn't have to deal with the irritating prince. Bai Wei took the tablet, then glanced around the garden. Where are your sister and daughter? They can come, too. I do not mind bringing on more people. Although they cannot be royal guards, I can promise you that they will be treated well. They say thank you, but no thank you, Hansen answered immediately, turning down Bai Wei's offer. The Extreme King trip would be a dangerous voyage. It was a good opportunity, but Hansen didn't want to expose Han Menger and the others to unnecessary risks. He was only going to bring Bauer, the Blood Kirin, and the little red bird. Bai Wei did not say anything. She pulled a tablet out of her pocket and gave it to Hansen. It was a white tablet adorned with flowers the color of blood. The name Wei was written across it in a simple script. The tablet was a little plain but strikingly delicate, too. Hansen knew that it was Bai Wei's Royal Guard tablet. He took it and twirled it through his fingers. What does the Royal Guard of a queen need to do, exactly? I won't be entertaining you everywhere we go or taking care of your day-to-day needs, will I? Bai Wei rubbed her nose and said, You think that members of the royal family spend their days lazing around? There are many members of the extreme king royal family. If we want resources, we have to fight for them ourselves. Otherwise, even a royal could end up worse than an extreme king noble. Are things really that competitive? Hansen asked skeptically. Bai Wei said, Father believes in survival of the fittest. That is what he taught us when we were young. We receive basically the same treatment as the other extreme king nobles. We might have a few extra resources, but not much. If we want more, we need to prove ourselves worthy of it. If you do not work hard, you will end up worse than a commoner. It's challenging, but we are fairly rewarded for our efforts. You will get a share of everything that you earn under my employ. How much you gain just depends on how much you are willing to help.